comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Welcome, race fans, to Florida for round 1 of the ROK Cup Florida Winter Tour, live from the Orlando Kart Center. My name is DJ Clark, alongside Jason Ewers. Jackson Lambros will be down in the pits for the early part of the morning, and then will be joining us up here in the booth a little bit later. We get ready to go for second heat races of the weekend. The schedule for today is we're going to have those second heat races before lunch. Then we will take a lunch break, head back for the third heat race, and then end the day with pre-finals. It's been a busy couple of days here at the Orlando Kart Center, but we are lucky enough to be able to give you some onboard action. So Jason, let's jump on over here to that onboard and take a look what it's like to be driving around this 12-turn course.
Yeah, as you're watching Franco work this chassis around the track here, this is early on, so not a lot of grip is in the track yet, but you can see Kart's a little pushy, a little loose on exit. You can watch his hands as he's putting a little more input as he's got to go in and catch the Kart as he comes through the corners. But as the races progress, rubber gets laid down, that will go away as he gets the Kart kind of dialed in. But yeah, you get to see this track, this 12, as we maybe say a 13-turn track, as they make their way through a lap here. As we said, we watched Franco go through. So very technical track, flowy, not a lot of hard braking areas. As you're coming up to right here is probably the #1 passing point in the whole entire track. We see it probably 60% of the passes being done here, and also going into 9 coming off that long straightaway.
Yeah, and you already caught a little bit of one of the big talking points from the weekend, and that is the additional paving that has been put down on this racing circuit. Particularly, we'll stay here on board with him as he comes out of turn 8. You can see 2 drivers left, that area right there with the rumble strips, and then that additional bit of concrete put to the outside, concrete or asphalt, to be able to eliminate some of the ruts that we saw start to form last year. You also see a little bit of that on the entrance of turn 1, particularly of note on the exit of turn 3 and turn 5, although those 2 areas actually have some sleeping policemen, some speed bumps as you go over them, so we want to avoid those a little bit.
4 is really bad. That's our viewpoint as we're up here in the announcer's booth, and it's substantial speed bumps. So if you get off, that's definitely a penalty if you're sweeping too wide there. So, but as we are going, karts are coming on the track for our ROK Shifter Master Super Masters, which is nice. We didn't get to experience any shifters last year, so good to see them kind of back on track with us here for the Florida Winter Tour. I think we had Skitchy Barnes got the win yesterday in the first pre-final, followed by Cole Matthewson, which I've known Cole for many, many, many years, so it's good to see him back. I think he's just finally coming back into karting, but showing him. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, they may reorder a little bit, so we'll hold off on especially making that call. But Skitchy Barnes, Cole Matthewson up at the front. Warren Vontac had some problems yesterday in that Super Masters category. Looks like he'll be starting off in the front position there on the number 68. This is a little bit different in terms of gridding procedure, as with the shifters, we do employ a standing start here in ROK Cup. Now, it will be 9 minutes plus 2 laps, extending those heat races just a little bit more than what we saw yesterday. Of course, heat race 1, it was 7 minutes plus 2 laps, so that will change things up. When we go to the micro mini category, that'll obviously change down into 7 minutes, as just a little bit different for those younger kids. But yeah, here they go. Matthewson is in the point there. You can see Skitchy Barnes right behind him, lining up here. Very crucial in these shifters. It becomes a little bit more technical of a racetrack with all the shifting that you have to do around this circuit. Let's see here, though. as Matthewson comes in to that starting procedure. It looks like he will be on the inside, so Matthewson will be starting in pole position. Skitchy Barnes to his outside. Then Morn Vontac will be starting off in P3, having that nice little gap with Matthew Sanford over the rest of the Super Masters category.
Yeah, as you look at the timing and scoring on the upper left corner there, you'll see the different colors and the different numbers, so that translates into the class. So we're running a multi-class race here, so you have your Super Masters and Masters racing together all in one class, but being scored separately.
All right, all eyes go towards the flag stand. Drivers pushing those carts back, making sure to grip up as the lights start to come on. And for the first time here on Saturday, we are racing from the Orlando Kart Center. Good getaway, as we've come to expect there from Cole Matthewson. And immediately, Morn Vontac starting to fight there with Skitchy Barnes, not able to get it done. Vontac stays in third place. Skitchy Barnes going to try to close in on the back of Cole Matthewson, but it looks like we are through the first 4 corners nice and cleanly here in the shifter Masters and Super Masters category.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how, Cole didn't have anything yesterday for Skitchy. Like, he tried, had a good run there in the middle of the race, and kind of lost it, overheated his tires. So we'll see what kind of changes they made and see if he can actually gap on Skitchy as they make it through here.
Yeah, and Skitchy looks like he's able to keep relative pace there with Cole Matthewson, not losing too much. Matthew Sanford, Farshad Bagheri behind them, definitely dropping a little bit. Morn Vontac kind of in an island unto himself in third place. As they come across the stripe, let's take a look at the gaps for the first time. It's 0.3 seconds in between Matthewson and Skitchy Barnes, 0.6 of a second. Morn Vontac and the rest, but that big gap that I talked about, nearly 0.9 of a second back to Matthew Sanford. No, excuse me, 1.4 seconds. We just switched that over into the gap. And it looks like right now Morn Vontac starting to put some pressure onto the back of Skitchy Barnes. Again, that's not a battle for position. That's within the Masters and the Super Masters category. But if I'm Morn Vontac, I want as much room as possible between myself and Farshad Bagheri. Just build that cushion as much as you can.
Well, it's also bragging rights. I'm beating the younger kids. That's what you want to do. I mean, granted, they're not kids. All 35 plus. So it's very interesting to see the two classes together at that point in time. Age is really irrelevant. But yeah, Mort's, I don't know if you ever met Mort, very tall guy. So that plays an effect on how the chassis works. So it's it always amazes me how fast he can be with that upper body that he has and be able to get that part dialed in. It's kind of hats off to him, the ability to set a chassis up, the ability for him to really show his talents out there driving.
Yeah, I had a chance to talk to Morn yesterday. He is a pretty tall guy, also a pretty heavy South African accent, which is great because it makes me feel like I'm back with my in-laws.
There we go.
So it makes me feel right at home. So love having that international flavor coming on into the ROK Cup paddock. 6.5 minutes left to go on the clock. Again, 9 minutes plus 2 laps, your timing here for the Masters and Super Masters category, and 2 points of just how good Morn Vontac is. Despite that lengthy frame, he is able to set the fastest lap of the race with 53.65. That's immediately going to be pipped away by Matthewson, taken right back by Morn Vontac as he continues to apply pressure to the back of Skitchy Barnes.
Yeah, I mean, the parity of the engines, these ROK engines are so similar to each other, and Jackson talked a little bit about this yesterday, about the, right there, I think Morn got around, didn't he?
No, he took a look down to the inside of the floor.
Just the rules with the ROKs, just kind of make sure that you can't open the motors up as much, and set jetting the parity of the engine, and really pushes everything back on the driver and the team and setting the chassis.
Well, and that's really what you want to see when you talk about karting at this level, or indeed any level. You got a flag out there coming down into the corners. Not sure what that is for.
Out there.
Yeah, I'm not aware of anything necessarily, but somebody obviously having a little bit of a bad day. But that's really what you want to see when we talk about karting at this level. You want to see parity. You want to put this down to the drivers. This is not a sport where, yes, it is not exactly cheap, but you don't want to just give the prize to somebody who throws the most money at it. You want to have parity and let the drivers show through.
Yeah, I mean, there's always, like, as I grew up, my brother would always say, he raced longer than I did, and always would say, I don't ever want to be beat by money. I want to be beat by talent. I want somebody who's better than me. I don't want to be beat by somebody who has deep pockets to have a better engine. So that's what I love about this ROK shift across. So actually, all the ROK motors, the parity of them, they do allow the VLRs to be able to go shift out to the other AM engines, and those guys doing those engines, which they can tweak them however they want to tweak them within the rule set. But again, we're seeing lap times between everybody very similar to each other, where it does the cream of the crop rises to the top.
Yeah, and the cream of the crop very much rising to the top here. 6 seconds, the gap between this breakaway 3 and Matthew Sanford back in 4th place. Morten Vontac continuing to apply pressure here to the back of Skitchy Barnes. That gap only about a car length as they dive into turn 4. Extends back out as things de-accordion, as it were. Now they come down into this tricky turn 6. This is really the part of the track that I'm going to argue is the most physical. We talk a lot about the bumps and the bruises. Had a chance yesterday to talk to Scott Falcone, talking about some of the rumble strips and those sleeping policemen on the exit of corners, and he was really feeling it in his ribs when I spoke to him. But that section of the track going into turn 6, that lateral G-force that you're feeling through the cart, and that ability of yours to have the strong core, keep yourself as upright as possible, to keep that center of weight in a good area, really a physical challenge.
Yeah, and it's not good. If your ribs are already hurting by Friday, you still have 2 more days of competitive racing. That plays in your mind a lot. As you're going through, it's like, you do not want to hit those bumps. So you maybe just pinch that corner a little tighter so you don't let that cart float up, which translates into slower lap.
Yeah, it's one of the many things you have to keep in mind, even in lesser horsepower, lesser speed karting such as this. Physicality is such a huge part of it. You've got to have a good training regimen. You've got to keep yourself together. Looks like farther back in the field as we continue to watch Skitchy Barnes and Morten Vontac, we have had a couple of drivers swapping around a little bit. But Gary falling down through the order. He was running 2nd in that Supermasters category. He's now fallen back down to 7th overall. That'll be about 4th in the Supermasters, so off the podium.
Did we ever find out what happened to Morten yesterday?
He was having engine issues, I believe, early in the day. As he takes a look down to the inside here of Skitchy Barnes into 4, not going to play out. He was having engine issues when I spoke to him earlier in the day, had the motor kind of disassembled and was playing with some things. Haven't had a chance to speak to him since, but if I'm going to put 2 and 2 together, that's what I'm going to assume the problem is.
Yeah, I'm assuming he got it fixed because he's right now still, I think, holds fast lap. Let's take a look at the best lap times here and see. No, Cole's up top with 52.9. Working through, but impressive run from Morten right now as he's really still putting that pressure on Skitchy. And I don't know if Skitchy's not able to let that car free up and get himself to catch up to Cole because he's playing defense constantly. Then I can guarantee you he's not even thinking that, hey, this guy's not even in my class right now. No one wants to be passed as a racer. I don't care if they're battling for position or not for position. It's not a good feeling as you see Morten really trying to let that cart flow out of the corners right there. Got a little off track, which is going to let Skitchy get a little bit of a gap on him. Seems like we're all kind of status quo right now as we're working our way through with 1:30 to go plus 2.
Yeah, and kind of as we talked about yesterday, for those, as Morten takes a little bit of a look into the junkyard turn there, turn 8, kind of as we talked about yesterday, for those who are more familiar with more GT-style racing, a good comparison here on the Masters and Supermasters category is GTD Pro in GTD. Running the same machinery here, it's just a matter of age, experience level. That's what's separating these two. So there is a lot of that pride on the line. Yes, as you said, Skitchy's not going to lose any points going into the pre-final if he were to let Morten Vontac past him. But you tell a racer not to race, you might as well tell a bit of water not to be wet. They're always going to want to fight for every position they can.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, you talk about experience levels. If you guys watch any racing, Skitchy Barnes' name is not, a new name to racing. He runs any type of discipline of racing you can possibly find. He's from Bermuda, he comes to the United States, he runs 206 stuff, he runs KA stuff, he'll run shifter stuff. Obviously, shifter is his bread and butter, where he loves to be, but he's not afraid to put his behind in any type of series.
No, and that's the kind of racer you want to see in these style of competitions. I mean, just somebody who's willing to be out there and put it all on the line. Coming across the stripe right now, 3 laps to go by my reckoning. Sketchy Barnes making a quick little adjustment on the carburetor. You saw him taking off that piece of tape. That is done to change things. As here comes Vontac down to the inside of 4. I didn't think he was going to make that corner, but he certainly does. Sketchy Barnes tries to hold the inside. Toc tries to pinch him a little bit. No contact there between the two, and Vontac has got a nose ahead, diving down into turn 6.
Yeah, I don't think Sketchy is real happy with that. Let's see what happens here. See if he'll fight back and get some type of a pass back on Warren as we go into 9. Yep, deep on those binders right there does Sketchy, makes that clean pass, but over under goes Vontac. Let's see what happens here as we're getting back into 10, 11, and 12.
Yeah, Vontac just not able to fight back there into turn 10. That's a tricky corner to do the crossover in, because you do get that inside line coming through the exit of turn 9. It sets you up very disadvantageously coming in through 10 and 11, that quick flick. Vontac taking a different approach now into turn 4, poking his nose to the outside. 2 laps to go. The twin sticks shown at the last time Cole Matthewson came across the stripe. That battling, by the way, has allowed for Matthewson to sneak off 2.3 seconds into the lead. So he is going to hold on to that here, presumably, and not going to have a lot of pressure.
Yeah, good run for Cole. Figured out, Sketchy had a little bit more than he did yesterday. Comes back in, makes some changes overnight, comes out pretty dominant, led from flag to flag. Seems to be, unless something happens with 2 to go. But yeah, Cole took some time off from racing. Like, I've known the Matthewsons for a long time. They raced in the Midwest with us in shifters and single speed stuff. And Cole kind of took a break from racing. This year, first race back, I believe, is his first race for Florida Winter Tour. So see his comeback this year, see if he continues running the tour, and see what else he's going to run.
Yeah, white flag in the air here for your Shifter Masters and Super Masters. Morn Vontac continuing to put pressure onto the back of Sketchy Barnes. This is a battle for 2nd overall. Cole Matthewson well out into the lead, 2.5 seconds the gap. Doesn't quite look like Vontac has got the closing distance into the junkyard turn of turn 8, but he's going to put a little pressure to the outside as they come down the back straightaway. Look behind there for Sketchy Barnes. Vontac tries to go with the over-under move to get a better acceleration off of the corner. It's not going to play, and now he's running out of opportunity. Is Morn Vontac to be able to get his way up into P2. He still does hold the fastest lap of the race. Matthewson, however, will cross the stripe to take victory. Sketchy Barnes in P2. Vontac pulling out at the end. He will take victory in the Super Masters category, but only 3rd overall.
Yeah, what's interesting here is we talk about strategy a lot, and everyone knows you get 1 set of tires. You get 2 sets. Everyone always runs 1 set to the pre-final, and then the final you put your brand new set on. Cole was in such demand there that he probably really wasn't working his car too hard. Sketchy had Morn all over the back of him, so he was really working his tires. So we'll see how that translates into the later racing that we see today, and how much of an advantage that was for Cole to have clean air, nobody pushing him to go out there. But, I think Cole was pushing himself. His lap times were right there with Morn. He had the fastest lap for a little bit. But, yeah, good run for Cole.
Yeah, this is a good run most certainly for him. I think he's going to be pleased with that as we see the drivers pull up into the scales there. Nice little bit of, usually we see from these drivers a nice little bit of heads up and how you doing, some good competition. And there it is, the universal sign for cars, the racer, the car hands there, being shown by Cole Matthewson talking about going into a corner. Handshakes around. Vontac is able to come on over. There is Sketchy Barnes getting out of the cart as well. Jackson Lambros, our man, down on the spot, getting ready to get an interview here with one of the drivers. As we see Matthewson pulling it out onto the scales there, making sure everything gets weighed and everything is A-OK. Keeping an eye as we get just about ready. Looks like Jackson's going to be able to catch up with Morn Vontac, really the star of this race. He was keeping things close together. Jackson, we're going to head down to you. What have you got with Mr. Vontac?
And we say good morning to Morn Vontac. It's been a roller coaster weekend already for you so far. What's the difference been compared to yesterday morning for you?
Crazy. I had no breakdowns. I had a exhaust separated on me on the outlap on the first heat, so I couldn't compete, my friend. But at least it gave me better tires for today, so I'd like to see how the pre-final at the end of the day is going to happen. We sort of got the same tires, but these guys are fast for sure.
Thank you, Morn.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning,
Morning.
Jackson, and thank you for that reporting. So an exhaust problem yesterday from Vontac, and I love hearing just how out of breath Vontac was as we came to it. We're going to take a quick break away as everything gets set and we get ready for KZ Shifter coming up after this.
You're watching a Jason Larea creative Rock Cup USA production.
Welcome back to the Orlando Kart Center as we get ready to roll here for the KZ Shifter class. Another one of the newer classes that we have sort of come up with, as Mike Burrell says, sort of flavor of the week here for what is popular in the world. And Rock Cup, happy to bring you that racing action.
Yeah, I mean, it opens engines. You know, it's still shifters. You know, it's not the more spec that we see with the ROK shifters. You know, the KZs, different manufacturers. Engine builders can tweak on them. Really, rules are pretty open with the KZ class. Weight's a little bit more, just because you got a little bit more horsepower. But they're pushing, you know, these guys are pushing 50 plus horsepower on these little power plants.
Yeah, and that's a lot to take into consideration. Mateus Morgatti with a great run yesterday. Dominic Karai, James Andres, Paulie Hart, and then Christopher Giram and João Alves, your 6 runners here in this KZ Shifter class. Again, we will see a standing start here. Morgatti, really the story of yesterday. Morgado, excuse me. That was cut off there, and I can't read. So Morgado coming through. But he was really the story of yesterday.
You know, if you follow any type of shifter racing, his name is plaqued everywhere. You know,
Right.
he moved from Team Burrell last year to this year. He's running for Sodi. Morgado's definitely one of the top shifter drivers, and not necessarily in the country, but in the world. You know, so he's definitely a great asset to the program for us to have here. And hopefully, you know, with him driving, we will be able to bring more top-level drivers over to run KZ with us in the other Winter Tour races.
Yeah, just wanting to continue to build that. Morgado will be on that preferred inside line, as we often talk about. Always seems to get the better getaway there. Karai, Andres, and Hart going to line up alongside him. Green flag shown from the back. It will be a 7-minute plus 2-lap race as they get ready to get going. Lights start to come on as we get ready for heat race number 2. Almost a little bit of a stop start there from Morgado, but he's going to get away cleanly and already start to press his advantage. Karai, Andres behind him, and Hart, Giram, and Alves in the back 3.
Yeah, good start from Morgado. Like you said, it's funny to watch him. He's just so relaxed. The lights are starting. He's just adjusting his gloves, and at the last second, gets his gear, drops the clutch, and goes. So that just tells you the experience and the professionalism that he has and the comfortableness that he has in the KZ class.
Yeah, he feels very much at home and is already starting to press his advantage. Battle on for P2, though, between Karai and Andres. As there we see those two drivers work their way down into turn 9. Again, Hart leads Giram and Alves behind them as they work on sorting themselves out. It looks like Karai's starting to press a little bit of an advantage here over James Andres, and that could be a little bit of a breakaway there as that gap, as they come across the stripe right now, just about 0.7 of a second.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. You know, not a lot of action yesterday in this class. which normally you see 30 of these guys out there is a lot of passing. That's the advantage of having a shifter where you can actually downshift. You can dive bomb in the corners. You don't have to keep that momentum that we see with the single-speed karts, which allows you to kind of dig yourself out of corners and not really lose that momentum. But hopefully these guys can make some adjustments, catch up with Morgado a little bit there. At least they have a rabbit they have to chase.
Yeah, exactly. And once again, we talked about this before. Sometimes it can be so beneficial to just hold in behind another driver, kind of learn what they're doing to make you go faster. I always think back to a story I heard once about the late, great Jim Clark back at the Nürburgring at the Nordschleife in the 60s, where I believe it was Bob Bondurant was running behind him at one point, and Jim basically on a previous lap said, "Hey, follow me, I'll show you some tricks." And Jimmy kind of went through, and Bondurant was able to follow behind him and keep in line on all of that. And then once one lap was completed, Jimmy said, "Okay, now it's time to hold on to my secrets," and just took off into the distance because he was Jim Clark.
Yeah.
But and Bondurant said even with that, with Jim very clearly holding on to secrets, he was able to gain about a second or two over the course of that 13 or so
just
mile
giving a
lap.
little bit of the secret away.
Just a little bit of the secret away, but you can learn so much by just trailing behind another driver.
Yeah, as we're looking at lap times here, if you're curious what the difference in between the ROK shifter and the KZ shifter, as you can see there, speeds take Morgado out of the equation because he's, and these guys are not masters. They're, they are the regular KZ class, but the times are not that different. I think Matthewson ran high 52s, did a 52.7. So lap times are pretty equal to each other. So
yeah, they are. We go down though on the moment with Jackson Lambros, who's got an update from pit lane.
And guys, some big time implications coming into this season for Matheus Morgado. Already season number 7 for the 22-year-old Brazilian. But the big story, 10 wins to his name in the Florida Winter Tour. One of the few drivers to get a handful both in shifter and single speed. But 3 wins would not only tie him for the all-time in single final victories, but a two-way tie between himself and fellow shifter driver A.J. Myers for Magic means a title here would make him one of the all-time greats in the ROK era. DJ?
nice, good information.
Just further proving your point about the talent and the legacy here of Matheus Morgado.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's nice to see him come back, continue supporting the Florida Winter Tour and ROK. It's always great to see that the loyalty that these people have for us. So.
Yeah, we love seeing him come back, and especially here coming back to a circuit that we were at last year twice here at the Orlando Kart Center. Always love to see that kind of synergy continue on. Great facility here. We really love this track. It provides, I think, a good amount of technicality and difficulty, as well as some standard overtaking opportunities where you're able to get good side-by-side action.
Yeah, the track layout is really nice. Like we talked about earlier as we watched the in-car camera of Franco. You know, it's got the technical parts of the track, but it also has the high speed. It has some heavy braking zone going into 9, heavy braking zone going into 4 for the passing zones. But it's not clunky passing. Like, it's very flowy, and the way the track's designed, it really allows for a lot of over-under. So, you know, if you outbrake and you get that pass, the next corner, you better get out of that corner quicker, because that other guy's going to have the inside going into the following corner. There's a lot of left-rights here. So, very well-designed track, and like you said, you spend a lot of time here. These guys spend a lot of time here with cranking out some laps on the track. But as we watch Morgado just in complete control, what's his lap time right now? He's got it 51.150, 51.0, just keeps getting faster and faster. He's going to probably be in the 50 flats here soon as we continue on. But yeah, it's he's definitely working on the SOTI, getting faster and faster and faster. So it's good to see that as that's a great chassis brand, as well as what he came from with the Burrell and of course our OTK products.
Exactly, and just to prove that point of how quick he is going, nearly half a second faster than anybody else on the circuit. This right now, I believe, is the battle back for P4, João Alves and Paulie Hart. I think Alves has been able to get by Paulie Hart very recently. But that battle not looking like it's going anywhere. Hart definitely putting a little bit of pressure here to the back of Alves in that 416 cart, trying to see if there's anything to have. Art leading the way with Alves, however.
Yeah, and it's definitely all over the rear bumper. Just keep pushing and pushing and pushing. See if he can do anything here as they go down to the start-finish line, going into that 1 and 2. See if he's going to do that patented pass going into 4 here. Oh, running him wide. Little defensive move already with 30 seconds to go. But as I talked about, that over-under area right there is such a great area to make passing and then you can regain that position back. But obviously, he's got Andreas is completely covered up by Alves right now.
Yeah, Alves doing a great job of just holding off Hart here and want to draw everybody's attention to what we just saw in terms of that move. Now, that was what we call a proactive move by João Alves. That was a position where he made the move over before Hart had really committed to anything. So that is okay. He defended that inside line. It's where you're weaving in response to what the cart behind you is doing. That's where you start to run into some trouble.
Yeah, and we see that quite a bit in the single speed classes, very defensive moves. I'm not a big fan of it, but as you're viewing the race, it allows the other carts to catch up. Mm-hmm. So it makes this big pack racing, which is always exciting for everyone, because how many times have we seen first place end up 5th place in the last 2 quarters?
Exactly. I think back to yesterday. I mean, we saw a couple of bonsai moves down into turn 12, and that certainly played itself out where you lose momentum coming through the corner and you're able to lose 2-3 positions. Now, granted, those were in the single speed non-shifter category where momentum is a little bit more key.
Yeah.
However, still, same concept applies here to the KZ shifter class.
Absolutely. It looks like Hart maybe over-smoked his tires a little bit. It looks like Alves a couple cart lengths gap on him, but you never know how many times, like right here going into 4, it's like you think someone's safe and then just late braking and makes the pass happen.
Well, I want to go back as there comes the move. Hart
nice.
down to
Good
the inside.
Oh, yeah.
He got it.
He made me a liar.
Exactly. Well, what I was going to say is that as opposed to those single speed carts with the shifters, you kind of mentioned it earlier, Jason, you're able to take a little bit more of those aggressive maneuvers down to the corner because with shifting, you're able to use another thing despite the another thing aside from the brakes to halt and arrest that momentum.
Yeah, it's you really like. I mean, if you're familiar with engine braking, I mean that's really how these carts work. You go in and you downshift and have the engine slow you down, and then you kind of apply the brakes, or you do it simultaneously. So, if you've never driven a shifter cart before, it is the most incredible machine to drive. The acceleration, the braking. I mean, you can throw yourself out of the seat if you really want to on these carts. Like, it is insane the power that they have, especially today, and the grip that these Vontac tires give. It just sticks to the track. If you ever have an opportunity, drive one. It's mind-blowing.
Yeah, they're super fun. But there is Matheus Morgado coming across the line, setting the fastest lap of the race at the last time of asking with a 50.876. Wonderful stuff there. Dominic Karai coming across the line right now. He looks particularly in good stead as well. Andres will cross over now to take P3. Waiting for that final battle to cross over and call that official between Paulie Hart and João Alves. That will be 4th and 5th, and then Christopher Guerin across the line in P6. Particularly good running, and there is the man of the moment in that 462 Velocity racing cart. Sodi very, very happy. He's going to climb on out. Yep. Never in question there for Morgado. Just absolutely dominant performance. Takes off the helmet here. You see the name on the side, and let's hop on down to our man on the ground, Jackson Lambros, who I believe is going to be standing by with our Victor.
Yep, and we're joined trackside here by Matheus Morgado. Comfortable lead for you there, Matheus. What's feeling right in the Sodi for you so far?
Yeah, it feels good. My second race with the team, so still many things to improve on myself and adapting myself to the go-kart. Will be a long year, so let's have fun here and practice the more we can.
Thank you, Matheus.
Thank you.
Guys.
Thank you, Jackson, for the update. And that is the sign of a true competitor there. The fact that he said, yeah, I won by however many seconds. I set the fastest lap on the last lap of the race. There's still more I can extract out.
What I love about it is he's out of breath.
Yep.
That tells you how hard he was pushing. He's not taking this for granted that he's not being challenged out there on the track right now. He's going out there and he's being a developer for that Sodi chassis for Shifter, and he's got to report back to his engineers, hey, this is what this kart's doing. He's got to push it to be able to know. So we'll see what kind of changes they make, and as the weekend progresses, I don't think Mateus is the kind of guy that's just going to be status quo. He wants to do the best he can, especially when more competition comes around. He needs to go back and look at those notes and see what kind of adjustments they can make. But as we go into our next class, which is going to be our ROK SV.
Yeah, Blake Nash going to be starting in pole position for this. Alan Eisenbard in P2. Venegas, Halpern, Rodriguez, McQueen, your top 6. This one of those very special classes. We kind of rolled this out at Vegas last year, and this is ultimate parity. Everybody running in an engine lottery, as it were, where you get the new engine at the beginning of the day.
Yeah.
And then you can't really touch it.
No.
But that's what it is. Ultimate parity in this class. Blake Nash going to lead us to the green flag as they enter into the acceleration zone and get going. Eisenbard actually had a nose ahead as they went across the line, but Nash able to hold him out as it looks like we're able to get through turn 3 nice and clean. Now time into the hairpin for turn 4.
Yeah, as we work through, as we see the outside line, we talked it yesterday quite a bit. The outside line is not the preferred line in any aspect of the classes of this event. So inside line preferred, as you can see, Nash has kind of got his kart rolling, got through cleanly. Like you said, though, Eisenbard did have a nose at the start right there, but that will change as they cross the stripes coming up here as they go to turn 9.
Looks behind through the field as everybody keeps their eye on their competitors. Down in through turn 9. Nash continues to lead. Pressure from behind from Eisenbard as we try to get ourselves set and back around. They're going to come onto the main straightaway here, the start-finish straight. That'll give us a good little idea of how everyone is laid out. Nash, P1. It's Venegas, actually P2. Eisenbard's falling back to P3. Rodriguez, McQueen, your top 5. Sangera, Halpern, Gassiet, Lee, Roberts, and Vitamontine will be your top 10. Pressure being applied here from Venegas back to Blake Nash. A little bit of pressure from behind is Edgar Rodriguez, and it looked like Caden McQueen also trying to get involved in that battle for P3.
Yeah, as we look here, Blake's getting some pressure right now by Sebastian. Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see what he can do, but Blake's he's a ROK veteran. Like, I'm looking at his stats right here. He's been running the last 4 years, VLR Senior ROK Vegas champion. So definitely has his legs under the ROK tent, I guess you could say. Running that OTK. Nash has always been a great little sponsor for us as they sponsor the VLR Junior class this week, or this series for us. But as we go through, Blake's kind of got about a couple kart length gap right there. Let's see what the gaps are as we run through the field as they cross timing and scoring.
Yeah, this was on that last lap.
Little pass for second right there.
Yeah, as it looks like Venegas has fallen back just a little bit, and I think Rodriguez, yes, the 346, able to get on by him. So it's Rodriguez's turn to try to apply some pressure to break Blake Nash. And I think back last year when Nash was running the VLR category, just how dominant he was up at the front of the field. But it sounds like we've got another update from our man on the spot, Jackson Lambros.
Nash really, really happy, Blake Nash, with his go-kart this morning. The fresh Levanto rubber laid down this morning, seeming to get that OTK a fresh set of advantages. So watch for Blake Nash to defend out in front. Remember, guys, Alan Eisenbard's supposed to be joining us for ROK Vegas as well. An injury during practice sidelining him, but that Rocket Racing driver eager to get back to the point.
Yeah, Eisenbard's got some work to do, though. He's back in 6th, and remember, he started 2nd, and that's a little bit of the curse of that outside lane. He was able to hold it. I think he was about 4th or so on the end of that opening lap, but falling down through the order here. Maybe tire pressure is just a little bit long.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if Rodriguez can reel in Nash here. He's got the SLA karting team that he's with. see what they can do as they work their way through the laps. And there goes a pass right there. What was that for? That's 342.
That's McQueen on Venegas. Venegas also another one that's dropping down through the order.
Yeah, oversmoked his tires early, trying to catch up to Nash. Not quite sure. Other things could play an effect there. Lower tire pressures, too high tire pressures. A lot of things that can play effect as the race progresses here.
All right, it does look like Rodriguez has been able to catch up to the back of Blake Nash and start to apply pressure. Love that I'm not seeing Nash look anywhere. Move down to the inside for Rodriguez into turn one. That's not normally an area where you see that kind of maneuver, but he gets it. Almost gets the cart completely sideways out of 3. Nash fights back into 4. He's going to get the move, and here comes Caden McQueen.
Absolute good move. Caden was just watching him battle, kept his momentum coming through 4, was able to get that run and get past Rodriguez.
Able to get it done. Now McQueen with a move into turn 6. He went from 4th to 1st in the matter of a couple of corners. Caden McQueen showing off some speed here early in the ROK SV senior class.
Yeah, that velocity Kart is just rolling right now. They obviously have him set up for mid-race to the end of the race with tire pressures. Let's see if Nash has anything for him as they're working their way through 10, 11, and 12 down to the stripes.
Going to try to at least hold on to the back, call it about a cart length, maybe a cart length and a half in between Nash and McQueen. Movement behind as it looks like Halpern's starting to move his way forward as well. Little bit of contact there. I think that was Venegas that got a little bit feisty and may have put Halpern slideways.
Yeah, look back there though. Gassio Lee with a 54.511. Those guys back in what is that, 7th, 8th, and 9th are the fastest carts on the track right now. Let's see if they can gang up and catch that lead group as we watch them coming through 10, 11, not 10, 11, 7, 8, and 9 going down the backstretch as we see McQueen gapping a little bit. Nash is back down to 3rd right now.
Yeah, Rodriguez able to send a move down into about the 4-5 complex. So he's able to get his way forward now, trying to put pressure to the back of McQueen. They're going to come across the stripe here. We'll get an update on that order exactly. Nash does hold on to P3. It is Venegas and Vito Montine up into P5. Isambard into 6. Gassiet Lee moving his way forward into 7th place. Halpern, the big loser on that lap, he's all the way down to 10th.
Yeah, keep an eye on Gassio Lee. Like, he's got the fastest cart on the track right now. Let's see if he can work his way through some of that traffic to get up to that top trio. Actually, more than trio now. What do we have, about a 5-cart breakaway?
Yeah, I'd call it a quartet here at this point with Vito Montine just kind of holding on to the back there. All right, here they come down the back straightaway into turn 9. Starting to get about equidistant apart from each other. Call it about a cart length and a half, 2 cart lengths in between each of these drivers. And now it is a full quintet, I would say, with Vito Montine officially into this battle.
Yeah, worked his way back up there. Let's see what happens as we get through the stripe here and kind of see where the gaps are for that little bit of back group. Keep an eye on Gassio Lee. Let's go behind the leader and see if Gassio Lee can chomp away on that gap that
here comes Nash. Big move down to the inside on Edgar Rodriguez into turn 4. He gets it done and goes defensive. Could that open up the door here for Venegas on Rodriguez? He's certainly thinking about it. We've seen some moves down into turn 6 earlier in this race, but it won't play out. Maybe a little bit of a look into the junkyard turn. That's exactly what we see. And the 395 of Vito Montine able to get a move on Venegas, excuse me.
Yeah, this is just allowing McQueen to kind of just check out a little bit, which he wants to see this. He wants to see these guys battling behind him. That's just going to allow him to continually extend that lead that he has.
Well, and as you said earlier, if McQueen's not feeling the pressure from behind, that gap's probably up to about 0.7 of a second. Yeah, 6.5. I was just about right. It's going to allow him to back off a little bit, not use up those Levantos as much, and he's going to have a little bit more a little later on in the weekend.
Well, and what he also can do is he can take the preferred racing line, put the cart in the rubber. He doesn't have to defend where there's no rubber down there. He doesn't have to put so much input into the cart where he's scrubbing front tires, heating those things up. He's able to run the normal line, keep the tire temperatures down, and able to get the grip that's already in the track to be used to translate to that cart.
Exactly. All right. Now it looks like the battle could be here. Rodriguez and Nash. This is the battle for P2. It'll be 3 to go at the line if my math is right. As they come down through 10 and 11. now through 12. McQueen still with the healthy gap. Nash not looking behind. I've noticed that a lot from Blake here over the course of this race. We are not seeing a look behind from the Nash Motorsports driver. He is keeping his eye ahead, even though that gap continues to grow. It's now nearly 9/10 of a second. Here comes the move from Rodriguez down to the inside, gets it on Nash, and welcome back to the party, Enzo Vitamontagne.
Yeah, Montaigne saw that happen in that little defensive move, and that just allowed him to close that gap on him. So now we have, what, about a 4 kart per second spot right now as we go with 3 to go.
Yeah, that's just about it. And all of that, again, just allowing for McQueen to scamper off into the distance. Nash now thinks about just trying to take a normal line, but Rodriguez felt the need to go defensive behind him. Venegas now trying to get a little bit of a line here on Vitamontagne. Going to play out. They'll have to fall into line. Nash looking aggressive out of turn 12, thinking about trying to go a little bit more narrow, but he's not going to get the momentum. Weaves down to the inside, does Edgar Rodriguez. Not going to hold off there, and we're seeing some real aggression here from Venegas in 5th place. He is really putting the moves on Vitamontagne. Let's see if there's any moves down to the inside here. Big 2-for-1 move from the 395 of Vitamontagne.
Woo! That took 3 karts with him.
Yep.
So that moved Blake all the way back to probably 5th or 6th right there. We'll have to see when they get all lined out here as they're going down through 7, 8, into really to 9. Our favorite corner, Junkyard corner. So here's Blake. He actually did not fare as bad as I thought he was.
Yeah, he's down into
3rd.
4th.
Yeah. Oh, did it drop
there
the
he's
spot right
5th as Venegas. I think that's Venegas makes the pass on him. Really good stuff there for him. Actually, that may be Issachar. We'll see as they come across the stripe.
McQueen just dominant fashion. Good run for Caden as he worked his way through on 1 lap to go. Kind of a victory lap here for him, I'm saying, with 0 pressure on.
But I want to keep my eye here. This is Vitamontagne and Gassiet Lee. You called that right, Jason. He had a lot of speed. Crossover, moving back and forth. Isambard overtaken by Blake Nash into 4.
Yeah, I think Gassiet Lee started like 10th.
Yeah.
Back in the pack and just kind of constantly just chipped his way through and took advantage of that pass going into 4, tucked in with him as Blake and I think Isambard right there got pushed out wide, able to pick up 3 or 4 spots.
Nash going defensive, trying to hold off Isambard. Going to be successful there up in front. Vitamontagne holding off Gassiet Lee. I'm not seeing a move here coming down into 12. Does Nash need to worry about being defensive? He does take a little bit of a narrower line. Contact farther in the back. Caden McQueen will cross the stripe to take victory. Then it's Vitamontagne. Gassiet Lee with a charge through the field. Blake Nash started 1st, he'll end 4th, and Isambard in 5th on his return back to the series. Like we said, missed Rock Vegas courtesy of injury. It's a good return back for him. A nice top 5 performance will please the driver of the 301.
Yeah, it never disappoints. This SV engine package with the lottery system, and we talk about that, takes the engine issue out. You don't have to worry about is it an engine, my engine better than theirs? Is it worse than theirs? It's like you really focus in on chassis setup and driving. So great to see that. Love this class. Love what ROK's doing with this lottery system, with this engine. Just makes the racing so much better.
Yeah, it certainly does. And there is your victor, Caden McQueen. Union Jack on the side of the helmet for the British driver. A fantastic run for him.
Yeah, great run. Another good run for Sodi. We're seeing them really making some strides in both the single speed and we saw Morgado in the KZ class and the shifter class as well. So good to see that.
All right, we're going to head on down to Jackson Lambros, who's our man on the spot.
Caden McQueen up 5 positions to take heat number 2. A lot of competition from a lot of the Americans. Good mix up in front. Talk to me about that race from your perspective.
Yeah, being on the outside, I had a bit of a poor start. Off 1 by 1, really. I think we had quite good speed there when I got out front and managed to have that gap because they were all battling. I was just cruised around, really, try to save the tyre as much as possible. Still a long way to go. So, but I think the speed's there. I think the changes we made last night have really helped. So, yeah, I think the first heat yesterday, you could probably see we were struggling a little bit, especially to maintain the speed throughout the race. But, yeah, I think what we did there was definitely better.
Thanks, Ken.
Thank you.
And very quickly, guys, Velocity Racing Sodi looking like the ones to beat here.
Yeah, they're looking particularly good in that SV category. But now we head on over to ROK Junior. That is right, one of our bigger fields making their way out onto the circuit. This, again, absolutely fantastic stuff to be able to see. Love seeing these fields as large as they are. About 22 entries, I believe, is the number we've got here.
Yep. 22 entries.
No, excuse me, it's 44.
Are we running 2?
No, it's I was looking at VLR. It is it's going to be about 15 entries here is what we're looking at, which is still great to see. Tristan Murphy, who we were able to take an onboard look at, still trying to figure out diagnose that a little bit earlier. But Bergman, that was a good battle yesterday between the two of them. And don't count out the likes of Orbezo or Sapirko.
Yeah, I mean, all these kids are extremely fast, and they're not new to the VLR program. We've seen many of these guys in ROK Vegas and last year Florida Winter Tour. So, but yeah, Tristan definitely has the Kart to beat right now. We'll see if Bergman has anything for him as we're about ready to go green here.
Getting ready as they come into the acceleration zone. Trying to see what will be. Murphy starting on the inside. Bergman to the outside here. Nico Orbezo. I actually think Orbezo is going to be on the outside. We'll get a reset of that when things get going. Bergman going to follow, and Orbezo gets left out in the dirt. I think Salazar was able to get on by him through turn 1 cleanly. A lot of smoke coming off of these karts, but we are racing once again at the Orlando Kart Center.
Yeah, as I was looking at Bergman's bio here, very interesting. Ran ROK Austria, which is kind of cool to see. Red Bull Junior Team signed that in June of 2025. So obviously, very talented driver. People are watching him, and Red Bull signed him.
Yeah, I mean, that certainly has, it portends a lot of talent, and it shows just how much there is. All right, wow, a lot of battle farther back through the field. Multiple drivers going very, very wide into turn 9. They're going to keep it together. Murphy continues to lead up in front. Behind him, everybody just kind of towing in line. That's the 222 of Bergman. He was able to hold on to P2. Well, let's look at who shuffled into P3 at the moment. It's Eli Steinbrook, then Andreas Salazar, Arthur Cordero, Brandon Shore, and Achilles Sapirko round out your top 7. Down into the corner they go. We keep our eyes on Salazar, who sends a nice little move down to the inside of Steinbrook. There he gets it done. Nice and easy as you please on the Orsilon chassis. That's who was past Steinbrook on that Orsilon. Checking back in on the lead between Murphy and Bergman. Bergman kind of doing what he did yesterday. Just holding in line, keeping things together. We didn't see a lot of over-aggression from Bergman. It was much more controlled aggression.
Yeah, and that's kind of what you want to do. And you heard McQueen earlier, save your tires, save your tires. That's what he was doing by, with that lead that he had. So Bergman's doing kind of probably the same thing right now, knowing that this is a marathon, not a sprint. Save those tires. You can race a little bit later in the day and use those things up because you got a fresh set of Levanters coming out.
Yeah, exactly. So don't be surprised if in that pre-final we see the gloves come off a little bit more. This is the battle for P2. Salazar leading over Steinbrook. Arthur Cordero holding in behind in P5. We'll wait and see if he's got a little bit of momentum to push his way up into the battle. But right now, does look pretty comfortable up front for Tristan Murphy. Bergman only about 0.3 of a second behind, holding in well.
Yeah, and again, we'd like to thank our sponsor for this class,
Yes.
Nash Motorsports, VLR Junior sponsors. Can't do it without our sponsors. And again, we appreciate them jumping on board and sponsoring this class. Unfortunately, we don't have a Nash Motorsports card leading this, but doing very, very well is that Ryan Perry Motorsports of Tristan Murphy.
Yeah, doing very, very well up front here as they go. Jackson Lambros, our man on the ground, has an update for us. Jackson.
Not Nash Motorsports particularly, but Nash adjacent is Ryan Perry Motorsports. Their one-man show this weekend is indeed Tristan Murphy out in front. And all of the focus for Precision Works, that engine builder, the only client right now, the kid from North Carolina out in front, one of the few drivers in junior as well doing double duty, so he'll be trying to go for the sweep this weekend in junior, guys.
Yeah, and that is one of the most difficult things you can do over the course of a weekend like this, pulling double duty. Not only are you doubling the amount of physical exertion you have to put, but you've also got to kind of change your mentality jumping from cart to cart. Remember, okay, this is how this one handles. This is the input I need to do on this. It's such a mental game as well.
Yeah, and especially with them being a one-man show this weekend, they don't have that data to share with their other teammates to figure out what we can do to be able to advance our car up the class a little bit. But I don't think he needs it. Tristan's doing a great job leading. Obviously, he's the one to beat in this class right now. We'll see if he can continue this momentum on to his GP class as well, GP Junior.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he can do that. But right now, he doesn't have a whole lot to worry about. He's dropping a little bit of time here to Josh Bergman. Bergman losing, call it about a tenth or so a lap. You see Bergman ducking under there. That's something we talked a lot about yesterday. Jackson likes to refer to it as the manual DRS, which we need to stop using because DRS is no longer a thing.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, exactly. Now, but what that does is it minimizes your drag coefficient. It gets you smaller and pushes you forward a little bit faster.
Yeah, absolutely. And people make fun who don't really understand the sport so much. And Jackson and I talked about last year when I interviewed Gavin Bailiff. He talked about aero push on the go-kart, and I was like, what? Because I haven't really driven yet the new body styles that we had last year. And he's 100% accurate. Like the way that the aero packages are on these go-karts, there is a true aero push if you get too close to a cart going through corners.
Yeah, exactly. That's something you have to worry about. We're keeping our eye behind there a little bit more. Arthur Cordero was under some pressure from Eli Steinbrook, but it looks like Steinbrook's fallen back of the pack. The battle now is between Cordero and Andreas Salazar. That's going to be for P3, the final stop on that podium. Only about a half second separating those two. That's the battle on your screen right there. Salazar in that neon yellow helmet. Cordero in the more green. As they come down through turns 1 and 2. Just waiting to see if there's anything to be able to play for. I don't think Cordero quite has the speed to get it. Again, these are those single-speed karts that we talked about, so momentum is key around here rather than the ability to really dive into the corner, use the engine brake. You don't have that in a non-shifter kart like this.
No, and actually, the kind of surprise I'm seeing here as I'm looking at the board of there's Nico Katowski's at mid-pack right now. He's up at the front yesterday.
Wonder if they just made a change and it kind of went the wrong way. We'll have to see for heat race number 3 coming at you a little bit later today. But yeah, Katowski kind of in an island unto himself. He's about a second behind Clayton Stiles and about 1.6 ahead of Nico Orbezo. So definitely not exactly where I think Nico wants to be, nor where we expect him to be.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of shocked on that, but we'll see. Sometimes you take a swing,
yep,
and you miss.
Yeah,
and this may be one of those examples right there. So
here comes the move down to the inside for Cordero on Salazar. Gets it done. He's going to hold that line through turn 5. Oh, here comes a little bit of a fight back from Salazar. Push of the rear bumper for the 268. Going to try to stay in line as they come into the junkyard turn. Waiting to see what he can get, and it looks like that battle's not going anywhere yet. Pushing all the way down to the grass on the inside is Salazar. Salazar cuts back in front. Cordero has the inside line. Welcome to the battle, Eli Steinbrook. He is up and over, and they are going to be off and into the grass.
Oh, that's so bad for Steinbrook. He was completely defenseless there, as you had, who was that, Salazar coming across his nose. But great move right there by everybody. Over, under, thought he had it, went back under him. Oh. Good racing, good clean racing. Unfortunately, had a little bit of an issue there with Steinbrook.
And the biggest winner out of all of that is Nico Katowski, who we were just talking about, now moved up into 4th place. I think we're going to take a look at a replay of that incident here momentarily, so stand by with us for that. Checking back in on the battle for the lead, Bergman closing this gap back down. He's got it down to under 0.3 of a second to Tristan Murphy, just about a 1/4 of a second as they run.
Yeah, we should have 4 laps to go, I'm guessing, here with 54 coming through 10, 11, 12 across the stripe. So
I think it'll be 3 at the line.
Yeah, 3 to go.
All right, we are going to go take a look at that replay here. Jason, talk us through this. What do you see?
First of all, impressed with the over-under that we did right there with the 212 cart. But as you get to see here, looks like right there, just racing incident. You know, you're inside. I don't think that that Heat, the 268 Kart, knew that the 225 Kart was there and ended up just coming across his nose. Probably wasn't expecting it, but, you know, I chalk that up as a racing incident. We'll see if the ROK officials say something different, but for myself, I'm looking at that as just a racing incident. So unfortunate for those two.
Yeah, exactly. All right, back at the battle for the lead. Tristan Murphy responding here to Josh Bergman. They're going to come to the line here with 2 to go, and that's going to be the call from the line. Jackson, I hear you've got an update. We're going to go back down to you.
Just more of it's been a roller coaster weekend so far for Nico Katowski. We saw him unfortunately sent to the back of the pack for heat number 1 in GP Junior. That was for a fuel violation. Worked his way up to about 5th. Then was running 7th here in heat 2. Again, was starting roughly the same spot. And obviously with that carnage we just saw on track, DJ moves him up now to about P4.
Yeah, and that's always what can come back and bite you sometimes. You get one of those violations, and especially in a format such as this, you've really got to tooth and claw, hammer and tooth your way forward.
Yeah, absolutely. As you can see, he's obviously getting this courage. I mean, what, a 10th behind Cordero. So a good possibility for him to finish top 3 here, you know, as we've seen. I mean, going into 4, you could be a nice half a second behind someone and still end up passing them going into 4. So great passing zones. Again, we talked about the track layout here and how racy it is. And I think all the drivers really like it.
1 to go at the stripe. 1 to go for our drivers here. Tristan Murphy still holding off Josh Bergman. And want to give credit here to Murphy. I mentioned this a little bit ago. We said Bergman was starting to catch up to that 211 Kart. Murphy responded. He has pulled ahead here. He has absolutely put the hammer down, and he looks to be in a very, very good position.
Yeah, and we don't get to see him all the way around the track. Tristan could have dropped a wheel, could have just made this small mistake, and that's what allowed Bergman to kind of catch up, but then dials himself back in and able to kind of get that couple kart length gap he had and maintain this entire race.
Yeah, it could be the way. Bergman does look like he's a little bit faster there into turn 9. I don't think it's going to be quite close enough to be able to close the gap outright, but he's going to be pushing. Hop, skip it, a jump over the curbing into turn 10. Wider line there for Murphy. Katowski, by the way, with the fastest lap of the race. As Murphy comes to the line, Bergman will take P2. Murphy will take the victory. Now here comes Nico Katowski, who was able to get by Arthur Cordero. He will hold on to P3. A great drive there for Katowski. I'm going to be watching him in heat race number 3. 5th is Clayton Stiles, Nico Orbezo, Andres Salazar, Eli Steinbrook, and Achilles Sapirko. And then Lucas Bertana round out your top 10. Wildly entertaining GP Junior race there.
Always good. Always good. Again, it's I like what you mentioned earlier, though. It's like for Katowski, you're going from this GP Kart engine that's a little bit. Actually, this was VLR Junior, wasn't it?
No, it's GP.
This was GP.
Yeah, GP Junior.
Okay. Yeah, so a little bit more power. So then when you go back into that VLR, it's like, okay, a little less power. So it's going to be interesting to see how your driving styles are going to change, like you talked about with Tristan and Nico both doing double duty.
Well, I mean, you think of some of the sort of great gentleman drivers in particular. I look at Ben Keating. I mean, he does this left, right, and center. There have been times that Keating has jumped from, in a 24-hour endurance race, jumping from a LMP2 prototype into a GTD car. It's a very, very impressive thing to do. It's very difficult, and I'm always fascinated to talk to those drivers about the change in mentality. My experience, obviously coming from a simulator background, even then, you have to be thinking about the change. You have to be thinking about the flop around and all of that. But Jackson Lambros, man on the spot, who you got?
I've got your heat winner here, Tristan Murphy, after a great duel there with Josh Bergman. Talk to me about it behind the wheel of your machine.
I was just trying to stay ahead of Josh Bergman, just try to keep putting down fast laps and keep the gap a little bit.
How important has clean air been for you? How advantageous has it been out in front? I know you're getting a draft, but not as big of a difference compared to VLR, right?
Yeah, we just, with the rev limiter, it's not as big, and for me, I'm better without someone in front of me, like possibly making mistakes, and also being by myself keeps the motor a little bit more cool.
Thank you, Tristan.
Thank you.
Guys?
Thank you, Jackson. Good insight there from Tristan Murphy, just talking about how beneficial it is being out in front.
Yeah, he's the first one to kind of bring that up, is keeping your engine cool. That's another thing. You heat that motor up, you start losing horsepower. You're out front. He said it keeps his engine cooler. So great little insight. Nice to know that a young kid is thinking that way on keeping his machine prime, the best condition that could possibly be.
All right, we are lining up here for ROK Micro, and it's one Katowski we were talking about yesterday on to another. Jack Katowski now going to be lining up. Franco Schiavo will be in P2. Max Santana, Enzo Ramos, and Adam Koskar will be your top 5. As there we see them up in front, getting ready. That 92 of Katowski. Getting ready to bring this field around to green. Again, with the micro and the minis, and now, as we have been informed, the KZ shifter as well. These will be 7 minutes plus 2 laps. When we head to the pre-final, they will bump up to 9 minutes plus 2, or excuse me, 10 minutes plus 2 laps. So here they come into that acceleration zone. Into the lines, waiting to cross the cone, and there we go. A lot of movement from farther in the back. Katowski going to be able to hold on to it. Franco Schiavo trying to be able to hold off ahead of Max Santana. Couple of karts way off and into the overrun there, and it looks like the number 17 already into issues. That's Adam Koskar. He was starting all the way up in 6th.
Yeah, we'll see what happened. Yesterday's winner was Max Santana with Ferrante 2nd. And running out that top 3 was Schiavo. So we'll see what happens here as they're working their way through. Jack obviously had some issues yesterday in that Heat 1. We'll see what he does here to respond. Obviously in command as we're finishing up lap 1.
Yeah, Schiavo trying to close in behind him. Excuse me, that's Santana trying to close in behind him. Schiavo runs 3rd, little battle farther back. So it looks like that Orsilon chassis able to get on and by, so good moves there. That may be Yankelwoods, actually, that was able to move his way forward, but we'll get that update when they cross over the stripe. It is the 92 of Katowski that is out into the lead as the clock strikes 6 minutes plus 2 laps to go. It is Katowski, Santana, Schiavo, Ferrante, Ramos, Sanders, Shiflett, Yankelwoods, Clarek, and DeKlusku will be your top 10.
Really making you work.
Yeah, they really
those
are.
Names. Absolutely. Why can't we have a Smith and a Miller?
We got Trey Sanders. I can get away with it. I can get behind that. That's fine. But here we go. Little battle. That's going to be for 2nd. That's Santana and Schiavo, as it looks like Katowski's starting to push his way ahead a little bit more. Schiavo thinking about a move down to the inside of the junkyard turn, but he's actually going to back off a little bit. Santana able to get a really good line through turn 8.
Yeah, it's good to see Jack, though, up there. Yesterday he got a bad start. I think that's what happened. Moved him back 3 positions, finished 4th. Obviously today, a little bit more command. Different day, different choice. As we're working our way through here, we're up 10, 11, and 12 coming down. You can physically see the gap that Katowski has over the rest of the field right there. In total command, again, just what we just heard from our winner from the race before. When you're in the lead, sometimes it's easier. For me, it's hard to be in the lead. Like, it's hard to keep pushing and pushing and pushing if you're not chasing that rabbit like I mentioned earlier. But these guys run a ton of laps. And Jack's not unfamiliar with leading, so he knows what he needs to do to push that cart, hit his marks every lap, so he can continue pushing his laps. As you can see, he's still 101.6, so by 4/10 over Santana right there.
Interestingly here for me is he's got about 4/10 over him, but he's only 2/10 faster than Schiavo, who's running faster than Santana in P3. So I think here for Franco, he needs to get a move on. He needs to get past Santana to have any hope to chase down Jack Katowski in these final 4 minutes.
Yeah, and we saw this yesterday also. It's like, you want to work with the guy in front of you, but is that guy in front of you holding you back? And we have saw a couple guys get around and then pull away. It's a game that you need to play and a strategy that you need to do. But as you see, Santana responds right there with a 101.41, fastest lap of the day so far for these micros.
Yeah, that's a good response for Santana. Schiavo is going to have a lot of work to do to try to catch up. As we do take a look, I want to give a big shout out here to Orsilon and the chassis there for them. They are our sponsor of the race here for the ROK Micro in the Florida Winter Tour. Orsilon Racing, a long time partner. We are very happy they are on board. Max Santana still trying to hold off to P2 as Jack Katowski continues to stretch his advantage. And I think here, if I'm Romeo Ferrante, I'm very happy that Santana and Schiavo are kind of tied up in this little scrap, that there may be an opportunity here if I am Ferrante to move my way forward.
Yeah, as you see the race progress, you know, you're going to start seeing where Santana's going to probably start being a little more defensive, and we see what happens when you start running these defensive lines. It allows the other carts behind you to kind of close that gap. So, you know, if I'm sitting there as Ferrante, I'm like, okay, these guys are going to battle at some point in time, and I'm going to catch. And we've seen that cart take advantage of that quite a few times already today, where they're able to just to kind of sneak in underneath all of them and pass both carts.
Yeah, exactly. And I think if I'm Ferrante, I've really got to focus in and make sure that I don't get overly aggressive, for lack of a better term. I want to just kind of hold on in. The other thing, though, that we've got to keep our eyes here is Santana maybe reeling in Jack Katowski.
I was just seeing that. Like, that gap that we physically could see on the track is a lot less right now. So what are we at, a half a second now? See what happens as they cross the stripes. But you're watching them going down the backstretch into 9. Let's see what happens. But also that gap between Santana and Schiavo seems to be shrinking just a little bit as well.
Yeah, it's starting to come down a little bit more, or come up a little bit more. So this, I think, is Santana maybe finding the groove. And again, this could have multiple reasons for that. Could be Santana just really getting into a good rhythm and flow state of driving the cart. Could also be that the cart's coming into its own. That gap has come down by about 11 hundredths of a second. It's down to under 4/10. It's about the same. It's equidistant back to Franco Schiavo. So Santana putting in the work here.
Yeah, and I'm also curious, you know, maybe Jack made a driver error.
Yeah.
You know, caught himself turning in late into a corner. Like we mentioned, like when you lead a race, you don't have anything in front of you to break from or to go through or turn into. So you have to find physical marks on the track to know when you need to brake, when you need to turn into the corners and things like that. So he could have just turned in late, brake too early, brake too late, something like that. But it may be that, or also maybe that Santana's cart's just kind of coming in because we're seeing it right now.
Or it could be a mix of both, frankly. But Santana, I think he is not catching. He has caught the back of Jack Katowski. And it is now a full-on battle for the lead of the race. The gap's about 2 cart lengths in between the two. Santana closing in, yeah, and proven by the timing and scoring, 13 hundredths of a second. That's come down by about 15 hundredths. Is now Katowski maybe having a look in his rear view. A little bit of a duck there, trying to get down. I'm surprised that Santana didn't try to send a move there into turn number 4. He seems pretty content to hold behind and just kind of learn the lines of Jack Katowski. That, to me, says he's waiting to make his move until these final 2 laps.
Yeah, you've got plenty of time left. No reason to make the move now. We've seen how many times you make the move and the crossovers right back. And might as well make it with 1 lap to go, unless Jack makes a mistake and the door opens for him to be able to take that pass. But no reason to take any chances right now. Bang up your equipment, get a DNF. That's the worst case scenario that you can have.
Yeah, you certainly don't want to do that. So good heads-up play here from Santana. Schiavo has fallen back, maybe into the clutches here of Romeo Ferrante. So that battle for P3 not done yet, although Santana is closer to Katowski than Ferrante is to Schiavo.
Great run right there out of 12.
And look at that, giving him a push.
Just not a place to pass. I would expect if Jack doesn't be very defensive here that you're going to see a pass right here.
Yep, there it is. Fade to the inside. Here comes the 19 down into turn 4. Crossover, though, for Jack Katowski. He's going to fight him back, but the preferred line will still be with Max Santana. He's going to shut the door on the exit of 5, and we've got a new leader in Micro.
Absolutely. You know, Jack was leading every lap of that race, but you called it. His cart came in.
Yeah.
Oh, good move here. Is Jack going to make the pass going into Junkyard Turn? He sure did.
Very nice for Jack Katowski. That has not been a move we've really seen this weekend. And now look at this, Schiavo, Ferrante there in the battle. Ferrante down to the inside of Schiavo, move him up into a podium contention, as now it's Katowski, Santana, Ferrante, and Schiavo, your top 4 as we come to the white flag.
Yeah, as those two were battling up there, that one defensive move that Katowski made allowed Schiavo and Ferrando to be able to catch them. So very interesting right there. So 1 lap to go. Let's see how defensive Katowski is going to be here. He knows that pass was made the last time, and he opened the door again.
Open the door again. Maybe he's banking on exactly that, the crossover that's going to come back to favor him. He's actually in better stead than he was on the last lap. Shuts the door before they even get into the corner. Great forward thinking there from Jack Katowski. Could that close the door permanently for Santana? Not really quite close enough here, I would think, to send a move down into the junkyard turn. As they come out of the corner now, they'll be in a single file line. Ferrante still holds, goes very defensive on Franco Schiavo, but Schiavo still finds an opportunity to go down to the inside, gets the maneuver, but crossover coming from Ferrante. Ferrante's going to hold on to it. They'll be side by side, and there is Ferrante up into the lead of that little battle. He'll be in P3, but up front, it looks like it's going to be Jack Katowski coming to the line. Katowski, by about 2 kart lengths, will hold on to the victory. Max Santana P2 and Ferrante P3.
Yeah, I'm going to say the biggest winner of that is Ferrante right now, because he's able to start on the inside row. I don't know if he was thinking that when he was battling for the 4th spot, but I'm like, okay, now you're in that preferred spot going into the second heat. Not the preferred spot, but a better spot than 4th.
Exactly.
We've seen the outside line does not work out very well for many people.
Yeah, the also rans in the category: Enzo Ramos, Braxton Shiflett, Trey Sanders, Leo Yankelwitz, Shamir Leclerc, and Mendez there rounding out your top 10. All right, race fans, we are going to take a quick break away from you here. I'm going to step off the mic for a second, and the indomitable Jackson Lambros will be taking over. Thank you.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Well, it's been business as usual in ROK Mini and ROK Micro. Almost a carbon copy of what we saw yesterday in Micro, a 4-kart battle for the lead, and we'll have to wait and see if that'll be the same with just the slightly bigger kids as we work our way up to ROK Mini for heat number 2. My name is Jackson Lambros, tapping in for DJ Clark in just a minute. Still with Jason Ewers here with you, and been a good morning so far for racing. Jason, we'll see if the Minis are able to keep that trend going here in the Heat 2.
Yeah, and let's see if Alonso is able to we still have our other timing and scoring up.
Should change right now as they're coming across the line, but it was indeed Isra Alonso, the Chilean, razzle-dazzling us with a win yesterday for AM Engines. Dutch Westbrook going to be rolling off alongside him in row number 1. Again, the guy that passed, I believe, 14 cars the number for the ROK Vegas final in this very class. Leonardo Tavares and Aiden Go for Parolin. A little bit further back there in row number 2. Colton Bruck, Dominic Vera Rosales, Nico Salazar, Cooper Lorenzo Lopez looked so strong yesterday. Had a potential top 5, top 3 finish, I believe, on his hands. We'll actually be rolling off a P2 here as we're still trying to get alpha timing refreshed for you, but excuse me, was P2 yesterday
that
in his results. Yes,
yeah, I mean, love to see that.
Mom and Pop Shop Aiden Go P3. Again, we'll be starting in P4, but looking a little bit further back, Logan Artea, Caden Claudera rounding out your top 10.
Absolutely. So it's funny, like, so I'm from Indianapolis. That's where the home of MPG is.
Right.
And it stands for Mom and Pop Garage.
Really?
That's what it stands for. When you say Mom and Pop, it cracks me up. Yeah. MPG stands for Mom and Pop Garage.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. MPG very much a regular, as I'm on the mic a lot for Indy Karting Challenge out at K1 Whitelands. Also very much active in the Briggs scene with Cup Karts North America, running in that area, as well as, of course, kind of their pseudo-home track at Newcastle Motorsports Park, running the Grand Nationals. Some really, really great young talent. You see Josh Bergman, as well as a lot of individuals coming up with Kart Republic, starting to build a little bit of an empire. You could say the same with Team Bennick and Dutch Westbrook. Very young field, kind of led by Chase Gassiet-Lee. And the ultimate question, as we've got a lot of names up here. Again, you've got a small privateer alongside one of the best engine builders in the business. You've got a young team in Velocity racing their home weekend here in Orlando, a little bit further back, but they are down to an absolute crawl coming to the line, as I think they're trying to figure out who's going where. I have never seen a crawl this slow to the line, especially with this group of drivers so eager to get on the gas pedal. But here we go. Alonso on the inside. Westbrook going to try and hold it on the outside, and we go racing for Heat 2 of ROK Mini.
As a race promoter and as a racer, that was the absolute picture-perfect way to start a race.
Like literally 5 miles an hour to the line. Not even that. I could have walked faster than them coming to the line. Late dive there from Colton Bruck, I believe, going to be able to work his way up into P2 as we go through that right-handed hairpin of turn 4 out of turn 5 for the first time. I think Cooper Lorenzo Lopez already making some moves in that CRG machine as well. Maybe 2 or 3 positions gained in the whole shot. Where is Dutch Westbrook in the picture? He's fallen back just to the rear of that 3-kart brigade, just working there, defending heavy. And that might be more issues for Westbrook, banging his hand on the steering wheel as we'll go 2 by 2 into turn number 9 for the first time. Yellow flag on track, as that is another retirement, I believe, for the Bennick driver, but no pressure to get started for Isco Alonso.
No, Alonso's in complete control right now. Yeah, and that's a shame because Westbrook did not have a good heat yesterday. He is down 12 positions yesterday for that Bennick kart. So let's see if anything can happen here. Did you say he fell out?
I believe that was a engine quitting on him, working back. Not sure where he actually ended up. 2 Orsolans going at it a little bit further back. Nico Salazar trying the inside of Aiden Go. That'll be a done deal into turn number 4. Still going side by side. How about that? Hudson Hidalgo for Nash Motorsports, a twofer into turn number 5. And now they'll continue to go at it. The 111, or excuse me, Hidalgo still trying to go on through the 117 of Costa, trying to fend off from Salazar and Aiden Go. Already a huge battle here from 5th on back. Big look there. I believe one of the AKTs trying the inside of turn number 9. Dominic Vera Rosales working through.
Yeah, and you can tell that the advantage right now is Alonso in that clean air. His fast lap is a 102.51, which is significantly faster than anybody else right now out on the track. I'll actually pull up that fast lap time right there. Best lap time for everybody. Look at that. Oh, no.
The minute we say that, actually a purple for Cooper Lorenzo Lopez. Barely, though, just 0.05 the difference. So that kart maybe starting to come to life here as we work throughout heat number 2. 5 minutes still on the clock, or just under 5 minutes. We'll get, of course, the twin sticks out after that. No pressure for Isco Alonso to get us started. We look a little bit further into the field right now. Hudson Hidalgo, I believe, up 3 or 4 positions in the whole shot. Nico Salazar trying to fend off, though, this whole freight train just now coming out of the junkyard corner. That Orsolon Racing Tony kart trying to fend off from the Parolin of Aiden Go and the Nash EOS of Hudson Hidalgo.
Yeah, just heartbreaking for Westbrook, though. You know, 2 bad starts, or bad race yesterday, DNF today. Not good. Not the way you want to start the first round of the Florida Winter Tour. And as we just see a pass right there, who was that?
Aiden Go, late lunge in the Parolin machine, works his way to the front of that triplet. Coming across the stripe, just a little bit further up, Sodi versus another Parolin. Logan Artera trying the inside of Colton Bruck the long way around into turn number 3. A nuclear move, but the outside becomes the inside. One of the Orsolans chucking it to the inside. Aiden Go losing that spot once again. Salazar and Go going back and forth here.
Yeah, great racing up front right there. We'll see what happens as that continues on, and all that does is help the lead pack just kind of check out a little bit as those guys battle, and we see that every race, what happens with these single speeds. Such a momentum, so important with these karts that, you know, battling like you do, defending like you do, it just slows your race laps down.
But again, 60cc 2-stroke, no rev limiter. You're able to carry all of that momentum. If you've got that hole punched in front of you, the slingshot we've seen, especially in New Caney for the last round last year, that draft effect can be so phenomenal with how little power these engines are making. Of course, for only 60cc, very impressive. But that is why you're able to see this almost 4-cycle 206, 225 style close quarters racing. That's how Aiden Go is able to take this move to the inside of Logan Artera. Battle for the best of the rest right now. Aiden Go working his way to the point, bottom step of the podium provisionally. Now,
yeah, I'm just trying to see if I had Aiden Go's profile up here, and I do not see it. Just to kind of see the success that kid has had, but I'm sure you know.
Talked about it a little bit yesterday with DJ. Could have been our winner in Mini Swift in the Florida Winter Tour. I believe a pushback violation or some sort of technical infringement was keeping him back there. Nothing keeping back Cooper Lorenzo Lopez. Again, that 104 unmarked kart coming to life, and he has found the rear bumper of Isco Alonso in almost a carbon copy of what we saw Friday afternoon, starting to brew here. A duel for the win between AM Engines and Isco Alonso. Here comes Lopez with a peek to the inside of turn number 5. Fends off from the crossover, and a new leader in Heat 2.
Yeah, let's see what he has here. Obviously, his kart came in and a lot faster, but you know, me and DJ were talking about this. It's so hard to lead races. So let's see if that's going to allow Alonso to kind of stay with him, catch up to him. But again, this is good for Alonso. He hasn't been able to be behind Lopez very much. Now he's actually to be able to watch his racing line, see where he is faster than he is at, or see where he's slower he's at, where he can make a pass at. But as you can see right here, Lopez wants nothing to do with that. Kind of checking out a little bit here as he's got that CRG just rolling.
But not even at this age, but just when you are new to motorsports as an art, it's nice to have someone in front of you, someone you can go off of references for braking points, for apexes, for turn-ins. I think that's why so many people, whether they're kids or rookies to racing, sometimes struggle to be front-running because you don't have a reference in front of you.
Yeah, it's really, I mean, it's such an interesting way to learn how to race, being in front and then race when you're behind someone. You know, when it's important to pick out parts of the track that you need to know to where to brake at. You know, if it's a flattened piece of gum going into 9, that's your braking point. You know, you find these areas where you need to brake, because when you're in the lead, you have to use those to be able to run those consistent laps. You can't just really go off the field. You have to have some type of a marker on a track to be able to figure it out. So,
out on track right now, unfortunately, talking about some guys moving their way to the front of the field. Aiden Go, Cooper Lorenzo Lopez, Hunter Hidalgo looked like he was Hudson Hidalgo looking like he was going to be one of those, but that Nash Motorsports machine has quit on him coming out of turn number 5. And unfortunately, just like Dutch Westbrook, 2 potential really heavy hitters coming into this weekend will be sitting with what could have been here on Saturday. Again, still plenty of time, one more heat, and then we'll do the pre-final potentially under the lights here just around twilight this afternoon. Don't think we've even talked about it this morning, but a change to the schedule announced after racing yesterday, trying to push things a little bit more forward on Sunday to allow us to get people home by Sunday evening and also potentially clear of some rain, which could be hitting the Orlando area. So trying to get as much dry running as humanly possible. So we'll be running the pre-finals tonight, be as well doing the finals just about 45 minutes earlier than on schedule. Not sure what that time is officially. We'll be sure to get that to you by the end of the day. White flag out for Cooper Lorenzo Lopez. Isco Alonso been pedaling to try and stay with him. Has not been able to do so, though, Jason.
No, not at all. I mean, I love to see the privateers do it. You know, he's out there. We gave him a lot of love yesterday because of that. Continue love today. You know, definitely sitting there, working themselves together. It's so difficult to be competitive these days in this type of racing environment without a big team because of all the data that they share. Tire pressures, jetting, carburetor settings, you know, how much camber, how much casting you have in your car. All those things, these teams all talk because you want your team to be successful. The more successful your team is, the better it just makes everybody look on the team. So as we're working our way through on that last lap, obviously Lorenzo Lopez is in complete control. The funny thing, we talked about following race lines. You just saw Lopez just get up on a curb there. You know, that, to me, I come from like a lot of temporary racing where there's not curves.
Right.
So when you come to these permanent tracks, there's a lot of curbing. And getting up on curbs is funny. But you unload the cart, but it's the fast way around the track. So that's another thing that you can sit and watch. Like, he's taking more curb than I'm taking.
Right.
His whole half of his cart's over this curve. I'm only going on my left side wheel. So interesting to flow that way. But
And I think there's a conversation as well of being a 8-year-old that's got a very rubber body at this point in your life compared to a master. But again, very different styles of driving. But Cooper Lorenzo Lopez going to take this in heat number 2. Isco Alonso in chase 8 and go, making the moves in that Paralyn machine to get up to P3. Vicente Aguilar as well showing life there in the 164. He'll be in 4th with the purple lap to his name. Nico Salazar, Logan Artrera, Samuel Chaveri, Dominic Vera, Luis Costa, and Caden Claudera rounding out your top 10. And we talk about some of these potential heavy hitters and the underdogs. We talked about that with Christian Damianidis back in Rock Vegas, that unmarked CD3 Motorsports machine working his way to the pole position in this very class. It could be another privateer flexing their muscle on Sunday. Have to wait and see, but second round of heats continue with VLR Senior on deck here in Orlando.
You're watching a Jason Larea creative Rock Cup USA production. Last of the seniors on track for heat number 2 as we bring you to the VLR Seniors. And it's another Sodi Velocity machine getting things started from pole. It's Colin Lloyd who will be alongside, if I get my timing, Mr. Jason Yours.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just pulling something up here. I think this is our AM Racing sponsor.
And we would appreciate them very much flexing their muscle across the Swift categories. But it'll be Colin Lloyd on pole, Mauricio Hernandez in row number 1 as well. Jose Halfin for Rocket Racing
with Joaquin Gorlerlo. Sebastian Garzon looked really strong in SV Senior. We'll see what he can do from P5. Another international driver, Tiziano Rosso, Juan Paramo, Gerardo Moreno, Wrigley Keys, and Jake Resende rounding out your top 10. Looking a little bit further back, some bigger names we were expecting. For sure, Franco Karate sent to the back after issues. We'll see what he can do. Josh Leslie, one of the ROK Sonoma favorites, former indoor karter with GFC. We'll see what he can do. Working from a little bit further back in the field. A lot of penalties issued after the Wreckfest might be strong, but definitely some chippy action in VLR. We'll see if that trend continues. Lloyd on the front row, going to get us started as we go green for Heat 2 in VLR Senior. Relatively clean here, working out of 1 and 2. And just like that, great move further back. Believe that's Mauricio Hernandez in the 917, able to work his way up into P2. Everybody looking for a dive here down low, trying to grab as much as possible in lap number 1 in turn 4 and 5. But it's looking like Colin Lloyd going to lead him. Couple of Orsolans there going at it. Gerard Moreno, Wrigley Keys. No pressure, though, for Lloyd out in front as we go through and out of Junkyard for the first time.
Yeah, and we'll see if Hernandez can continue doing what he did yesterday. You know, he did finish, I believe, 4th last year in the points, which you know that this is one of the largest classes that we have out there. So that's a great season for him as we continue to work through here.
He was one of the guys, if you rewind the clock to Houston, was a main contender in the VLR Senior. If you remember, one of the drivers taking flight at the end there towards the hairpin. That was unfortunately Garzon, but he comes into this with a move already on Mo Hernandez and ends up in P3. Jose Halpin starting to put the pressure on early for Colin Lloyd. Here's a look from Mauricio Hernandez. Once again, had a little bit of a peek there to Garzon. Didn't think of getting too aggressive just yet. Lloyd with Sodi, Jose Halpin, an RPG machine. Then it's Garzon in that DM racing cart a little bit further back, or excuse me, in the Orsolon. Then it's the 917 for DM coming out of Junkyard. Starting to slowly close that gap. We talked about 25cc less than the seniors, a little bit less horsepower. That brings the entire field together. One of the Norberg guys working to the front. That's Tiziano Rosso, one of the new kids with GFC, putting a move on Wrigley Keys, or excuse me, on Joaquin Gorlerlo.
Yep, and not GFC. On a GFC.
On a GFC
Ryan.
for Norberg, for Ryan Norberg Academy.
Yep, absolutely. And I love how they both mirrored each other's like graphics and delivery, but just a little bit different colors.
So sick.
Nice, yes.
You look at Josh Wesley, who's done a lot of work with Formula Works out on the West Coast. 2.5 years about for him under his belt. So again, different colors, but some of the new guys working exclusively out here for Florida Winter Tour and just for races across Florida. That is the purple with the red stripes and the white. Again, GFC pattern, but getting that Norberg flair to it. Season started early for them at WKA with Daytona Kart Week. And Norberg, I think talking to him, or trying to talk to him a little bit yesterday, I wanted to ask what life has been like for him running Florida Winter Tour off track. I believe that is one of our GFCs in trouble. That might have been Josh Leslie around. But getting back to Norberg, I think he's too existential to even think about, or too busy right now to get existential with life off track, because he has been putting out a lot of fires trying to take as much care of his students as possible this weekend.
Yeah, you know, it's just because it's a GFC, which has been so shifter dominant, that, you know, it's awesome that you have a person like Ryan able to grab this chassis and make changes to it for the single speed class. Which is going to be great for the brand in general, and in the long run, be dominant in both single speed and multi classes.
Move we just saw there for Jose Halpin, and you look at the national picture for karting in America as a whole, you've got two phenomenal up-and-coming chassis starting to battle with each other. Gary Colton with GFC, Billy Musgrave with Factory Kart out in Riverside, just moved to Phoenix, opened their factory. First American chassis to win in SCUSA in 125cc, I think since 2015, out in Houston, just where we were about this time last year. But GFC, you mentioned the legendary Gary Carlton, excuse me, a ROK shifter champion in his own right, working with a two-time champ in the form of Ryan Norberg. Some really, really big talent here in what is the home track. Still looking for a little bit of opportunity. Tiziano Rosso, though, could be the one flying the banner for Norberg. Just went purple, but we continue to monitor this battle right now. Sebastian Garzon making that move on Jose Halfin, looking for the opportunity to swing back.
Yeah, Lloyd's got this in complete command. You know, we heard earlier when you were doing your interviews, like how important it is to lead the race, like able to keep your engine cool, as we just saw a pass going down to 9 right there.
Great move there for Jose Halfin to swing back on Garzon. Just like that, that indeed does bring Tiziano Rosso and Mauricio Hernandez into the mix. You look all the way back, Joaquin Gorlerlo having a shot as well. And very much shades of what we saw in SV. Everybody battling a little bit further on back, just letting the guy in first kind of run away with it. But again, we're not going for wins right now. We're just trying to maximize our point output throughout this weekend. One, championship points are up for grabs. From the pre-final on, you want to get yourself in the best position possible for that. And of course, you want to give yourself an opportunity to move as far forward as possible. Late look into Junkyard there for Rosso. Was he able to clear him? You bet. P3 for Rosso.
Great run for Ryan Norberg racing right there as they're going down to 9. Is he going to be able to hold off Garzon? We will see as we go through that left-right section of 10, 11, and 12 going down to the stripes.
3.5 minutes on the clock. And you look at two teams based out of Orlando here. Again, Norberg Academy very recently planting their flag right here at OKC. Orsalon Racing from 2009, very well known here in the greater Florida area. A little bit of a look further back. Mauricio Hernandez continuing to think about it. Another home team there in the 917. Trying to get through. Late look there for Garzon. Will try and carry that momentum on the inside. Coming out of turn 5. We'll have to go the long way around as we work into the sweeper. He's got to back out of it.
Yeah, that's funny. You looked at Garzon, look over, and was like, come on, dude.
Yeah.
Like, that's
really
not going to hold. Just, it's like, this isn't going to work for either one of us. So, but, you know, we all see what happens as they go through the 9 here, working their way through that quick left-right of 10, 11, and 12. But Lloyd is just out there basically on cruise control. I know people don't think 0.6 of a second is much of a lead, but man, that's forever,
drafting range.
That's forever in racing, though. Like, it's funny when you race and you're 1/10 off and you feel like you're on a completely different planet by being 1/10 off.
That is still, though, let it be known, for sure, drafting range. Not as strong, obviously, when you're farther back, but you're just starting to get into the graps of down the back straightaway, getting a little bit of extra speed. So this is where we see that kind of forced camaraderie from second on back. Rosso hoping to maybe give a little bit of a push here, bumper to bumper, to Halfin, and maybe the two of them can bring that fight to Colin Lloyd, who has had a very quiet Heat 2 out in front, just the way I reckon he would like it. But that could all very much change. Still about 3 or 4 kart lengths as we work our way into turn number 9. What's the move going to be here for Rosso? Work with that RPG machine of Halfin, or maybe make the move himself and have faith in his pace to get to P2.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure if he wants to be P2. Think of the start. You're outside.
When I'm in the pits, or when you're potentially in the pits later, we got to actually figure out if that's a genuine strat. I'm not entirely sure, because you can drop to P3 in the start, but you throw a haymaker back into turn 4, white line it at the bottom, you can get that back immediately. Granted, what did that do for Colin Lloyd? Everybody battling further back. He's able to get to the apex first. Everybody has been trying to work their way back to the front of Lloyd this entire fight now.
Yeah.
So maybe yes, maybe no. We'll have to wait and see. But right now, looking like Rosso. Manual DRS from him, head against the steering wheel.
There's
now takes
break.
the look to the inside, late on the binders, and GFC up into P2.
Yeah, nice little push right there coming off of that 9 corner to kind of help him go. But right there, though, Halpern all over the back of Rosso. We'll see what continues to happen as they work their way through with about 3 laps to go. 30 seconds plus the 2 at the stripes. The patented turn 4 pass here. Let's see if Rosso's going to be defensive. No, not real defensive at all.
Mid-track a little bit. You saw Halfin and now Mauricio Hernandez, who is on the scene once again in the back with that 917. A little bit wider for both of those guys, but you got to reckon Rosso seeing red. He wants to close that gap to Colin Lloyd. He's going to hope and pray that the 2-3 guys behind, because Gorlerlo is indeed there now, will give him just a little bit of a nudge here. Twin sticks coming out this time by. Does anybody have anything for Colin Lloyd? How much patience does the rest of this field have? How badly do they want that extra chunk of points that P2 potentially has? Very wide entry there from Tiziano Rosso. Not able to get there just yet.
Over those curves, too. So, but you know who's the one right now probably sitting there with their hands up is Garzon. Like, I won yesterday.
What's
Not
going
even
on?
in the fight right now. What happened?
Is it a matter of picking your battles? Maybe something slightly upset with that power plant. Look to the inside, Jose Helfin. Here comes the switchback, though. Norberg machine trying to go to the outside. Rosso losing 2, now the 979. Trying to work through on the outside. We'll have to go the long way around. Oh my goodness, just like that. Mauricio Hernandez up into P3. Rosso dropping to 4th, and Helfin up to 2nd.
Yeah, Hernandez just had a decision to make. Which guy is he going to go with? And he obviously chose the right person right there. So made him up to 4th to 3rd. That's and right now
Polerlo
just
trying to do that. You can see how
you
can see how defensive there as well. Helfin was trying to cover down low. We'll see if he's able to do it. A lot of curbing there being used. Coming out of turn 12 in the run to the white flag. Nobody there for Colin Lloyd. Helfin white lining it into turn number 1. We'll try a switchback here as Mo Hernandez will try to get that runner-up spot. Broken up here into some 2x2 battles with Hernandez. Big chuck to the outside. Hernandez trying the over-under in that VR racing machine. Another attempt. It's a big dive further back. Grolerlo, was he able to get that move? Not sure just yet. Hand in the air as, again, they're trying to communicate with one another here. Jose Helfin has no intentions of giving up that runner-up spot. No pressure for Colin Lloyd. Big defense from Helfin. Will try to run that all the way to the inside, but the long way around for Hernandez is still a possibility if he has the switchback. Not able to make it move just yet. Trying the long way around, but again, Helfin able to defend into turn 12. Colin Lloyd gonna run away with this one. But switchback after switchback being tried by Hernandez will not be able to get there. Jose Alejandro Helfin, runner up with Mauricio Hernandez in 3rd, Joaquin Gorlerlo in 4th. Tiziano Rosso was looking so strong, but the freight train came to hit him in the end there.
Absolutely, just got hung out to dry there literally on turn 9, kind of pushed him back to that 5th spot. But good run though for the Ryan Norberg Racing Academy. They have the pace. See what they can do in Heat 3.
And you look to Colin Lloyd here out in front. Up until Wisconsin Grand Prix with USPKS, he didn't even remember the last time he won, and with a victory in Houston, it turned it from a matter of years into months. And you gotta wonder here for VLR, could it be back-to-back weeks where Colin Lloyd is on the top step of the podium? We'll have to wait and see as the day progresses, but quick change here as we go over to the crazy old men, VLR Masters and Supermasters on deck here in Orlando.
Yep, absolutely.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
And welcome back to ROK Cup Florida Winter Tour. We get ready to go racing for ROK VLR Masters and Super Masters, another one of our combined categories making their way out onto the circuit. It's our penultimate race this morning, and after this we will have the VLR Juniors, then we will break for lunch for about an hour or so. DJ Clark joined back once again by Jason Ewers. And Jason, a little bit surprising here to see Lorenzo Marden not in pole position, but I have a sneaking suspicion he'll make his way there sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why. He dominated yesterday. I'm not sure if there was a penalty on him. I don't know how there would be a penalty because he wasn't around anybody.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure why Romalo is sitting there off of that. We'll see what happens as we come to the start-finish line here.
Yeah, we'll see indeed. It could just be a little situation where Romalo was out in front of him. And
I don't think, unless they're not starting on their qualifying positions again, are they? I don't think we're running that way here, because Falcone was pretty far back yesterday, and he's shown here he's starting like 7th.
That may be qualifying positions then. That's where Scott started in quality.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens, because he ended up 9th, down 3.
Yeah.
For yesterday, so we'll see what happens here. But again, the story was Mardan and the dominance that he had yesterday with that techno kart, just really cranking along with that and had that thing dialed in. And Jackson had a good little interview with him. Let's see. Yeah, this is where their qualifying starts were yesterday. Romalo on the inside, Mardan on the outside in that techno kart. So we'll see what happens here.
They get into the acceleration zone and get going. Not the best getaway there for Mardan. A little bit of twitchiness coming through the corner. Looks like Saldita is going to be able to get a move on Lorenzo Mardan as well. That'll put Dita up into second. Mardan back down to third, but just give it time. Mardan will work his way forward. Move to the inside there for Gabriel DeLuca, it looks like, on Paul Elefante. That is not for class position, but they're still going to be fighting for it nonetheless. And now here comes a little bit of a run. That looks to be Dan Devereaux trying to see if he can get anything to play.
Yeah, one to watch here is Falcone, though. He had I went and talked to him this morning. He had a reed issue in their motor yesterday, and he's like, in my 20 years of racing, he goes, I've never experienced anything like this. He goes, I'd go to brake and the motor would accelerate. He goes, it was kind of scary. So they got that problem fixed, so we'll see where Falcone, you can see him back there probably in 5th or 6th, battling his way through. But again, as we mentioned, this is a multi-class race. Everyone's racing on the track together, but as a racer, you don't care. You're trying to go after that next guy in front of you.
Yeah, exactly. As they come across the line, it is Romalo, Dita, Mardan, Gabriel DeLuca. It looks like there that Falcone is actually falling down through the order as DeLuca holds on to 4th, and it's Elefante, Devereaux, and Falcone in 7th. So he's lost at least one position there. Ale Javier is in 8th, and then Alexander Delbon 9th. Again, a couple of little bits of breathing room between Falcone and the rest of his competitors, and the same is true for Gabriel DeLuca. We keep our eyes fixed on the lead, though, as Danilo Romalo continues to press ahead. Saldita trying to close in behind him. Lorenzo Mardan a little bit slower on that opening lap with a 1 minute and 1:05 as his opener, but the time will come back to him.
Well, remember yesterday, Romalo didn't make it in because he threw a chain right off the bat.
Yep.
So we didn't know what pace he was going to have. So obviously he had it because he started on pole. So his pace was right there. And I'm a little surprised right now, though. But you look at the times yesterday, Dita was faster than Mardan, but was Mardan pushing it because he had such a dominant lead?
Yeah, he could have backed off a little bit near the end. I mean, it was 5 to 10 seconds. It was nothing to shake a stick at. 3-car breakaway, though, up at the front with Romalo, Dita, and Mardan. Dita doing a good job of keeping up the pace. Mardan, though, starting to close in a little bit into turn 5. As they de-accordion, Dita does get a little bit of an advantage, but call that about a kart length and a half in between 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, and we'd like to thank Rollison Performance Group for the sponsorship for our VLR Masters, Super Masters. Again, we always mention how important our sponsors are to us. Again, thank you, Rollison.
Yeah, big time thank you to them. Does look like Mardan's been able to get by Dita at this point. We kind of suspected that would be the case sooner rather than later. Got that move down into the junkyard turn, a little bit of a sneak attack. So that'll move Dita down to 3rd. He and his other driver behind him, that'll be Gabriel DeLuca closing in on him. And for DeLuca, if he's able to get by Dita, that puts 3 karts in between himself and his next Super Masters rival in the form of Scott Falcone. That is a big run for DeLuca.
Great run for DeLuca, and I'm just kind of shocked with Falcone right now. I was expecting a little more out of him on this heat too, considering he had those motor issues yesterday. And right now, Falcone is I think Xavier is all over the back of Falcone as I'm watching on track as we continue to look at the leaders right there with Romalo pretty much in control of this race with Mardan. I don't think realized what happened to Romalo yesterday. So we'll see what happens if Mardan has anything for him. And as we go to best lap times, let's see who's got it. As again, Romalo 0.2 faster than anybody else out there.
Yeah, I mean, he's putting the pressure down. Here is Danilo Romalo really starting to try to pull away from Lorenzo Martin. Martin does take the fastest lap on that last time of asking, but it's only about 0.04 of a second. It's not a massive position. Ale Javier has had something happen to him. The 705 dropping down into 9th place. It does reduce the gap a little bit between Falcone and DeLuca, as well as Dalbone and DeLuca, so we'll keep an eye on that as well.
Yeah, we'll see what Falcone can do right there. See if he can, he's just 1 second behind Elefante. Let's see what happens if we go through kind of scoring loops and find out if Elefante is in any jeopardy of being taken over by our man Scott Falcone.
Yeah, it's about 1.08 as they stand. So we'll see if Falcone's able to close that gap a little bit. The gap's 0.7 of a second between Martin and Romalo. Let's see if that stays true or if it does fall a little bit, as it did on the previous lap. They're about to come over and break that timing stripe right now. Went up 0.02 of a second. So Romalo really keeping the pressure here on Lorenzo Martin. This is impressive from Danilo.
Yeah, he had that DNF yesterday, so we really didn't know what he had in a race condition. And we knew he was fast in qualifying because he did put it on pole. So obviously he has a lot in the tank there on that kart. So we'll see if Martin's going to have to go back and do some wrenching to figure out what he can do to be able to catch him.
Yeah, I mean, he seemed pretty, I don't want to say complacent, satisfied yesterday, but clearly a little bit more work to do. Move the inside down to the inside on Javier from Bernabu.
Yeah, and it's interesting, as I'm looking here with Romalo, it's a new team, I think. I've never seen D2 Motorsports.
I believe they are.
So they're a new team, so good for that team as they're rolling through and doing well. I saw their karts in a couple other of our events that we've had today. And obviously the team's working well, sharing information with each other, making sure that they can maximize that performance of those chassis and engines.
All right, up at the middle of the fields here. That's where we keep our eyes on right now. That's Saldita. Gabriel DeLuca closing in a little bit there. So that's the 734. Excuse me, that's farther back. That's Bernabu and Javier. Yeah, something happened to Javier here. He was running very well. He was running 5th in class, and Javier is now falling all the way back down to, that'll be about 9th in class.
As I'm looking here at the bios, looks like Romalo they're on OTKs. So the whole D2 team's on OTKs, and they're their own engine builder too, so which is nice to know.
All right, well, that's certainly a way to get yourself forward if you've got that ability to take care of things.
As we talked yesterday too, when Jackson was interviewing Mardan, it was interesting to see he didn't even bring his own kart or his own engine. So he left that stuff up in Illinois and flew down and is with the team single by himself. So doing some work there. Obviously, he's got to go back now and kind of look at the data and figure out what I got to do to be able to catch Romalo.
Yeah, and that gap continues to go up. It was about 7.3. It's now up to about 0.83, 0.73 up to 0.83. So definitely some increase in gap there as things go. Saldita definitely falling off the pace there a little bit. DeLuca keeping the pressure on him, so I want to give credit there on that. About 1.5 minutes left to go in this heat. We follow Romalo on your screen in that D2 machine. Marden trying to close in, but I'm not seeing him close all that much.
No, it looks like they're pretty much staying at that gap of 0.8, 0.9 of a second. As just a little bit more,
half a tenth.
Half a tenth faster on that last lap was Romalo over Mardan. The other question here, though, is Mardan ran a full race on those tires yesterday. Romalo didn't.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that had something to play as well as we look into the day. How much fresher are his tires? Which was interesting because I didn't know that was the format that we were qualifying position is how we start every day, and I guess it's progressive, so not progressive, so you're just getting points. And that's how you'll end up starting in the pre-final based on passing.
Well, and I also wonder here at this point, if you're Mardan, if you're doing a little bit of calculus, if you know Romalo had a DNF yesterday, you've already got points in the bag over him, and so Mardan may be saying, you know what, I don't need to push that hard. I can save this tire, especially with the tire advantage you were just talking about. Hold it back, wait, and then go for broke when we come to the pre-final a little bit later on.
Absolutely. That's a really good point there. So as I'm watching, Falcone got around Elefante now, so Scott's got that working. Let's see if that 2.77 gap behind the leader of his class right now, DeLuca, is going to shrink as they cross the line here.
It will be 2 to go at the line as the clock strikes 0. They work their way through 6, down into turn 7, and into the junkyard turn they go. Gap continues to grow between Martin and Romalo. So not really seeing much there. Zeldita doing a good job holding off Gabriel DeLuca. DeLuca seems like he's been threatening to make this pass the entire race long. Your Supermasters leader right now. Falcone actually was faster than DeLuca on that last lap, so we could theoretically see that gap shrink a little bit. They're going to cross over the stripe, though, officially get the 2 to go signal. DeLuca sets a personal best. Gap between Martin and Romalo growing, gap between Dita and DeLuca falling. All right, as Dita in that sort of neon green and yellow helmet will keep that third place advantage for as long as possible. It's going to keep going right now.
Yeah, that gap between DeLuca and Falcone is expanded. Almost, I don't know if Scott made a mistake or because their lap times are almost identical. So Scott could have been just pushing, and just pushed it.
Yeah, could have pushed a little bit too far. Also could just have a massive back on. Well, no, he can't because he's got Elefante right behind him, 2 tenths.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's going to be too much of that there.
And he could be defending as well.
Yeah,
I mean,
that could be part of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's trying to catch him on track to physically see it.
Yeah, white flag in the air for Danilo Romalo. Doing a great job to hold off the attacks here of Lorenzo Martin. And Martin fading a little bit as the race goes along. That gap is now ballooned up to 1.25. So, you know, it very well could be what we talked about a little bit earlier, that Martin's just saving his stuff. He also may have had the kart set up a little bit different, that it does fade mid to late race.
I'm thinking probably I can't catch him right now. I'm not going to beat my tires up. I'm going to preserve him for Heat 3 and the pre-final. So, you know, at some point in time, you got to wave the white flag and realize that you're just not going to beat him today.
Well, and that's one of the things that comes with experience is that kind of intelligence, that kind of forethought all the way through. As we do watch Danilo Romalo come through turn 12 for the final time this morning. He will come through and take the checkered flag with a healthy gap over Lorenzo Martin. Dita holding off an attack right at the end. I think DeLuca may have gotten him by a whisker, and indeed he did. The merest of whiskers, 0.03 of a second. Gabriel DeLuca jumping up into P3.
Nice. Love to see the old guys beat the old guys.
There you go. There you go. All right, folks, that is going to wrap up our coverage here of your Masters and Supermasters for the VLR category. Stick with us, though. We're going to take a quick break, and then we will be back with the Junior category right after this.
All right.
You're watching a Jason Larea creative ROK Cup USA production.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Welcome back to the Orlando Kart Center for round one of the ROK Cup Florida Winter Tour. It is the VLR Junior category that is out on track, and Jackson Lambros joins me, DJ Clark, up in the booth as we get ready for another round of racing. Jackson, the juniors here, this always tends to be a little bit fearless and a little bit fun.
Two main factors in that. I think, again, we talked about the aggression from a lot of these drivers trying to maximize their point output from the start of the week. But again, 44 karts, our biggest field of round one, at least here in Orlando. It's been a really good show, but again, a little bit, to quote Calvin Fish, argy-bargy to get to the front here. But Nico Katowski going to be on the front row alongside BJR's Isaac Melquit. Derek Kidd a little bit further back with the new guy for apparel and Maxwell Macha. Nico Orbezo, Cameron Johnson of Nash Motorsports sponsoring this class. Will be rolling off a little bit further back. Tristan Murphy, Eli Steinberch, and Franco Escato rounding out your top 10.
All right, Michael Romero, actually the last one there in that top 10.
Yes.
As they
I can
go.
count.
There you go. It's okay. We got into words, not math.
We are words people, not numbers people.
There you go. All right, Katowski going to bring this field around to green. Malcutt going to try to break the curse of the outside lane here at the Orlando Kart Center, as that has certainly been something that we've been talking about for the majority of the day, is just the disadvantage that you have starting on that outside lane. The track does jink to the left immediately, which does favor the outside, but then again, with the comeback into turn one, it is a right-hander, and so it favors the inside. Whoa!
Wave off.
Wave off there, as I don't think the field was fully formed up, so we're going to re-rack, restack, and try again.
Either that or maybe some of the guys up in front was getting on the gas a little bit too early, but
They
before
were a
we
little
even
speedy.
flew a flag there, we actually got the go-around call. So we'll do one more shot. If they fail that, then we'll get the clock rolling. More food for thought on the starts as well. Unlike the standing starts we see in Shifter, these guys are bumper to bumper, right? So a lot of guys getting on the gas will maybe overspeed them into turn one, if you will. Almost force them to go to the high line. They don't have that speed to make the apex. So especially with that outside line being a disadvantage, there's an exclamation point in that for all the single speed categories.
Yeah, there certainly is. You see plenty of weaving here down the back straightaway. Pretty much everybody doing a little bit to scrub their tires. Now, with these speeds, that's not going to put a lot of heat into them necessarily. It's going to be much more about cleaning off any of the clag that you get on the tire. That's the main thing for it. You're going to get more heat by accelerating and braking.
Right.
That's really where you're going to get that heat. And like we said, the weaving, much more about just cleaning the surface of that Levanto rubber. All right, Katowski going to lead this back around. He is going to be in that red and white machine for TKG and Burrell Art. Isaac Malcutt to his outside. They come through turn 12. We're going to try this again. Looks like the field's a little bit more formed up this time as they enter into the starting zones. Getting ready here. All eyes go towards those cones as we get ready to rip. And there we go. We are racing for VLR Junior. Malcutt really trying to hold it around the outside. Big coming together there in the middle of the pack. Looks like there's a couple of drivers that just got into the side of one another, but not enough to throw each other off. Maxwell Macha able to get the move over Darren Kidd, but it is Katowski, Malcutt, Macha, your top three.
Look at that. Everybody immediately going down low to try and cover any moves or potentially make moves of their own into turn number 4. Everybody kind of checking up, getting into the bumpers of one another, but this tone is set very early here. Katowski, Melquit able to hang on to P2 and immediately puts the pressure on that Burrell Art out in front.
Yeah, trying to put the pressure here, and Macha also holding in behind, trying to pick up some of the pieces. Darren Kidd, I believe, is not too far behind that group as well. It could be Orbezo. Didn't get a full good look at it, but I'll double check when they come across the timing and scoring stripe. There are your top three, Katowski, Malcutt, Macha. As they come across the line right now, we get an update on that timing and scoring. No, it's Kidd up into P2, excuse me. Kidd, Macha, Malcutt, Orbezo, your top 5.
Tristan Murphy a little bit further back. You just saw him there, that Ryan Perry Motorsports white and red machine trying to pull a seat up to the table as well. And nobody making big moves yet. I think realizing it, we talked about it with Jason a little bit earlier yesterday, but there's no such thing as a single car pass in VLR. If you get knocked offline, if you carry a little bit too much speed, you make a mistake, you've got 3 or 4 guys waiting to pounce on that mistake. not necessarily in a corner like here, but if you're going wide in the sweeper, you're easily losing 3 or 4 positions. Here's a look from Maxwell Macha. This could be a twofer, just like that, Parolin. And Maxwell Macha to the point, Kid able to pick up the scraps, and an unmarked Kart, the 874, out in front.
Yeah, good move there from Kid to be able to hold off the attack from Maxwell Macha. I thought the same thing that you did there. I thought that was going to be 2 for 1. Now Macha goes to the inside of turn 1, backs out of it, thinks a little bit better of it. That's always a diminishing returns corner when you look at those kind of attacks. Now Macha trying to be very, very aggressive this way and that, forcing Kid to hop the curb big time. That sends Macha to the outside of turn 5. He's not going to have it, and trying to be able to pick up the pieces there in that LN Kart is the 870 of Isaac Malkut, who's been able to work his way into P3.
He sees the opportunity. He's just cleared Katowski and pushed that Burrell back to P4. You got Tristan Murphy, Eli Steinberg. You're pretty much looking all the way back to Cameron Johnson, Franco Escato. It is a blanket over the top 10, and another move for the lead in the same spot as earlier. Maxwell Macha finally getting to the point and off. Darren Kidd gets the coldest of shoulders from the Parolin and goes off into the grass.
He just gets muscled out to the outside, and that's going to be a real heartbreak for the driver who was leading when we crossed the line the last time. Look behind there for Maxwell Macha back at Isaac Malkut. By the way, Kidd has fallen all the way back into 7th position, about 0.5 of a second off of the battle for the top 6. But it's a 2-car breakaway out front. Maxwell Macha and Isaac Malkut. Third on back is Orbezo, Katowski, Murphy, Steinberg, and that is your breakaway there. There's a nice little healthy battle. Tristan Murphy getting his elbows out. Here comes the 825 to Steinberg trying to get involved in it as well.
What I say, no such thing as a one-pass kind of move here. And you saw Katowski try and cover for the switchback, but Ryan Murphy saw that hole and immediately filled it in and was able to get a couple positions as well. Everybody trying to defend. This is way further back here. Murphy going down low. I believe Eli Steinberg just behind, but everybody trying to jostle for positions a little bit further back. This entire furball of karts right now around Nico Katowski, trying to work his way a little bit further up to the point. Your winner in heat number 1 really pushed back, but he's trying to claw forward. Big move there on the Orsilon of Eli Steinberg, and he'll lead this small pack here with just under 5 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Big look to the inside here.
That's Darren Kidd being able to take a look on Steinberg, who lost 2 positions in 2 corners. Katowski able to get through, as did Darren Kidd on him, so that's going to try to close that gap. The biggest thing here is trying to close the gap to Orbezo, who's 0.5 of a second in front. Orbezo in turn is 1.5 behind Malkut and Macha up at the front of the field. There you can see it. So I think on Katowski, I'm thinking about maybe working together here a little bit. If I catch the back up Orbezo, farther back in the field, working together has absolutely no meaning as they go side by side in a 9.
I think that was a big move further back. Maybe Lawrence Perriman, one of the Sodis, doing a big send there into turn number 9. We'll see who potentially made a move, but looking a little bit further up in the field, Nico Katowski with Darren Kidd in chase. And both of those guys, Nico Orbezo, kind of on an island right now by himself. Not really worried about the guys behind, but not quite within drafting distance of Isaac Malkut and company, just in front. Orbezo kind of pushed back here as well as Tristan Murphy. A lot of these guys trying to work their way back up into the picture, but out in front, Isaac Malkut. Again, your driver that swept the weekend in junior, in GP and VLR. Trying to get 2026 started off on the highest of notes and close that gap to Maxwell Macha.
And you can see him do that duck down the back straightaway, trying to gain a little bit more speed out of that 870 machine. You can just see if he's able to push his way any way forward. The Lando Norris Kart, we're trying to see if there's any speed to be gained. He's got to be a little bit worried here. I think Orbezo may be closing in ever so slightly. The gap was 1.5 when they crossed the line the last time. It's now down to 1.38. Not a lot, but if Malkut starts to fight with Macha, that gap will certainly come down with rapidity. We look down into turn 4. Goes Macha and Malkut. No difference there between the two. They still stay at about 5 kart lengths.
Maxwell Macha, really great duel with Katowski yesterday to get the Heat 1. It was ultimately the Burrell TKG driver on top. He doesn't have to worry about it as ROK Cup track workers looking to get 1 kart clear. I believe Fernando Estevez. I'm not entirely sure. We'll try and get you a number plate for who went off there. But Isaac Malquit trying to put the pressure on Macha. Another Kart around. It's the U-Race 883.
That's Savage.
Alex Savage. Oh my goodness. Home race for the U-Race program. And unfortunately, Alex Savage, looking to be an outsider here, was running in the top 10 yesterday. We'll have to re-rack him and hope for something better come Heat 3.
Yeah, it looked like he was tugging at something in the cart there, so I wonder if that was a mechanical issue or something of that nature, that something just went a little bit wrong. Meanwhile, up at the front of the field, Macha continuing to lead, gap 4.4 seconds. I think I saw a move there from Katowski on Orbezo down into turn 3, or into turn 4, and indeed, Katowski able to get the move on Orbezo, move him up to B3.
Not over yet, and you got to imagine that Katowski is immediately tapping the helmet saying, both of us still have a shot. We've got 2 minutes. Give me a big push, and this can very quickly become a 2-part battle. The other question, Isaac Malquit has not been going bumper to bumper with Macha at all. He is not giving Maxwell any kind of battle insurance between Katowski and Orbezo. He's just looking to lead this thing outright. So the question is, Isaac's been cooking. When is that move going to be? Where is it going to be? How much does he want it? Because you imagine with just a little bit of teamwork further back from this Tony Kart of Orbezo and the Borella Katowski, it could very quickly become a way bigger battle for the lead.
Yeah, this has the potential to fire off into a 4 or 5 kart battle. But I think in order for that to happen, Malquit's got to put some pressure in the back here of Macha, and I just haven't seen it yet. Katowski, meanwhile, starting to pull away from Nico Orbezo in the 838. Is that Borel Art looking very good here through turn 6 and into turn 7. Now down through the junkyard turn they go. And there you can see Malquit not backing off. He is willing, egging that cart forward, trying to hop, skip, and jump it down the back straightaway to get any sort of speed.
I don't know. It feels like something is just missing right now in the 870. I don't know if that's being held back by the driver itself or if there's just something not quite there. But Malquit still has to figure it out. You expect maybe another kart length and a half maybe for him to really be in striking distance here, especially for a move in at the end of a shorter straightaway, turn 4 or turn 5. So not quite within striking distance. They'll have 2 laps here just this time by. But the same can be said right now for Nico Orbezo. Still within conversation right now to bring the fight to Katowski, but he's starting to build that gap.
I think if I'm Malquit, I'm a little bit more worried about Katowski than I am Macha. Katowski's cutting that gap down, and it was at about 1.3, 1.4 seconds. It's down to under a second here, so Malquit definitely needs to look behind him every now and again, but I don't think he's worried about it, which is probably helping his overall driving.
Oh, yeah.
Nevertheless, Macha will lead. They'll get the twin sticks here as they come across the line. Big hot skip and jump for Nico Katowski as he comes through turns 10 and 11. Let's check those gaps as they come to the line. Macha continues to lead 0.58 and down to 0.75 from Katowski to Malquit.
Katowski sacrificing spine and steel to try and close that gap to Isaac Malquit, but still not within striking distance just yet. But again, we'll have 2 more circuits to try and do it. And after a chaotic opening heat in VLR Junior, it has become very tame here in the top 3. I think, again, it's just waiting for the right time to make those moves out in front. You look a little bit further back, you've still got guys very bunched up. A lot of guys making some big moves to the front. Cameron Johnson trying to work his way into the picture. Eli Steinberg. How about Darren Kidd as well, up 2 positions. Again, was sent back to 7th after getting a little bit of contact with Nico Katowski. I'm not sure if there will be official review on that move. ROK Cup officials definitely going to take a look at replays to see if there was anything that needed to be done there. But right now for Maxwell Macha, what became a phenomenal move to take the point from Orbezo has been a relatively quiet bottom half of this race.
Yeah, it really hasn't fired off too much, but now look at this. Katowski, as the gap smaller than to Malquit than Malquit is to Macha. And this is the last lap. I think it's going to send a real Hail Mary for Katowski if he's going to be able to steal this away. But he's showing here that Katowski has the speed to get himself forward.
Malquit needs these points way more than Katowski.
Yes.
Again, Heat 1 winner. Malquit still very strong on pace yesterday, but not totally able to show it, I believe, outside of the top 5. So right now, you're going to see maybe if there's a late lunch here, some defense. We'll have to see.
We'll have to see indeed, but none of that is of a concern here to this 874 of Maxwell Macha. Macha comes across to the stripe. He will take victory in heat race number 2. Isaac Malkin behind him, and then Nico Katowski rounding out your podium. Nico Orbezo and the aforementioned Darren Kidd doing a great job to climb his way through the field. Eli Steinbrook, I got to imagine he's going to be a little bit disappointed with that. Lawrence Perriman a little bit farther behind. Cameron Johnson, Tristan Murphy, and Santiago Orioli rounding out your top 10.
Lawrence Perriman still looking very, very strong. One of our contenders in Rock Vegas in this category. Again, you got to give a tip of the cap as well to Darren Kidd. Was looking incredibly strong, and I'm not entirely sure who he's running. That looked like a relatively unmarked Kart. That might be another privateer effort, but still looked incredibly strong. We'll have to see what he can do. Still, you can't count out Tristan Murphy either. Was looking to potentially make some really good moves, got checked up by some other people. It's been already 2 different winners. You get the feeling potentially here, DJ, anyone's game in VLR Junior.
All right, race fans, thank you for joining us here in the morning at the Orlando Kart Center. We appreciate all that you have been here for us with. It is the end of our morning session. We're going to head off to a brief lunch break. We should be back with you at about 12:25 as we get going for heat race number 3 later in the afternoon. On behalf of Jason Ewers, Jackson Lambros, my name is DJ Clark. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to the Orlando Kart Center after a lovely lunch break. We hope you had some good food. We are back and ready to go racing for heat number 3 of the weekend, and following that, it will be the pre-finals later on in the evening. DJ Clark and Jason Ewers up here in the commentary booth. I look to my left, and Jackson Lambros is suiting up, getting ready to head down into pit lane. He's dancing now, which we don't love, but he will be down there and getting us some stories a little bit later on. We start off with the ROK Shifter Masters and Super Masters here. And the real question for me in this one, Jason, is this battle between Cole Matthewson and Skitchy Barnes. Barnes looked, frankly, unbeatable in the Heat 1. Matthewson struck back in Heat 2.
Yeah, I mean, complete role reversal on that Heat 2, which was interesting. And, I mean, Skitchy had Morn right on his whole tail the whole entire time, so he's doing a lot of defending. So not really sure what happened. Definitely Skitchy had to make some type of a change going into heat number 3. We'll see if he was able to respond with what he needs to do, and we'll soon find out.
Yes, we will. Green flag displayed at the back. Lights begin to go on as the drivers have rolled back and gotten ready to go, getting that kart into gear. Lights are out, and we are racing this afternoon. Good getaway there from Skitchy Barnes. Going to try to push, and that's going to be contact between himself and Cole Matthewson. I think Skitchy may have actually backed off there a little bit out of respect because he knew he pinched Cole Matthewson a little bit down to the line. Morn Vontac looks like he's going to be able to hold into that third place position, although under pressure here from Matthew Stanford. Meanwhile, up front, it is Matthewson leading Barnes on the opening lap.
Yeah, we'll see what continues there. If Cole can continue with that great run that he had in heat number 2. Interesting thing, though, these shifters really work tires. So as they're going through, this is heat 3. They've got quite a few laps on these things. So what does that do? Did they make the adjustments on the chassis on that lunch break to be able to compensate for the loss of grip that those tires are?
Well, that's one of the things they're going to have to keep in mind. And seeing as we're not expecting rain tomorrow until later on in the day, in fact, we're actually moving up the timetable by about 45 minutes to avoid that rain as much as possible. I don't think we're going to see the same kind of thought we had as here comes Barnes fighting back on Cole Matthewson. They're side by side. Skitchy Barnes gets the lead. Matthewson tries to fight back on the inside into turn 4. And welcome to the party, Morn Vontac. We've got a battle up for the top spot.
Yeah, that was just, if we can get a replay on that, that was a complete blown corner by Matthewson right there, and that opened that door for Skitchy to kind of come in and take that lead. But those two, what they were doing, allowed Morn to come right up, and we'll see what happens right here if Morn was able to make the move going to the junkyard turn. No, he did not, but we'll see what continues to happen.
Yeah, it was a good play there, though, by Morn. I mean, just to be able to use that to catch back in on the rest of the fight and keep things going, you got to love to see that there for them. Now for Skitchy Barnes, I think it's going to be a question if he's going to be able to pull off into the lead. What I was saying earlier is the strategy we saw last year was actually run those sticker Levantos in the pre-final because we were expecting rain on Sunday. Yes. Now the fact that we are bumping up the schedule and we are pushing it forward means you don't have to do that. Let's check out that replay here, Jason, because this was a great heads up by Skitchy Barnes.
Yeah, as you can see, just got a little hot into that corner right there. Missed his apex and just opened it up for Skitchy.
Yeah, and Skitchy just taking opportunity. I don't think he was ready to necessarily attack there and take that position. No. He just saw it open and went for it.
Yep.
And in the words of everybody's favorite racing driver, if you no longer go for a gap that exists, you can no longer call yourself a racing driver, and that's exactly what Skitchy just did.
Yep, always be ready to pounce. So we'll see if Skitchy obviously made some good adjustments to the chassis from Heat 2. He's got the pace going on right now, but again, Morn is purple.
Yeah, that's the fastest lap time at 54.54. I mean, not an insignificant margin. Called that about 0.2 of a second faster for Morn Vontac. He's going to come across the line now. Now Skitchy Barnes takes it away from him. Gap only a couple of kart lengths in between Barnes and Matthewson. But as we saw in the early yesterday, Barnes was able to just sort of over time get that gap to grow and grow and grow. And it does look like he's putting a few kart lengths on Matthewson here in the early going.
Absolutely. Now it's going to be fun to see Morn stalk Matthewson here like he did Skitchy that last time. So as we continue on here, Morn is definitely not letting those two guys check out at all. But in the back right there, they still have, was it Sanford? Not too far out of the equation yet.
No, he's not out of it, and I especially think if there's a real battle to be had up front that Matthew could get back involved in this battle. The other thing that we noticed is some of the tape being torn off of those carbs on the side there. You see right there Cole Matthewson doing the same thing. That is done just when the engine starts to get a little bit warmer. You want to cool it down more and just kind of compensating here for the, well, let's call them variable temperatures we're seeing in Orlando this January.
Yeah, definitely different day today than it was yesterday. Quite a bit warmer today. So that plays into effect as the day progresses. And it's Florida, so it's chilly in the morning and it heats up in the afternoon.
As I put on my jacket here in the booth because we've got some AC running at this point. Coming out of the junkyard turn right now, and it looks like advantage is starting to come back to play here for Morten Vontac. He's starting to close in a little bit on the back of Matthewson. Vontac setting the fastest lap of the race at the last time of asking by about a tenth of a second. He's clearly got some more speed there. And again, important to remember, this is not a class battle here between Matthewson and Vontac. Vontac running in the Super Masters category. That's that orange designation on your timing tower, the yellow designating Masters. So Vontac is comfortably in the lead of that Super Masters category, but he's a racer. He wants to go for it, and that's exactly what he's going to do down in turn 4 on Matthewson. Gets the move. Matthewson has to check up a little bit, and that prevents him from getting an over-under.
Yeah, that gives open track right now for Morn to run down Skitchy. May see a replay, but for a different position than Heat 3.
Exactly. And I would actually argue, though, as we've said before, that may not be advantageous to Morten Vontac. We see that outside lane, that even number of a starting position often be detrimental to the drivers around you.
Yeah, we're going to see if Jackson can get some information from some of the drivers down there about, are they strategizing and thinking that, going into the pre-final, into the final, like, oh, I don't want to be on that outside lane, let this guy have second.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that you can definitely start to think about. That's where my mind would be going. But then again, heat of the moment down in the karts, you're just going for broke. And speaking of going for broke, Morten Vontac all over the back here of Skitchy Barnes. He has caught up in a hurry.
Just on rails.
All right, we are going to go down to Jackson Lambros, who joins us in pit lane. Jackson.
So no direct answer on the advantage of the inside or whether or not guys are actually approaching this. But talking to DJ a little bit earlier, I kind of made the argument that it's a little bit more of a disadvantage if you're in a single speed category because of the contact bumper to bumper on the starts. You are literally on the bumper of the guy in front of you for the starts. So kind of my question to yours here is, I'm feeling like for the shifters, it's not as big of a deal here.
You very well may be right. Jason, what do you think as Morten Vontac launches another attack here on Skitchy Barnes?
Not as much as it is with the single speeds with that rolling start, but you saw almost a collision that we had between Skitchy and Cole on the start there where he kind of pinched him down. But hey, you got to take advantage of it when you can. And here we got a great battle for the lead, and that's just going to bring Matthewson into the equation as well as they're battling. As you can see, Moore kind of looking over his shoulder, knowing that they're slower right now. Matthewson's going to be there to join that party here shortly.
Yeah, he is. Morten Vontac taking a look into 4, doesn't make the approach into the junkyard turn. In fact, actually slows down a little bit. Looks like he didn't get the good launch out of 8 that I think he would have wanted to. That's going to put him at a little bit of a disadvantage, but he gains it right back up through turn 9. And now he sets his sights ahead, not looking behind him here at Matthewson. He's looking full forward, trying to close down Skitchy Barnes. He's been best coming out of turn 3 and into the hairpin of turn 4. Let's see if he sends a move into turn 1. Now he's going to run a slightly wider line, try to carry more momentum. Really diamonds off the corner there, cutting it close at apex. And here he comes to the inside. He tried this last lap. It didn't work, and it's not going to work again as Skitchy Barnes just kind of closes the door there on Morten Vontac.
Very smooth closing the door on him without being an aggressive overtaking move by Vontac. So good job of those guys. They understand there's plenty of time left to go. I mean, obviously, Morin's got the fastest car on the track by a couple tenths right now. Let's see if he can take advantage of that as he's going down to 9 here. Doesn't look like he's going to poke that nose out at all. Seems to be 4 is his favorite spot to kind of take that advantage of trying to attempt to pass on Skitchy.
But it almost looked like he had overspeed coming into turn 9, had to check up a little bit, almost got into the rear bumper, and Morten Vontac gets into the rear bumper of Skitchy Barnes and goes for a spin.
Yeah, that was interesting there. I don't know if he just got kind of surprised. Skitch maybe missed a shift, and Morten had to get on the binders real quick, and it spun him. I'm not sure exactly what happened there.
Oh, I'm not either. We'll see if we can maybe get a replay of that. But in the meantime, Morten Vontac going to drop all the way down to 6th place. What a heartbreak for the South African.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to matter too much for him. He's going to find his way back to the top in that pre-final.
All right, we've got an update here from Jackson Lambros. Jackson, what you got?
So Vontac able to get that VTM machine rolling again, but I was seeing blood in the water early. He's made a couple of moves here to get to the lead, and he's been sideways a couple of times in that turn 11 hairpin, but fortunately with a little bit of frustration is back out on track.
All right, well, good to see him going. We were able to see that as he was able to kickstart that cart a little bit. There are the Twin Sticks. 2 laps to go for Sketchy Barnes, who, dare I say, has a pretty comfortable lead here over Cole Matthewson. It's about a second as they cross the stripe.
Yeah, it's complete role reversal of that second heat that we had. So it'll be interesting. Now Cole's got to go back to his engineers and be like, all right, this is what's going on with the cart. We got to find some pace to be able to keep up with Sketch. But as I look at the best lap times, though, I mean, they are not too far from each other. So the pace is, Sketchy's a 53.2 and Cole's a 53.4. So he is off a little bit. So he's got to find a couple tenths there. Morin's at the 53.3. And those guys are in the 53 second bracket. So, which again kind of plays off the equation. You know, we watched the KZs coming up next. Morgado's running 50 flats. Yeah. So the KZ lighter weight, also more power, 3 seconds faster. If people were wondering about that.
All right, white flag in the air. 1 lap to go for Sketchy Barnes. Credit here to Cole Matthewson. About a quarter of a second faster on that last lap. He's able to close that gap down to 7.5 tenths of a second. Here they go, coming out of turn 4 and into 5. Matthewson maybe throwing a last-ditch effort here. He's going to have it all to do for, but this may not be over yet.
Yeah, with just one little missed shift or just a miscue on driving, and next thing you know, Cole can be right on that little tailpipe of Sketchy right there.
Yeah, Sketchy's got to be careful. No, I was going to say not taking a look in the rear view, but there he does take a look behind him. Downshifts down into turn number 9.
Cole's definitely closing the gap.
Yeah, we had a couple more laps. This could be something interesting. Sketchy Barnes now through turn 12. Last corner on the track comes out of the last little kink, and it is going to be Sketchy Barnes that takes the victory here, but only by 3.5 tenths of a second over Cole Matthewson. We may have a little race on our hands before everything is said and done.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be great. You know, with Morin in the equation there as well, it's going to be really interesting to see how it happens there. I'd like to get Morin, if you're down there, Jackson, see if you can talk to Morin and find out what happened.
Yeah, that was a little bit interesting. It just looked like a little bit of a stack up. Something went wrong. I wonder if he missed a shift and just the rear axle kind of locked up on him or something of that nature. So we'll go down to Jackson here shortly. Ryan Coberly was able to take victory in the Super Masters category, by the way. There is Sketchy Barnes.
The Bermuda resident.
Yes, sir. Coming down in with the skeleton gloves on.
We do have a replay coming up here of that incident, about 5 seconds. I believe they're going to bring it up for us.
All right, so we get ready for that. Big congratulations there from Cole Matthewson. You can see the kind of fun in between the two and the respect given in between the two competitors there, as it does look like we are about ready to bring you that replay. But before we do, let's go down to Jackson Lambros. Jackson, I think you've caught up with our race winner.
Yep, Heat 3 winner here, Sketchy Barnes. And Sketchy, it's been back and forth between you and Rocket. What do we feel like the difference has been here to get the win over Matthewson at this point?
A good start. We made a gear change from Heat 1. We made a change from yesterday, changed motors in the first heat, and I feel like we went a little backwards. Made a gear change for that second heat, and it worked. Livened up the motor, getting out of the corners, and just had a better start and clean racing, and put my head down and just checked out.
Heat win number 2 for you this weekend. Do you still feel like you're not out of the woods in regards to Matthewson and VTM?
Oh, definitely. I think me and him, even Morgado, Vontac, 3 fast guys. It's going to come down to who makes no mistakes and who gets a good start. And it's definitely going to be some good racing in the pre-final and final.
Thanks, Sketch.
Thank you.
We got a battle on our hands, guys.
That we most certainly do. Is we're going to take a look at that replay and try to figure out here what went wrong with Morin Vontac. Jason, what are you seeing?
Did he get pushed by Cole?
I think he may have. There may have been a little bit of that contact there, and that's what sent him around. So, well, that certainly changes a few perspectives of how we see things on that. All right, we are ready to go now into our next session. This is going to be KZ Shifters coming at you. A little bit different of a style, as you mentioned earlier, change in horsepower, change in weight on these karts. And that's going to make things a little bit more different. Flavor of the week.
Change in age.
Change in age as well.
I mean, you got 21, 22-year-old Morgado, like super young, super fast. Definitely not being challenged at all at this point in time. So we'll see if anybody else is going to be able to make some changes to get up there and at least give Morgado something to fight for.
Yeah, the only Brazilian in a pretty much all-American field here as we get ready to go and line up onto the grid. Morgado is going to be leading us off. Karai to his outside. All right, as they get ready to roll off here. Trying to see everything to go. Karai and Andres hoping to be able to challenge Matheus Morgado. And there goes the green. We are racing. Morgado gets a good getaway. Big jump up to the inside for Andres, trying to get by Paulie Hart. I don't think he's going to do, and they're going to come out of the corner the same way they pretty much started the race. Battle on here for P2 potentially with Hart and Karai. They're all going to slot into line. To the surprise of nobody, Matheus Morgado is going to take off. Jackson, I hear you've got an update down from pit lane.
Yeah, so maybe some discussions in the booth between you guys on whether Matthewson was maybe to blame there for the VTM incident. Talked to Morn, and frankly, he put it all on himself. Thought the engine was just a little bit bogged down coming into turn 11, kind of went into a big, sort of lazy slide, but definitely some frustration for Morn. Has known he's had the pace all weekend, but whether it's been mechanics or just driver error, has not been able to get there just yet, guys.
Well, I think if we look back to that previous race for Morn Vontac, that would be a little bit of a signal to the rest of the field. If he gets his issues figured out, kind of locks in a little bit more, he's going to be one that's hard to beat.
Oh, absolutely. He definitely has the pace to win that, the overall win. Definitely not being challenged at all for the Supermasters.
No, certainly not. Similar to here how we see Matheus Morgado not really being challenged up in the lead of this race. Dominic Karai trying to keep pace with him, but nearly a full second difference between the 462 and the 496. Paulie Hart keeping on to the back of Karai to the best of his abilities, but this race spacing out early.
Yeah, just a replay of what we've seen for the first two heats. So as you heard Morgado, it's just working on that chassis. He's pushing hard. We saw how tired he was, when Jackson interviewed him after Heat 2. So he's out there pushing this and just trying to really get as much information back to the engineers and the team to help them develop that chassis even better.
All right, checking back in on the battle for third place. This is Paulie Hart and James Andres as they try to sort themselves out. Big slip and slide there for Paulie Hart. Andres tries to take advantage of it into turn 4. Not going to be able to do so. Hart going to hold off that attack for now in the 416, but this is definitely the closest battle on the track as everything else separated by seconds, not tenths.
Yeah, it's definitely the closest battle on the track, and it's good to see Parolin out there on a shifter chassis. They're so dominant in the single speed. It's good to see them kind of branching themselves out. Excuse me, that's a Leclerc, not a Parolin.
All right, so Hart leading the way right now. Oh, here comes a little bit of a look for Andres, trying to be able to get his nose in there, but not quite able to do so. They keep the pressure on. Another little bit of a look there for James Andres, looking to see if there's anything to have. Takes an alternate line through turn 3. Little bit of a slide there for James. He's not going to be able to keep things together and is going to separate out to about a cart length and a half as they dive down into turn 5. Paulie Hart maybe a little bit slower here, but he really looks like he is just running a clean and consistent line.
Yeah, I mean, that's the key. Don't make mistakes. As long as the cart is behind you, you're fine. It's harder to get around someone, especially not making a mistake in the shifters. If you got to be able to dive bomb him, grab a couple gears, but by the time you do that, if he's running smooth lines, he's going to be able to keep that momentum going and probably pass you back on the next one.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what Hart's doing. He's doing a great job of it. Like we said, Morgado and Karai kind of up into the front of this. Not too much to make a difference about. They're going to just hold themselves together. Andres takes a big clobber of curb there on the entrance to turn 3. Doesn't seem to affect him too much. Dives in a little bit later on to turn 4. But he's going to keep that gap at a nice healthy margin. Call it about 3 cart lengths as they now start to accelerate, maybe up to 4 or 5. working their way through these corners. This seems to be the part of the track where Paulie Hart really does have a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, be interesting to see what they're doing on gearing too. The gearing could be a little bit different, and that's why he's a little bit faster through those tighter sections.
Yeah, it could be. We go back down to pit lane with Jackson Lambros, who's got an update.
Yeah, guys, two things of note here. First of all, a unanimous vote from the shifter field, from the KZ field, I should mention, to reduce the time for the pre-final and final down by 3 minutes. That's for a plethora of reasons. One, I think there's kind of a mutual understanding in the field right now that Morgado's really going to be tough to beat. But number two, again, acknowledging that we have rain on the way Sunday, potentially, and maximizing our chances of getting out of here before that's a factor. Going back to Mateus Morgado really quickly, mentioned it briefly this morning, but one of the few drivers to win not just races, but titles at both the top of the shifter category as well as 125cc. Jason, I know you've double dipped in a lot of this. Obviously, the straight line is different, but you've got a lot of different mental points. What can you share with us about just how different it is mentally approaching a single speed compared to a shifter?
It's completely different. The braking zone, the amount of braking that you get, and you don't have to be, how do I want to put this? Driving a shifter is almost like watching a bird perch its head around. You can be very, you don't have to be smooth. You can be very just sharp, and your driving corners are different. You're just attacking stuff completely different than, because you don't need to carry that momentum like you do with a single speed, because you can just grab another gear. So I just always think about how you watch a bird's head move around. That's kind of how you drive a shifter car. Like, you just, it's aggressive. It's more of an attack mentality than it is when you're driving a single speed, which is kind of like ballet. Like, you got to be smooth and pretty and make the cart work. And shifter carts is just a brawl.
Well, speaking of a beautiful ballet, James Andres able to get by Paulie Hart. I wondered where you were going with that analogy, by the way, but that really works. I actually quite like that. This clock strikes under a minute to go here in the KZ field for Florida Winter Tour. This, of course, heat number 3. We'll head on into the pre-finals here later this afternoon. That'll get going at about 2:30. Well, right now it is Mateus Morgado who has been the class of this field with real aplomb. He has done a fantastic job and has never once really seemed like he was under threat.
No, what's his gap now? Let's go to that real quick and see where he's at. I'm just not even in the picture right now. As soon as I can get over there.
No, he has been the dominant force, and you can see there 0.8 of a second a lap. He's already got a 6-second gap, folks, and that is after 7 minutes of racing.
Yeah, it's pretty dominant. I was actually, when I was looking at the entry list and I saw his name on there, it did kind of catch me off guard. I was like, Morgado, like, wow, didn't expect, a name like that. But I also just found out that we had the KZ class here, so it's great that he came in and support this. And I have a feeling that round 2 we'll see probably double this amount of KZs out here.
Yeah, I would have to think so as well. As we kind of talked about earlier this afternoon, this is very much popular class over in Europe, this style of karting. And ROK Cup definitely wanted to seize the moment with that and introduce a class that is similar to it so that we can have that similar flavor for some of the drivers that do split their time between Europe and the States.
Yeah, I mean, it's no different with any other series. There's a lot of series that runs, all IAME engines, but then they have KZ, which is opened up. So it's no different than what we're doing here at ROK. It's all VLRs, all ROK motors, and then KZ's opened up to just be whatever.
Yeah, exactly. And so just the trends of the day is kind of what you see here in and out. But there is your leader, Morgado, up at the front of the field in that 462 kart. Morgado, I keep doing that. Morgado just dominant.
Yeah, it's not much to talk about. We were trying to figure out if we were going to play chess during the KZ.
Oh, you kicked
but
my
we had a
behind.
little battle there between Hart and Andreas, so that was fun to watch there. And and I mentioned before, if you've never driven a shifter kart, you have an opportunity to take advantage of it. That goes to you, that goes to Jackson, that goes to our producers. Like, it's something that's just unreal. The acceleration and the deceleration is just unreal.
I desperately want to go out and give it a try because it just looks fantastic. But Morgado on the last lap right now, white flag in the air. One more run for Mateus, and he will claim victory not only in heat race number 1, but heat race number 2 as well.
Kind of curious if the track is slowing down a little bit. He's about a half a second slower than what he was on heat 2. So that's interesting. Or is he just kind of backing it down as we talked about through the tires, got a little more wear, so you're losing a little bit more grip as this race progresses.
Yeah, I mean, that could be part of it, that it definitely slows down a little bit as things go along. Those tires start to get a little bit of that wear and tear. Checkered flag in the air for Morgado and Karai. They both take first and second, respectively. Want to give credit here to James Andres, who really pushed his way through the field. That was a tough battle for him with Paulie Hart. Hart will come home in P4. João Alves, I assume, will be P5. Christopher Guerin will be in P6 to round out your KZ field here from the Florida Winter Tour.
Yep.
All right, we're going to take a quick break away from you while we get going into the next round. That, of course, will be ROK SV coming at you just after this. And welcome back to the Florida Winter Tour, part of ROK Cup. We are getting ready for SV. Take to the track here for SV Senior. It was a pretty fantastic race the last time we saw this. Caden McQueen able to storm his way to victory. Montine with a very, very good run in the 395 as well to hold on to second. It was an up and down run. Gassi and Lee, after a little bit of last lap carnage, able to sneak his way into P3, putting down good times over the course of the entire run. And of course, it was Blake Nash, your pole sitter, in P4. Nash will be starting on the pole once again. We'll have to see what the Nash Motorsports driver is able to do from there.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of battling last time, so it's kind of hard to say like who's the fastest, who's not the fastest. It's kind of like, how did you weed yourself through the field with those blocking moves and passes that were going on? But, you know, the largest difference in this thing is the engines. You know, if you're just joining us now, this is an SV engine that was introduced to the States back at the ROK Vegas, and it's a lottery engine. So every day you get a possibility of getting a different engine. Actually, you probably will get a different engine. I don't know if anybody yet, maybe Jackson can find out if anybody got the same engine from yesterday to today. But when they're done with this, they're going to take the engines off, hand them back to ROK. Tomorrow morning, they get a whole new engine.
They do, but right now, with their time to race, and Blake Nash and Alan Isambard trying to be able to get themselves ahead, and it's going to be Nash that gets the advantage. A little bit of contact farther back in the field. We've got one car way off.
That's the 384. Looks like its side pad is just smashed.
Oh, that looked like a very hard hit into the outside. Luckily, they were able to continue on. As we look down through the order, everybody else able to get through relatively cleanly. Take a look back at the lead, and it is actually Isambard that was able to hold on to the lead of that run. Nash now holding into P2, battle in P3. I think that's Venegas and Halpern behind him.
Yeah, I believe Isambard was the very first one we've seen that actually took the lead. From the outside position. So they're making us look bad over here, DJ.
Yeah, that's our prediction. Now Nash trying to fight back going into turn 10. Not able to get it done. They'll work their way back down through the corners. Nash still trying to put the pressure on as much as he can. Here we go. They're going to cross over the line, and we get that timing and scoring update. It is Venegas and Rodriguez, that run 3 and 4. That is your 4-car breakaway with Halpern trying to hold in behind, and Chase Gassiet-Lee already making up good positions. Here comes a move from Nash down to the inside, and that's Venegas taking a 2-for-1.
That was a beautiful move going into 4. He lost no momentum there. That was incredible.
Absolutely brilliant, and now Nash getting a little bit of a push there from Venegas, saying, all right, let's hurry up and go. Actually caused Nash to go a little bit sideways coming down into turn 6. They held themselves together. They try to push themselves ahead right now, looking ahead. That's really compressed the whole field, and there's really not too much of a break all the way back to about 8th, 9th position.
No, that's exactly how we see it, and that just, again, explains the parity of these engines and how close they all are. So that is right there. The 308 is your leader, which is what? Is that Venegas? Yeah, that sweet move going into 4. Let's see if Nash or one of the other guys behind took note of that and said, we can do this too.
Well, Nash tries it right there. All right, let's go back and take a look at the replay of the start here, because this was a little bit brutal of a go. There we see it. There you see just sweeping around the outside. There's the contact, mid-pack. Oh, big veer off, and that was just a big ka-thunk into the outside barrier. Wow. Well, looks like as we come back to live pictures, Nash has been able to get back into the lead as they are pushing their way down the back straightaway right now. It's Nash, Venegas, and Isambard, I believe. Behind them, Edgar Rodriguez going very, very defensive, and we definitely have a driver there with a pushback bumper that is dragging on the ground. That white bumper about 5th in line. Not sure if that's Halpern or Vitamontine. We'll get an idea of exactly who it is when they cross over the line here.
Trying to catch it.
That's going to be in the 5th position, I believe. So that's going to be Rodriguez.
And just made the move right there for the 5th position. I think that was over Rodriguez, correct?
It was over Rodriguez, so that'd be Vitamontine, if I'm correct.
Who had a great run.
He did.
And Heat too, so... Wide turn right there. Who was that? 3rd place. Was that Isambard? Went super wide going into 5. Not sure what was going on. Got into those marbles and kind of washed out.
But it's been able to hold right back up to the back there. I mean, it hasn't cost him too much of a position. Now as they go down the back straightaway, that's going to be 5th in line right there. It doesn't look as bad as I initially thought in that white bumper, the pushback, which we believe is Vitamontine. But it definitely looks like it is lower. It is dragging a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the new rules this year is like you get one protest, and if you're right, then you keep that protest. If half the bumper's pushed in, it's a warning. If the full bumper's pushed in, it's a 5-second penalty.
And there we see it.
Good pass on the dirt right there. They're elbows out right now for these SV drivers.
Yeah, they are fighting tooth and nail here. 5 minutes plus 2 laps left on the clock. Nash taking some surreptitious glances behind him at Venegas to see if there's any attack coming from behind. It's not coming quite yet, but Nash holding out over Isambard. Gassiet-Lee, again, kind of an under-the-radar drive here. He's doing a really fantastic job of keeping everything together. This is exactly what he did in the Heat 2 earlier this morning, just slow and steady pace through the field. Also want to draw your attention back to the race 1 winner, Caden McQueen, mired down in 11th right now, but having set the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I'm looking to see Caden had no penalties, so he was starting...
I think he started about 6th or 7th, which is where he started the last race.
Yeah, he's up 5 spots. He started 6th. Just hasn't been able to make his way through the pack. But remember, it took him a while through Heat 2 to get that win, and he was able to kind of benefit from the 2 guys battling up first. And remember, he took that 2-for-1.
Yep, and McQueen has moved up 3 positions since the last time we checked. He's now up into 8th. So he clearly does have the pace and is making some moves here to get his way forward, but not where he wants to be right now. Still plenty of time left to go, though. little bit of a signal there from Venegas trying to say, hey, let's give me a push. Let's try to close down on Blake Nash, not let him get out and away. When we think back to last year, I believe it was GP Pro that Nash was just dominant up at the front of the field.
Yeah, absolutely. He was pretty dominant through the whole year. It was fun to watch him out at Houston as well, work that Kart, because he didn't start off real well out there and then ended up working that Kart, making the changes, and by the end of the week, he was really fast.
There's that long train. Not really a three-car breakaway as Gassiet Lee is holding in behind. Vitamontine behind him, then Davin Roberts, Edgar Rodriguez, Caden McQueen, Andre Nicasco, and Levi Sangera.
Yeah, it's just a matter of these leaders starting to battle. It's going to just close everything up and start getting that accordion effect. As you can see, it's all the way back to 9th or 10th spot. They're all within striking distance we've seen in the past. So as we see right there, a little blocking move by Blake as they're going down to 10, 11, and 12. Quick flick of the wheel. That hairpin turn on our way to what we call turn 13. That's not on
the track map. Yeah. And crucial to know here, you are seeing some defensive driving out of Blake Nash in the front, but this is all legal. That is what is referred to as a proactive move. As here comes a very proactive move around the outside. Enzo Vitamontine sending that machine around the outside.
Yeah, he was like, you guys are going to go low, I'm going to go high. Sprint car-esque.
I think he was able to gain, yeah, he gained a position there. I think that was Isambard that fell down to 5th. Gassiet Lee now in 3rd, Vitamontine in 4th.
Keep an eye on Caden McQueen. Where's he at right now?
He's down to the inside, down low.
I don't even see him on there he is. So he's all the way up to 8th.
Yeah, he's at the back of the track there. So he's still got some time, but all that battling has allowed for a mini breakaway here for these top 3, Nash, Venegas, and Gassiet Lee. They start to pull away. It's a little bit of a couplet here with Davin Roberts and Alan Isambard, excuse me. Caden McQueen up to 6th now. McQueen making progress. Here's a pass for the lead. Venegas gets it done.
Nice move right there. Had that set up a couple laps ago. I think he was just kind of seeing where Blake's break point was and just trying to time it just right. And what's impressive is the power that these SV engines have out of the hole.
Yeah. Very, very strong torque ratio that they're able to put forward. They get off the line quite well. It's really impressive to see. As there, Gassiet Lee takes a little bit of a look to the inside, and Nash
off the track on the junkyard corner, continues on into, that wasn't the junkyard corner, that was
turn 9.
Yeah, wow.
And made contact with an outside Tech Pro barrier there.
Hopefully it didn't bend his axle. We'll see. Looks like he looks fine as he's coming through into turn 1, being very defensive.
And that's Caden McQueen, I believe. No, it's Nicastro, excuse me. That's the 311. Not sure who he tangled with.
Was it Edward Rodriguez?
It may have been in the 346. But Nicastro taken for a spin as those two tangled. That's going to break up the pack a little bit more. As now it's really a breakaway with Nash having that incident and frankly running defensive from Isambard behind. It's a 2-cart breakaway with Venegas and Gassiet Lee.
I think Isambard just got around Nash going into the junkyard turn.
Yeah, he did. Good call. Davin Roberts trying to complete that pass as well, but I don't think he was able to.
Yeah, you've got, Venegas and Gassiet Lee are just loving this happening behind them right now. You can just physically see on the track the gap that has occurred because that 3, 4, and 5th place are all battling.
I think for Venegas, he would actually love to see a little bit more. I think Caden McQueen may have been involved in that incident. I'm not seeing him on the charts. It was Caden McQueen that was involved in an incident. And we're going to take a look at that replay from Blake Nash, find out exactly what happened. Jason, let's take a look.
Yep. Just ran out of track.
Yeah.
I mean, gave him no room.
And Gassiet Lee definitely did open up the steering there. I'm going to say that. I could definitely see him widening the steering out and forcing Blake to the outside, but all is fair in love and war.
Do we have that replay going into one of the 311? Okay.
All right, we're going to pull that up here in a minute. This is the battle back. We've got to check in for an update from Jackson Lambros.
Trouble for Enzo Viedmonte, the Kart Republic driver who you guys thought had a pushback violation. I looked, and when it came into the scales, it is still on its bracket, so no drama for that. That actually came with contact, I believe, with one of the Rollison drivers. It might have been actually Alan Isambard. I'm not entirely sure, but contact in turn 11 is what gets him retired here from Heat 3.
Well, hate to hear that, but glad that he doesn't have a pushback violation. That'll be good news for him. Meanwhile, Gassiet-Lee has made the pass up for the lead of the race. Chase Gassiet-Lee, we talked about him early on as somebody to watch, charging his way up through the field. He has done exactly that, and he is now up at the pointy end on the last lap. Here they go. Venegas trying to be able to fight back on him. It's not going to play out. They come down through the final corner, and it looks like this is Gassiet-Lee's to lose. He's got full power down. They charge to the line, and it's Chase Gassiet-Lee. Venegas takes P2. P3's Davin Roberts. Alan Isambard will be P4, and Levi Sangera with a good run into 5th. Blake Nash falling down the order into 6th place. Edgar Rodriguez, fastest lap of the race, will take 7th. 8th, Charlie Fonseca. Jose Alejandro Halpern, and then it is Gabriel Nitre. We're going to take a look at that replay of the incident going into turn 1, so let's take a look at that right now while we get everything re-racked.
Yeah, what's going to be interesting is this is the last time that they'll be running in this order. And Caden just. Yeah, one more time. Let's go back.
Yeah, gets sideways there in the braking zone, just climbs the car.
Yeah, looked like Caden maybe just got a little lock up there because he closed in super quick. And racing incident, we'll see what happens there. So, but what I was getting as a point is like they've raced 3 heats next to each other.
Yep.
Now it's reshuffled for the pre-final.
Yep.
So you're going to be racing against somebody that you're not sure exactly how they come off the line, how they go into corners. So it's going to be interesting to see how they strategize themselves going into that pre-final.
Yes, it will. And speaking of strategy, we check down with Jackson Lambros. You may have some strategy insights from our drivers.
Heat 3 winner Sebastian Venegas. What's feeling right behind the wheel of this rocket cart?
It's very good. It's like my first time here in the front. In SV Pro, of course, my first race in this engine. I'm so excited for tomorrow, for this afternoon. Yeah, a little bit tired, but yeah, we're good.
Still relatively new to racing, or this style of racing, but talk to me about the parity of this engine. I mean, it was close from what we could see, but how tight is it out on track?
It's very pair. Like all the engines are almost the same. Compared to my engine yesterday, it's like the same. So yeah, it's the same.
Thank you, Sebastian.
Thank you.
Guys?
Real testament there to what ROK has been able to put in with these SV engines. Very, very happy to see and happy to hear that driver, Sebastian Venegas, able to take that victory up at the top of the charts. Very hard fought at the end as well. All right.
Speaking of Rocket, we just talked about Rocket Racing there. We got Rocket as our sponsor on our GP Junior class coming in right now. As you can see, the cloud of smoke from those rich GP engines coming out.
Yep, they're getting ready to go as they all come out. This, again, is the junior class, so some of the younger drivers, not the youngest by any stretch of the imagination, as they're going to make their way back out onto the circuit here. Cleaning up those tires a little bit, doing the back and forth as they get going. Tristan Murphy going to be starting in pole position. Josh Bergman alongside him, and that's really been the battle in this category. It's been Murphy and Bergman up at the front this entire time, breaking away from the field pretty consistently, and it's just a matter of who's going to be able to pip who.
Yeah, our biggest mover, I think, the last time was Nico Kotowski, so he made his way all the way up to 3rd. With a little luck, he had a couple good passes and some carnage happening there, but you got to stay clean. That's part of racing. But, yeah, Murphy and Bergman have just been trading blows between 1 and 2. Let's see who can come on top here going into the Heat 3. Then that puts us into the new lineup that they're going to see in the pre-final later today.
Well, I've got to imagine with the results that we've seen, it's going to be pretty hard for Murphy and Bergman to be starting anywhere but P1 and P2. So we'll have to see what breaks down, though. As they come around right now in through turn 9, starting to form up into this familiar 2 rows. Again, thank you to Rocket Racing Company, our sponsor here for ROK Junior. ROK GP Junior, very happy to have them.
Nice and slow, exactly how your flagman loves to see it. Working their way through 11 and 12. Makeshift 13.
Murphy to your inside, Bergman to the outside. Can Nico Orbezo maybe play spoiler here, break up the 2-cart party that we've seen? They enter into the 2 familiar columns, get ready to enter into the acceleration zone, and there we go. It's actually going to be a Sapirko trying to make the move, and I think that may have been an absolute swallow up there for Josh Bergman. We'll have to get a better look. No, he is able to hold on into a little bit farther back, but he did lose a couple of positions.
Yeah, just unfortunate right there. Maybe just being a little too conservative on the start, but...
No, excuse me. He was in P2. He is still up there. I was looking a little farther back. I think that was Orbezo that got swallowed up.
Yeah, it's hard to see, especially with all the liveries so close to each other, you know, and helmets are not... Still learning everyone's new helmets. You know, new year, everyone gets a new helmet, new paint job, so still trying to learn those. But as you can see here, the top 2, Murphy and Bergman, doing what they've been doing and just kind of checking themselves out.
Oh! Big spin down into the corner. The rear cart just locking up. That's the 268 of Andre Salazar. Oh, lucky that was not a bigger incident, as that could have been particularly dangerous. But Salazar looking like a pretty solo kart incident. It's Murphy. It's Bergman. Cordero, Shore, Stiles, and Katowski, your top 6. So as we said, Katowski, one to watch for moving his way forward. Nico Orbezo on the way up. Bergman makes the move for P1. He's going to be able to hold on to that position through turn 5, as he's been able to do. Sometimes we do see that fight back there, but it looks like Tristan Murphy didn't quite have it. Bergman, the Red Bull Junior driver, is going to be able to hold on to that position and just keep going. Arthur Cordero trying to close on in, 148. As we're going to take a look back at that replay coming down into turn number 9.
Just locked him up and got sideways. That's he was in 4th place, too, so it's a great run for Salazar at that point in time, which every position is so important going into that pre-final because it determines where your starting spot's going to be. So unfortunate for him. He's going to be starting back a little bit further, but he's got pace, so we know that he's going to be able to work his way through the pre-final to set that final starting spot that he's going to need for the final.
Yeah, he'll be in good stead. I'm not too worried about him as things go along, but we've got to keep our eyes on this lead battle. Bergman leading Murphy, the flip of what we saw in the previous round. Bergman definitely keeping this 222 honest as they come out of the junkyard turn right now. Putting the power down the back straightaway. Tear-offs coming off. Well, tear-offs, it's literally just tape coming off those carburetors there to allow a little bit more cool air coming in.
Radiators.
Radiators, excuse me. Why did I say carburetors?
I don't know.
In 1960, running these cars.
That's funny.
But the radiator, getting that taken off there. Powering their way now down into turn 1. Murphy really just following in the tire tracks here of Bergman. And this, again, could be a little bit of a tactical decision here from Bergman. Learn your enemy. Learn what they're going to do and attack a little bit later on.
Absolutely. And I think, we know these 2 cars have basically been the fastest thing on the track in this class. So as they're working their way through, just trying to be smart about it. I like it. They're not trying to battle each other. They know if they battle, it's going to bring 3 and 4 to their back bumpers. So just check out as much as you can. There's 5.5 minutes plus 2. So we're looking at about 7 minutes, 7.5 minutes of racing left. Plenty of time for these guys to be on the track to battle.
Well, I think the one thing to really keep an eye for here is the number 3 machine. That's Nico Katowski. Or excuse me, the number 292 in 3rd place, Nico Katowski. He's worked his way up through this order. Let's see if that gap comes down a little bit here. Yes, it has. 0.3 of a second. This isn't going to stay a 2-car train for long.
No, I was going to say, I bet you Nico's going purple, and he sure did by 0.3 of a second right there. So you're exactly right, DJ. It's not going to take long before Nico joins that party.
And I think crucially, this is exactly when Nico needs to be coming alive. We've seen him claw his way up through the order. Didn't qualify particularly well, but he's showing that he's got the pace. There's Arthur Cordero that you just saw. come through your screen in 4th place, and Katowski's really dropping Cordero pretty quickly here and starting to separate an island unto himself. As right now, still a 2-kart breakaway, but there's plenty of time for Katowski to come in. If he's able to maybe steal a P2 away, that could position him well, maybe get him up to 3rd in points on the pre-final. And I think if he starts anywhere in the top 4, he's going to be challenging for a victory coming into
Absolutely.
Sunday.
He definitely has the pace. Last time, see where he's at now. It's down to 1.22. So he's chipping away about 0.3 faster every single lap, and it will take no time at all if these two start battling.
Yeah, and I think that's got to play into the mind here of Tristan Murphy. Now, granted, I haven't seen Murphy check behind him all that often, but as you told me last year, Jason, when another kart starts to come up behind you, you can hear it.
You
more than
absolutely
anything.
can. Your engine just changes tones because the motors harmonize together. It's the most odd thing, that 100%.
Yeah, and so I think if Murphy starts to hear that, we may see a glance behind or two from him, and that may change his calculus a little bit on how he wants to attack or deal with Josh Bergman up in front of him.
Yeah, I am thinking right now that Katowski is going to be sub 1 second behind them. And you're great point, DJ. Exactly. Like you want, if you're faster than Bergman, then you need to get around him now because Katowski's coming and he's coming fast. Yeah, he's 0.8 now. So 0.4 he clicked off that last time.
And crucially here, if he keeps up this pace, we've talked it a little bit, aerodynamics coming into play in these karts more and more in the modern era, and so that draft going to actually come into play here. Something I really didn't expect to be saying in karting, but it is true with the speeds. With the speeds and the aerodynamic disturbance that these karts are creating, draft is a big play.
Yeah, I mean Nico's definitely the fastest kart on the track. Let's check that on the fast lap monitor. The 54.66, so 0.4 faster than the 2 leaders. So we'll see where we're at right now, and it's going to be probably a half a second when we pitch the stripe here.
Yeah, and then it's just going to reel on in a little bit more. Now, we are going to have a little bit of that aero bubble, some of the dirty air coming off the karts in front, and maybe a little bit more difficult for Katowski to close that in. Only 6.5 back, so maybe not as much as we thought, and he's still reeling them in regardless.
Yeah, you can taste the blood in the water right there, or see the blood in the water, and hopefully you don't taste blood in the water. It's not good to do that.
Well, it's good if you're a shark.
It's great if absolutely. But as we're going through here, it's been pretty interesting for, Murphy and Bergman. They haven't really had a third car to play with. So that's going to soon change here real quick as you see Katowski coming into the equation.
And there was that surreptitious glance behind from Murphy. I think he heard that motor start to come from behind him, and he wanted to check and see where Nico Katowski was. I also love what I'm seeing out of Katowski, kind of wheeling the car forward out of the corners, tucking down a little bit. You can really tell Nico is pushing.
Yeah, he wants second. He wants to win. I can tell you that right now. He's got to make up for those spots that he did not do so well in qualifying. I'm trying to look here where he was. 3rd in Heat 2. And then I can't remember, where was he at in Heat 1? Do you remember?
I was around 5th or 6th, if I remember correctly. Granted, I have slept since then, so it may not be completely right.
Yeah, he was way. Who's 5th? Yeah, 5th.
He's 5th.
Yeah, up 10 spots. So just had a poor qualifying. Yeah, and I need to. I see his dad out there. I'm going to hit him up next time and ask him what happened in qualifying.
And here comes the move. Tristan Murphy down to the inside. Murphy back up to the point in the 211, and now this is a fully 3-kart battle. Katowski onto the back of Bergman. All right, here they come down into turn 1. 3 laps to go at the line, there or thereabouts, with about 40 seconds left on the clock before we hit that 2-lap to go mark. Does anybody have a run down into turn 4? A little bit of a thought for Bergman. Outside line for Katowski. Trying for the over-under, not going to get it. Now going to take the move into turn 5.
Great move. We'll see how he set that up through 4, went wide to carry the momentum, to carry him into 5. Very well thought of. Very great race.
Now, very, very good. Now, there is a little bit of a gap up to Tristan Murphy, but I've got to think if Bergman can't fight him back too much, doesn't look like he can. Katowski could be in for the win here.
Yeah, it's definitely the fastest kart on the track right now, and he continues to show. He closed that 2-second gap within about 5 laps on those guys, with them not even battling. So he is really fast through the tight section. Like, I'm noticing that. So that's going to be great to see what happens here and see if he's going to take a chance into 4. Taking a wide sweep through 1 into 2, carrying as much momentum as possible. Going in, ooh, little slideways there, as you like to say, DJ. That probably made him decide not to try to go into 4. Also sitting there with Murphy guarding that inside line. But up on that curve he goes, making the pass stick on Murphy. And Murphy lost that spot to Bergman as well. That's allowing Bergman to get right up on the back of Katowski as they're working through the switchbacks, going into 8, junkyard corner down to 9.
Oh, that was a highly aggressive and dare I say, opportunistic move from Nico Katowski, but made it work. Here's a little bit of a poke to the outside there for Murphy, trying to see if he can get anything on Bergman. It's not going to happen. And, I mean, look at this. Katowski's starting to separate a little bit up at the front.
Yeah, he's so fast through that section right there. And, you know, as a driver, you know where you're faster than that. So sometimes you strategize your pass where you know you're faster than them, so you can get that gap. So he may have a little bit different of a gear ratio on than what Bergman and Murphy have. So he knows he's faster through the tighter section, so he needs to make that pass going into the tighter section to be able to maximize that gap, because he may lose it down the straight.
Tristan Murphy looking for the crossover into 5, didn't quite get it. Bergman holds the inside line, and that just allows for Katowski to scamper off into the distance even further. Very defensive line there for Josh Bergman. It looked like he was taking a different corner.
I was looking at that too. I'm like, man, he didn't even turn his wheel straight to the apex, I guess. But being defensive, every position counts right here. Now with Nico going to get the win, unless something happens here, that's going to change up a little bit. A third, a win. You know, this is going to get Bergman 2 seconds and a win. So how the points roll out, the biggest difference is you know, the qualifying spot for Katowski. Like, I don't know what happened there. It'd be interesting to find out.
And they cross over the line. Look at that gap between Bergman and Murphy. It was 0.16400, down to the thousandths of a second. Bergman able to take it over Tristan Murphy.
Unbelievable. Those guys have just been battling toe-to-toe all day long. So if we've got Jackson down there, if you interview Katowski, please find out what happened in qualifying for him, because he definitely has the pace to win this, as proven right here. Just kind of curious what happened.
Yeah, the rest of the top 10 is Arthur Cordero, Nico Orbezo, Clayton Stiles, Eli Steinbrook, Achilles Sapirko, Franco Escoto, and Andres Salazar. Good fight back there from Salazar, having those early issues there. There is the young man, Nico Katowski, with a very, very good run in that Burrell Art. Turning off the GoPro, make sure he knows what he's doing. He's going to come on over. Got to wait until the helmet comes off. Can't have an interview with the helmet on. At least that's what they told me in broadcasting school. As we wait here to hear from our winner, there is Jackson Lambros and Nico Katowski. Helmets off. Jackson as our winner.
So here for Nico Katowski, and some congratulations there from Josh Bergman. A great battle between you guys. Let's start with the start of your weekend. Sent to the back during qualifying. Anything you can share with us on what happened here to start your weekend off in GP?
Yeah, they said my tires that I came to qualify with weren't scanned, so it was a bit scary. Then they didn't let us go out for quali, so we had to start last. And Heat 1 we got 5th, Heat 1 we got 3rd, and now we got 1st. So, and the kart's working amazing, engine amazing, so I'm happy.
Last on Friday, first on Saturday. What else do you think you need in this machine to make it a win on Sunday?
Nothing.
There you go, guys.
That was a mic drop of a driver I've ever seen in my life.
That was fantastic from Nico Katowski. I love that answer. Jackson, if that doesn't go on your reel, I don't know what to tell you, my friend. Great stuff there from Jackson. Great stuff from Nico Katowski. Really, really fantastic. We are getting ready here for ROK Micro, but I can tell you right now that the number 77 appears stopped on track at the moment. So we may have a wave off here potentially. There is the 77. You can see it on your screen. Leclerc, excuse me. And we've got officials hopping on over to him. Yeah, look of just sort of
trying to start it and just not wanting to start.
They're going to push it off. And so hopefully that does mean for the rest of the field that we will be able to get around back here. No, it's not going.
Safe spot. Well, get him out of here. I think they're trying to start it.
Yeah. They're trying to figure out exactly what's going on with it.
Yeah, let's get him out of there. That's
Yep,
definitely
there
not a
he
spot
goes.
you want to be.
All right. Unfortunate there for him, but we are going to get going here up at the front of the field, and it goes from one Katowski to another.
To a little Katowski, yep.
Jack able to start us off as that's going to be our leaders here. He was able to take the victory in the first one. Obviously, he's going to be starting a little bit farther down in the order, but Max Santana and Enzo Ramos going to be the two that lead us to the green as they enter into the zone. Excuse me, it is Jack Katowski. That was a little bit of a problem on our timing and scoring screen. Katowski leads us to the green. Franco Schiavo behind him, Max Santana and Enzo Ramos. Here they go down into turn number 4. Let's see who can be able to sort themselves out. Clean through the corner so far.
Absolutely good little start for the guys. Good to see Jack out there on top. It was great. You know, we talked about it yesterday a little bit about them being out here last year for the Florida Winter Tour and really kind of struggling. You know, really were off pace a little bit, and they just all year round, all year long last year just chipped away, and got faster, faster, and faster. And now, you know, the Katowski name is really known throughout all of racing, you know, on all the different disciplines.
Exactly, and certainly starting to be, dare I say, a legacy in karting as things go along. Right now we watch, though, as that's Max Santana closing in behind Katowski as Jack tries to put the power down and be able to muscle away. There you see him leaning forward, trying to will that cart on a little bit more. I think that's Schiavo it's Ferrante, excuse me, in third that's trying to close in. Franco Schiavo, your starter on the outside, continuing that outside starter's curse and falling down through the order a little bit. But the battle is on here between Katowski and Santana up for the lead.
Yeah, and it's about what we've seen all day long. We've got some big movers. Let's see who we've got over here as we go through this. Fast lap does go to Santana with a 102.72. But let's see what we have back in the field a little bit on gaps to the leaders.
There you can see we've got already a pretty big one starting to form there up in front. I mean, Schiavo losing about a full second up to Ferrante, and Ferrante about 0.6 of a second behind Katowski. Dan Ducaslu is one of the ones that's starting to fall back a little bit more as they continue to go.
Absolutely, and this is just a great run for Jack right now. Not being real defensive, just kind of running where he needs to be. But it's we'd like to again thank our sponsors, Orsilon Racing. Orsilon's a long sponsor of ROK Cup for the Winter Tour, home here as well. So we'll see their carts that green and white and black that you see out there, right there in third place as we speak about Orsilon, is an Orsilon cart. If you're ever interested into getting in karting, it's great to kind of see these teams. You can come out here, watch the races, go talk to the teams. A lot of these guys do arrive and drive programs, or if you want to go do a test day to see something that you even like before you invest thousands of dollars into the system. So, yeah, it's a good opportunity to come out. And, again, we want to help. Our sponsors help us, and that's what we want.
Exactly. We couldn't go racing without them, so we want to make sure to acknowledge them and give them enough of a heads up as possible. Katowski continues to lead here, continues to start to put the screws on the rest of the field. Gap up, it is definitely starting to go, but Ferrante is starting to get some moves onto the back here of Santana. Santana popping the back of the helmet saying, come on, let's go get him. I think if I'm Ferrante, I want to get by Santana and just go.
Yeah, I think Ferrante is definitely faster than Santana, and it's going to be like, well, let me get around you, then you can try to push me.
Right. But that is really the breakaway here. Katowski setting the fastest lap of the race by about 1/10 of a second there or thereabouts over Ferrante. And Ferrante, Santana, and Schiavo, the only drivers outside of Katowski that are down into the 101s. Everybody else kind of mired in the 102s here.
Yeah, but I mean, they're all within 2 or 3 tenths of each other, which is awesome.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see. Although credit here to Santana. Santana responding to that pressure from behind from Ferrante. And now Santana starting to try to close in on the back of Jack Katowski. Again, 3 minutes left to go here in ROK Micro. Florida Winter Tour Heat number 3. We will have the pre-finals coming at you here in a little while. But first, to get through these heats, top 5 remain the same. It's Katowski, Santana, Ferrante, Schiavo, Ramos. Trey Sanders able to move up into P6.
Yeah, good run so far for Jack and just for all the Katowskis. You know, two totally different chassis. These are the micro chassis, the cadet carts, as we like to call them. So not a lot of information back and forth between his brother and him, but they can definitely share racing lines and things like that, and race strategy and racecraft, and I'm sure they do that quite often as they go there. But it's going to be fun to watch those two grow if they stay in karting long enough, to watch them run together in a class and see how they both can battle.
Well, I mean, it's always special when you have brothers, cousins, whatever it is, whether it's the Fittipaldis, whether it was the Schumachers, seeing them race together, it's always kind of warms your heart a little bit. It's a special thing to be able to see.
Absolutely, and I tell you what, it's definitely karting. It's definitely a family environment sport. You know, there's all different types of leagues, and you know, we kind of last night sitting at dinner talking about it. It's almost like Pop Warner football at some of these regional races where the families bring their blankets and they sit on the hill and they have lunch and watch their grandkids or their cousins out there running and support them. So definitely a different vibe when you come to a go-kart race.
That was actually, I was having a conversation with some of my friends back in California describing karting to them, and I used Pop Warner as an example of this is kind of that level of working your way up through the pros, that this is very much where, okay, you're going to start to take this seriously. Yeah. This is, you can go play flag football when you're, 10, 11, and 12, but you get into Pop Warner and it's, okay, this is when you're going to start taking this seriously. This is when you start to figure out if this is a career you want to have.
Yeah, and I mean, you watch any interview from any of the racers, and it all starts here. Yep, like everyone, like any Formula One guy, you see videos of them when they're a kid and they're all in go-karts. Yeah. Every single one of them.
Yeah, we were talking about this the other day. The only exception, I think, is Bottas started rallying.
Oh, okay.
There's like one or two anomalies.
Really?
And famously, credit to Jackson on this, Takuma Sato was motorcycle and bicycle guy.
Okay.
And so, but it is the exception that proves the rule.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's definitely correct on that one. But some type of a racing background. Very seldom you see someone just come straight in and be fast. Although with the day of sims now, though, I mean, there's a lot of guys that are coming out of sim racing into real racing. Yeah. Not saying sim's not real, but into real physical racing that do very well.
I think it's fair to say sim versus real racing. I think that's fair to make that distinction, because it is different. I think in a simulator, you're looking a little bit more sometimes at exploits. You're looking a little bit more at competitive advantage gained through not software manipulation, but, this is a quote-unquote glitch on the simulator that I'm able to get speed out of, rather than taking the fastest racing line.
Yeah.
Well, you do see the difference between those two styles of drivers, I will say, as well.
Yeah, interesting you say that, because I was talking to a gentleman who runs one of the larger sim companies, full motion sim companies, and he goes, you're actually going to be faster on a cheaper wheel than you are on this, because this is more real. Because you can cheat the ones and zeros with like a G29 wheel over this $10,000 SimCraft system. So yeah, it's interesting that he said that, but you don't get that feel. It's not the training that you need to do to get into it.
Right.
And what's interesting as we're talking sims, like now the karting sims are really kind of making a big come to the race, and these kids are probably all have a karting simulator in their house and learning these tracks as they go to these tracks and perfecting it and checking different lines out. And that's what's great about sims, is that you were able to go and run lap after lap after lap and try different things, what's faster, what's not faster on it. It's really interesting to see, and even make the changes on the kart. As we see right here, this is for what position?
This is for P5. Braxton Shiflett, Trey Sanders, Skrzimpoff, and Menendez. Just absolutely incredible battling back and forth. Upwell at the front of the field. Jack Katowski just dominant. 1.7 seconds over Max Santana. He's got this in the bag.
Yeah, absolutely, on the last lap. So that's pretty much going to set the stage for our pre-final. That lineup right here, and then we're going to see what happens in the mix back there through 4th, 5th, and 6th as we continue on.
As we continue on here, we will see Katowski coming through that final run down through 10, 11, and 12. They will now push themselves forward. Here comes Katowski to the line. He will take victory as his brother did previously. Katowski across the line, setting the fastest lap of the race. Santana second, Durante third. Schiavo and Shiflett will be fourth and fifth. Strazinkov will take sixth, and Menendez, Yankelwitz, Dukasklu, and Ramos falling down through the order. I think we had something happen there.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Ramos there.
Yeah.
Up in that 4th, 5th, and 6th spot all day. Something definitely happened. He got shifted back. So.
Yeah, not entirely sure. As we will take a quick break here, and we'll be back at you when we've got ROK Mini.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Welcome back to the Orlando Kart Center. I am joined in the booth by the interminable, the Jackson Lambros. I'm just going to keep finding adjectives for him over the course of the weekend to try to see if I can make his face go as red as possible.
You can keep coming up with nicknames, and I'll just call you the walking thesaurus the rest of the weekend.
No,
How's
that's
that sound?
Ryan Marine.
That's so
absolutely
fair.
Ryan
That's very
Marine.
fair.
I cannot take credit on that. But right now, we do get ready to go back racing again as we take onto the track. And we are waiting for the ROK Minis to take out, and they are out on the track right now, forming their way up. Another one of our younger categories. Always love to see these guys, and we see some good action between all of them as they continue to start to form up here. And Jackson, you've really had your ear to the ground for a lot of this. What are we hearing down about this track as it continues to rubber up over the course of the weekend?
Blake Nash really, really happy with where we're at in the rubber. We kind of talked about that equilibrium yesterday morning about not having it gripped enough where you feel like you've got bite, you've got confidence on turn-in, but not feeling like it's keeping the car from over-rotating, getting that grip up. So I thought a lot of these guys came in this morning expecting they had a lot of work to do in laying this rubber down. But genuinely, a lot of guys happy with how this track feels right now.
Good. That's what I like to hear. You want to hear happy drivers, good racing is the way it tends to be. As we move our way over here into this ROK Mini competition, again, kind of on the cadet chassis,
yep.
A little bit slower, getting things ready to go.
Again, a little bit older, you lose the restrictor plate, so you get about an extra 4 or 5 horsepower, a little bit less ballast taken out of the chassis to account for the bigger kids filling it in. But it will be Kostoukis, I believe, on pole, as Alpha Timing is actually trying to figure this out right now, and that's because we've got a waved-off start. What's this? Oh, my goodness, one cart off already, the 165, and it almost exactly shades of what we saw leading up to the micro start.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is. 165. I don't have a number on it. It could be the one.
That's the 106.
That is the 106. That's Shivari. Samuel Shivari. Have to see if this is an official waved off start or not.
It is officially a waved off start, and I believe we've got the green. Yes, we do. So is Alonso going to lead him out of turn number 3 for the first time. Leonardo Tavares giving chase over Aiden Go, Dominic Vera-Rosa, and we've got issues on track right now as, oh my goodness. Yeah, a lot of guys still already getting fangs up. We just saw one of the Nash karts ramping up nearly over, I believe, Cooper Lorenzo Lopez, but still, Isco Alonso out in front.
Isco Alonso leads over Tavares. Aiden Go trying to hold in behind as the field steams their way through. A couple little moments here and there. Whoa, a big run off into the dirt there. We haven't seen that much today, as that was an area that was paved over. Now we see a big move down to the inside.
Aiden Go.
Go trying to move his way forward. Hold off a little bit of a defense. We'll wait for timing and scoring to come back around and check everything out to make sure we've got all of our names and numbers correct. But my goodness, what a action-packed,
oh boy.
104, 127 into each other. And Lorenzo Lopez.
Oh man, two of our really, really big heavy hitters in heat number 2 collide. And just like we saw in ROK SV, some big names running into each other and potentially pushing themselves further back in the pre-final. So enter the two Paralins, Aiden Go, Colton Brook trying to work together to potentially get there a little bit further back. You got your privateer, Dominic Vera Rosales, Logan Artera. A lot of these guys trying to work their way into the picture.
Trying to work their way forward a little bit. Alonso continues to lead us in the fastest lap of the race. That's the 154 of Logan Arteta trying to be able to get a run on Vera Rosas as he tries to get his way ahead. And they're not able to make that pass work. Let's see where they go down into turn 9.
Another pair of Sodis just a little bit further back. Hudson Hidalgo, we're looking, trying to make a move. That is Nico Salazar, Travis Perlet, and Vicente Aguilar just ahead. So our battle from about 7th on back to 12th as we work our way across the stripe just by the 5-minute mark before the twin sticks come out. Been a phenomenal weekend for Velocity Racing by Sodi so far. You look at Mateus Morgado getting the win today, pretty much sweeping so far in seniors. Caden McQueen came out swinging. Hudson Hidalgo looking to the inside, and that Nash OTK, and that'll be another spot up. We'll see if he's able to hold on to it. Fends off down low to try and cover that switchback. He's able to make it stick.
He's able to hold on to it there. The attack coming from Thomas Prittalt, and it is going to be able to hold there. That's the 196 of Prittalt. And right now, Nash Machine able to keep their way forward. It's Go Alonso doing really well. Let's check those gaps there to make sure we've got it. And he's looking very, very confident up the front of the field.
Yep, kind of shades of what we saw earlier on with the Katowskis. Just not a lot of pressure for them at this point in the weekend. It was looking really racy in both our Swift categories earlier on. Looks like another move here for Hidalgo. Had a peek to the inside there of Vicente Aguilar, taking the fastest lap last time around. Or excuse me, Logan Artera not able to get there in turn 3. We'll try it now in turn number 4. All the way down to the inside. Is there a switchback? Such great driving from Hidalgo. A little bit off the throttle. Again, parking the bus on the apex, not giving that opportunity for a switchback.
No, not giving them that chance at all, as now they try to get their way forward. Does Hudson Hidalgo past Arteta? Next sight's going to be set on Vicente Aguilar, although that's about 1.4, 1.5 seconds up the way, so we'll have to see if he's able to do anything. Aiden Go sits about a full second behind Alonso, so that is definitely a gap that he is going to have to try to close down. Colton Brook also trying to close down a little bit more on Go himself.
So one of our biggest movers so far, Hudson Hidalgo clearing the 2 Sodis. He's advancing, or at least attempting to advance himself up into the top 2. And you look a little bit further up, our twin Paralins right here, Aiden Go, Colton Brook, just not able to close that gap to Isco Alonso quite yet. They're working together though, and for sure clearing themselves of Dominic Vera-Rosa, 1.3 clear of the one man off the podium. Then you got your twin Sodis, or excuse me, then you got Aguilar, then Hidalgo leading our twin Sodis, but out in front, smooth sailing for AM and Isco Alonso.
Yeah, doing a great job here. We check back a little bit farther in the field. That's Aguilar and...
this is up in front. This is, this is Alonso.
This is Alonso. Yeah, that gap's really come down. No, that's 2-3. That's going Brook right now as they try to hold on. Go doing a good job, not looking at his rear view all that much. 2 minutes and 2 laps left to go. Really really just trying to keep his way ahead. I think for Aiden Go, he recognizes he's not going to be able to catch up to Itzko Alonso, and he just needs to keep his eyes fixed forward, though, and not look too much back on Colton Brook and run the risk of getting into problems there.
No, for sure. And again, I think this is the point where a lot of guys are, especially at the tail end, kind of happy with where they're running. And they kind of got that idea of what the picture is going to look like come the pre-final and come Saturday morning. So I think very much it's a mentality of if there's any time where we got to kind of lift off the gas metaphorically, this is kind of where we maybe save man and machine a little bit, save something for tonight, save something for tomorrow.
Well, and save the rubber for tonight. I mean, we've talked about that multiple times, that you've got to be able to get enough of that Levanto rubber on the tire to be able to get yourself into good position come tonight, because you're going to switch, probably not for warm-up, probably for the actual race tomorrow.
Right.
And you're not going to want to change that out all that much. You don't want to switch over to a new pair tonight. We thankfully don't have any bumping going on, so we may see, if you're farther down in the field, a little bit of a change of strategy, that we may see some of the drivers starting 15th on back say, you know what, I'm going to put the new Levantos on and try to change it that way. But for the most part, you're going to stick to that standard strategy.
Yep, again, no LCQ tonight. I think we were maybe getting close to having that conversation in VLR Junior. Again, 44 karts in that class. But we came into that weekend maybe in Vegas with 60 or so. Very rarely are you in a scenario where you're having that conversation during a winter series race. And again, why we're choosing to run in this place at this time of year is, for one, it's for the guys who normally run at the national level, get used to running, get up to speed after the off season. But you look at a lot of guys moving up from ROK Sonoma, from regional stuff out here in Florida. It's to kind of dip their toe in national stuff after running at the club and regional level, see if they've got the right stuff for it.
All right, twin sticks given to the drivers. Aiden Go continues to hold off Colton Brook, and welcome to the battle here, Vicente Aguilar, as they now start to form a little bit of a triplet here. Although Brock not really able to get that fight to Aiden Go. No, he's just driving his own line. He's doing what he needs to do here to keep that 120 behind him.
Not too concerned. I think, one, it's knowing maybe first or second glance over the shoulder that it's another Paralyn. But two, these guys have raced with one another for a handful of weekends at this point, and kind of knowing that he's got a rear gunner, and if he is going to race him, it'll hopefully be pretty clean. But all of a sudden, you get Vicente Aguilar working his way into the picture, goes a little bit wide there coming out of turn number 9, but you got to ask, what's the strap from Brook? He immediately throws it to the inside of turn 13. We'll try it side by side, but just like that, Colton Buck wasting no time. That'll give Vicente Aguilar an opportunity here along the inside. Long run into turn number 1. A big chuck from Aguilar. He's up into P3.
Yeah, that was a good move there from Aguilar, and I got to say, a little bit ill-timed from Colton Brook, just not necessarily recognizing when that opportunity should come. I think he would have been better served taking out on a different corner.
I think it was also just a really, really late lunge. And knowing that you've got a teammate behind you that could, if you lose that position, could still potentially swing back, push him offline, and you could potentially pick up the scraps from that. So definitely some communications back at the Paralyn tent in between this and the pre-final. We'll have to wait and see. But for Itzko Alonso, I don't know if there's anything else he needs to dial in on that 144, because he has been a rocket ship all Friday. He's carried it into Saturday, DJ.
He's carried it into Saturday, doing a great job here for Alonso. Comes out of turn 12 through what we call 13. On to the start-finish straightaway, and Itzko Alonso will take victory here in heat number 3. Aiden Go behind him. Aguilar, then Brook, and then Hudson Hidalgo will round out your top 5. Great run there for Hidalgo, climbing up through the field to be able to claim that top 5 position. That'll position him well when we get up into the pre-final a little bit later on today.
Yeah, really great drive there as well from Hudson Hidalgo. 10 positions gained from the Nash Motorsports driver. You look a little bit back as well. The Orsilon of Beneco Lille, you saw him pointing his finger up. He knew he got something good, and he went from P20 to P10 as well. But Alonso, Go, Aguilar, Brock, Hidalgo, Veraroa, Salazar, Pretelt, Lale, Artela, rounding out your top 10.
All right, race fans, that's going to conclude that coverage for ROK Mini. We've got ROK VLR Senior coming at you just after this.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Welcoming you back to Orlando, or I guess in this case, Orland Kart Center. Jackson Lambros and Jason Ewers with you here as we get set for our last senior heat before we move on to the pre-finals. VLR out on track.
Yeah, we've had some great racing so far, as we always see with these VLR packages. Like the parity, we talked about that quite a bit, but they are so close to each other, and it allows us some great racing, especially when you start seeing these guys get through and start doing a little bit more defensive moves. So, be interesting to see what happens here.
Talking about a potential sweep come Sunday for the Saudis, and Colin Lloyd could potentially be the last piece of that puzzle. He once again will be rolling off from P1. He's alongside a hard-charging Mauricio Hernandez. That 917 dark green D2 Motors machine will be alongside him. You look a little bit further back, Jose Alejandro Halfin, Joaquin Pizarro. Then you go back to Sebastian Garzon, Pisano Rosso, Juan Paramo, Gerardo Moreno, Wrigley Keys, and Jake Resende, who we've not seen quite a bit here in VLR Senior, at least in the top 10 for Rocket Racing. He will be rolling off just on the outside of row number 5. Great weekend so far for Rocket.
Yeah, good weekend for Rocket. Good to see that. You know, good run for Rosso that we've seen throughout the first couple of heats. So definitely a car to be reckoned with. Again, didn't have the best qualifying spot, but he seemed to be making that, starting from that 6th spot, really work for him.
Yep. What can the Flying Frenchman do for Norberg from P6, and can Colin Lloyd potentially set the stage for a SOTY sweep for the pre-finals and for the finals on Sunday. Let's find out. Let's go racing in VLR Senior.
Clean so far through 1 and 2 is which we like to see. Any moves going into 4 here as we look 3 cars wide at one point in time as they were going into 4 to 5. Up on that back wheel, we got a car collection right there. A couple cars spin. Someone taking a shortcut through the infield right there.
I think it was the 951 Josh Leslie getting some hang time, ramping off of Hernandez. The 989, I thought that was Mauricio Hernandez or Jose Halpin.
I think it was Halpin, the 936.
No, Esteban Hernandez for RPG just getting some major air there. Or it might have been the ramp cart in that scenario, actually. But indeed, there is Mauricio Hernandez, that kind of navy chrome behind Colin Lloyd. Jose Alejandro Halpin in the Rollison machine tried fending him off or tried putting the pressure on for P2. We'll have to settle for P3 leading this massive freight train to complete lap number 1. 8 minutes on the clock. We'll put the twin sticks out after that. No pressure. Out in front for Colin Lloyd. One car around middle of the racetrack between turns 1 and 2. Oh my goodness. We'll try and get a number for you, but that could have been an ultimate stack up.
Yeah, not sure who that was, and that was pretty much at the front of the pack right there. So it was one of the faster carts that we saw. Just could not get a cart number on that.
So carnage early to get started in VLR Senior, and Mauricio Hernandez starting to pedal and close it into Colin Lloyd out in front. D2 Racing, another engine builder competing alongside AM, an engine builder so good it evolves into a fully fledged race team.
Yep, very nice to see that. Absolutely. I was talking to DJ about that. It's a new team I haven't been familiar with, so good to always see teams building themselves up as an engine builder into a complete team. And anytime you can do that and share information, it just makes things better. And lots of passing going on back there through the start-finish line. Mid-pack, not sure who exactly that was. Was that Valverde?
Think off camera, Wrigley Keys going through the grass to potentially try and make a move. Almost jumped back on track. You just saw the zoom in there last second. Another car around the 915 of Watson. He was in the top 10. Further back, a shake of the head. And another one down. Major carnage here in VLR.
For Betty on that 915 got looped around somehow. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. We've seen now multiple cars in this class looping themselves around. Is that because the grip's coming out of these Levanto tires, or are they being helped?
I think it's a lot of people trying to move forward for the pre-final, would be my theory. And that was indeed, by the way, 915 of Dels Fabretti, the Brazilian, going around wearing one of his teammates' suits, which is what kind of caught me off guard there. It's also what happens when you accidentally interview the guy that was second and didn't win in SV Pro. Back on track though, Colin Lloyd, still 0.37 seconds over Mo Hernandez. Jose Halpin trying to close that gap a little bit, still not quite within drafting range. But home race for D2 Motorsports, you look at a lot of guys here running that are based kind of in the greater Florida area, in central Florida. You look at U-Race in the orange and white a little bit further back. Home race for them operating out of here. Same for International Motorsports. You see some of the pink Tony karts a little bit further back. Same for the Ryan Norberg Karting Academy in GFC. As we take a look at the Frenchman, Tiziano Rosso fending off from Gerardo Moreno, the Costa Rican in RPG, just behind there.
Yeah, Rosso's been fast all weekend. It's kind of interesting to see Moreno all over the back of him right now, pushing him to go forward a little bit faster. We'll see if Rosso can get in front of Halpin up there and catch him.
He's third in that line. Now he's first in that line. I was going to say it's actually Sebastian Garzon who's now leading this triplet of karts. The Wilson Performance part in the back, that is Moreno. And now in the middle is the 979 of Rosso. But up in front,
Lloyd's in complete command right now with Hernandez in tow, a couple kart links behind, and then you have Halpin, and then you got a little bit of a gap there back to Rosso, Garzon, and Moreno. But we got some double battles going on there. As you look at the timing and scoring sheet on the left side, the gaps that you see, the littler gaps are the ones that are the kart in front of you, the difference is. So Rosso's only got about a 3/10 lead over Garzon as they cross the stripe right there.
Yep. Mention International MS, you just see him right there, the 944 of Lorenzo Kaufman. Only about a 15-minute drive for the local to get to track this morning. I know he's in a neighboring city for Orlando. I forget the name directly, but definitely a driver who's called this place home and is currently under fire from a Costa Rican superstar in the form of Gerardo Moreno. Late lunge to the inside there through the junkyard and gets fully clear of him by the exit.
Yeah, it looked like he got up on that curb a little too much and upset the cart and had to kind of get off the gas, and that just opened the door for the move going through junkyard turn.
Purple lap now going to Jose Alejandro Halpin, a 56.63. Last time by 56.79. And within a second, we might have a battle for the lead on our hands, slowly brewing. The minute I say that, purple lap goes back over to Tiziano Rosso, but we check back in with your top three. And the RPG cut candy-colored machine of Jose Halpin is indeed on the scene.
Yeah, working his way up, obviously maybe kind of come out with a little lesser tire pressures. The cart's really starting to come in right now, as you can see, as that RPG is all over the back of Hernandez as they're working their way through junkyard turn.
Tucked in behind, both of them mashing their helmets against the steering wheel. Hernandez to try and close that gap to Lloyd. Halpin to try and get to Hernandez. A little bit further back, Tiziano Rosso has worked his way onto a little bit of an archipelago. He is clear of Sebastian Garzon. Bernal Valverde as well, just behind, up 5 positions to work his way into the top 10. But with 2 minutes on the clock, it is still certainly anyone's race. Looking good for Colin Lloyd at this point, though.
Just complete. He looks so comfortable out there in the lead.
Late looking to turn number 4. Big dive
move
there from Jose Halpin. Outside becomes the inside. Great management there in the S's and is able to fully clear the D2 of Hernandez.
Kind of a cool move he did there, because he pushed him out wide to get in the marble so he won't get that grip to be able to come back in on him. So interesting move. I like it. Good racecraft there. No, didn't touch, didn't push, just use the track to his advantage.
Ethical
right there.
wheel, as we call it. I love it. Not using the bumper, not relying on the chrome horn, and just kind of doing the mental switchback, knowing when the outside becomes the inside. Thinking a couple steps ahead. That's how you're able to, in a class where you're a little bit more starved for power compared to some of the other single speeds out there. It's my friend Caleb Viesca always considers it as like 5-dimensional chess, right? You've always got to think a handful of moves ahead, knowing when to strike, knowing the risks you're potentially taking, knowing how you're exposing yourself.
Yeah, and I was talking to DJ about that earlier, about like when you need to pass, like where you know you are faster. Like with Nico Katowski, he didn't have the straight line speed because he probably was geared a little different.
Right.
So he knew that when he had to make a pass, he needed to be in the tight section to be able to make that gap, and that's exactly what he did. But like you said, 5 dimensions of chess right there, knowing where you're faster at, to be able to gain on them and pass them, and then be able to gap them before your advantage goes away.
We're talking to Colin Lloyd about this at Vegas, because he was confused. It felt like he ran 3 different gear sets and they all felt the same. I'm not sure if that's the case here at OKC, but he's definitely happy with what he's got on track right now. Has led every single lap here in heat number 3, but the Jaws music is definitely starting to cue for him, because there is a cotton candy-colored shark closing that gap. Jose Alejandro Halpin up only 1 position from the start. Your biggest mover at this point is actually, I believe, Bernal Valverde for Orsolon. And the Costa Rican up 5 positions. Lorenzo Kaufman up 5 as well. Anthony Rivera up 6 for Nash. A lot of these guys a little bit further back as we've kind of broken into 4 carts, duking it out for the lead. You got to stick a pin, though, in Tiziano Rosso. Another purple lap for him. And not up in front, but you get the feeling, Jason, if this guy gets draft, and if this race went on a little bit longer, could be a contender.
Yeah, I mean, we're running out of time, definitely, for him right now. But, you know, he's just understanding what this kart's doing for that pre-final. Remember, they're all going to be on these tires again for the pre-final.
Right.
So his kart, less grip.
Exactly.
Right now. So perfect for him as you're working into that the final race of the day for them. good advantage. I think I like where he's sitting. He's going to be just inside, right? 1, 2, 3, no, outside row. But, we've seen the outside row kind of work a little bit today. So we'll see what happens there as we get to that race a little bit later today.
Less grip equals more rotation, less stability. But with less grip, you're also kind of losing that ability to throw the car in and even initiate that in the first place.
Less grip's going to give less drag. So that means you're going to not have the cart. The cart's going to be freer as you come out of the corners. Just the twitch of the wheel, less turning of the wheel. So if you can turn the wheel, the less you turn the wheel, the less scrub you have. Less scrub you have, the faster cart's going to be. So that's the whole idea. Does that make sense?
I'll act like it is. White flag for Colin Lloyd, Jose Alejandro Haffen, 3-6. The gap between them, so definitely within striking distance. Coming out of turn number 4, they are bumper to bumper. Lloyd knows that he's defending down low. This will open the door here for Helfen on exit. Is there enough in the VLR of that 936? RPG trying the high side. Not enough momentum there. We'll see what he can do going into Junkyard.
I think Lloyd has this. Maybe defensive move going down to 9 here. But we've got a drag race behind them as well with our man Rosso right there.
Rosso and Hernandez,
battle.
Yep, right there as well. Mauricio Hernandez making it a 4-kart battle. Last chance as we work our way into turn 13 one more time. Everybody to the bottom of the racetrack. Here comes Hernandez with a late launch. Coming out of turn 13, a barnstormer to the line. Colin Lloyd's going to take it in heat number 3.
That got a lot more tight than I thought it was going to get. Lloyd had pretty much command the whole entire race. Alpin had something else in mind. I love seeing the sportsmanship between all these guys. It's great. They know they've got a couple more races to go. It's going to be a battle.
Colin Lloyd, your winner in heat number 3. Jose Alejandro Helfen up a spot for P2. Mauricio Hernandez drops it in D2. And Tiziano Rosso up 2 and takes the fastest lap. Further back, Sebastian Garzon, Bernal Valverde up 5 positions. Gerardo Moreno, Lorenzo Kaufman up 5 as well. Ant Rivera up 6. And Juan Peramo rounding out your top 10. We step aside for just a moment from Orlando with the Masters and Supermasters on deck. VLR Masters and Supermasters Racing is brought to you by the Rollison Performance Group. With over 2 decades of karting experience, experience the Rollison difference at RollisonPerformanceGroup.com. Danilo Ramallo on pole for race number 3, heat number 3, I should say. Laurentiu Mardan, the Techno Man with AM Engines, will be alongside him. Saldetta, Paul Elefante rounding out your top 4. On the Supermasters pole, Gabe DeLuca. Looking a little bit further back, Dan Devereaux, Scott Falcone, Alex Xavier, Lucas Bernabeu, and Alexander Dalbon rounding out your top 10.
Yeah, it was interesting because we weren't even thinking Ramallo.
No.
Because he didn't have the DNF in Heat 1. Dominant in Heat 2, although Mardan did close down on him. Let's see what Mardan is able to do on that break between Heat 2 and 3, what kind of changes he made to his kart. But we also brought up that point that Ramallo was on a fresher set of tires.
Yep. So 9 minutes for these guys, and again, some multi-class madness coming your way. Gabriel DeLuca on the Supermasters pole, Danilo Ramallo out in front, a Brazilian and an American on the front row with over 8 different nations being represented in a wide berth of age, a wide berth of nationalities as well. Let's see who comes out on top. Let's go racing in
wide
VLR
move
Masters.
right there in the
Big
back.
moves further back. I think that was one of the Nashes trying to make a move there. Oh my goodness, around the outside as well. 3 cars in the whole shot further back. I need to know who that is immediately.
I think
Everybody
definitely
going
Delbon
down
was
low.
part of that. He was in that Orsilon cart, so I'm not 100% sure what advantage he had going there. But as we're working through,
That's Lucas Barnaboux.
Barnaboux.
For the home team, LFB Racing coming out of the gate, swinging has already put aside, at least 5 carts. And now is behind the Orsilon, I believe, Alex Xavier. So Danilo Romalo will lead them all in the run to turn number 9.
Did it in second.
It is the Goodwood
Martin
Cartway
to
driver.
Third. And then you got Elefante right there behind the Techno of Mardan.
Italian driver flying the flag for the Canadian Goodwood Cartway circuit. Handful of drivers we saw throughout the Florida Winter Tour. A little bit more Masters presence this time around for 2026, but definitely a force to be reckoned with. Mardan, seemingly the furthest down he's been this weekend, it almost feels like, but you got Paul Elefante in the mix, and very quickly a battle developing in the Supermasters because Scott Falcone on the scene to bring the fight to Gabriel DeLuca.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. I was kind of watching that right there and see what DeLuca can do. DeLuca hasn't been challenged by really any of them in his class so far, but now Falcone maybe has got some of the bugs worked out on that cart, and maybe he can bring something to DeLuca here. But as we watch, Romalo and Dida kind of gapped themselves a little bit on Mardan right there. But right now, what I'm impressed with is Elefante. He's not really been in the mix at all the last couple races. Now he's right there on the bumper of Mardan, equal pace with the top guys. So, and then behind him, you've got DeLuca, who's in the class of his own, in that Supermasters class, but we'll see what happens here. Falcone can catch them, but it looks like that gap between DeLuca and Falcone is just ever expanding. And there's a move right there on Mardan by Elefante. Smooth move there. Good to see Paul running. Got to talk to him a little bit at Rock Vegas. He's gone through some health issues. Seems to be on the better side of those things right now, but he was out of a go-kart for a good amount of time. Back fresh in Vegas, and then, takes him a little more time out, now back fresh here at the Florida Winter Tour and looking really strong.
One of the ringleaders of Rocket Racing, flying their flags very well. The minute I say that, big wiggle there under the brakes into turn number 9, and that will immediately bring Laurentio Mardan as well as Gabriel DeLuca into the mix.
Yeah, last thing you want to do is scrub that speed going through that corner 9 because you got another small straightaway right there. That's an opportunity to just lose. But Elefante's getting through the corners really well, but Mardan's not doing real well this race. Whatever changes he made, he needs to reverse those because he is just dropping like a lead balloon right now in this class. He's about to get overtaken by Falcone right now. So definitely some demons in Mardan's cart as we approach 5:40 to go. Interesting, new look for us right now. It's interesting to see this top 5 different from what we've seen all day long. So as Romalo doing what he did Heat 2, dominant, but Dida's obviously made some good changes, and then Elefante so far super impressed with that run. And then Falcone looks like he's got his demons worked out as well.
Right.
So we'll see what happens as we cross the stripes.
Wasn't here in the booth during shifters, but that came as a really big surprise as well because it looked like Scritchy potentially running away with it in heat number 1, and immediately VTM and company really turning the heat up. So that'll definitely be something to look out for. On track though, Saldetta trying to close that gap. Elefante is back on pace, but Laurentio Mardan is hemorrhaging speed. He might have gone down into the pits. I think he did.
Yeah, something must have happened to his power
think so.
plant. Broke a reed or something, just causes those motors to not run right, because that's shocking. But, we know he has the pace to be up there with them. So make that change, come out to the pre-final. He's got to win. He's got a second. So I don't think he's going to be starting too far down. Now he's going to have a DNF, or a 12th. We'll see where he actually ends up at. But as we're working through here, Elefante's doing great. followed by DeLuca there, and Scott Falcone just a little bit behind DeLuca for in-class position right there.
A little bit further back. Please forgive the Californian for calling the Chrome Blue Kart a Nash Motorsports machine. That is indeed the LFB racing machine of Lucas Bernabeu, fending off Ale Xavier, Alex Dalbone, and Tony Paulo. But further up, Paul Elefante continuing to try and close that gap, actually really making the most out of this tow from Paul Elefante, a 4-kart breakaway. Essentially looking back here to Gabriel DeLuca.
Yeah, good run for the top 4. I was really kind of concerned a little bit about this race. I was thinking, man, it's going to be kind of a snooze fest. Like, we're not going to see a lot of people battling from it. But as you can see, whatever Elefante did to his chassis or his motor really worked, and it's livened that package up. And then, DeLuca is definitely right there in the battle with those guys as a Supermaster.
Question.
Answer.
Fins on VLR. Also KA. Why do that?
Cooling.
Why not radiator?
Because it's not a radiator. They don't have a water system in them.
It's air cooled. Okay.
Yep.
Things you should know when you've been doing this for about a year. Are you allowed to modify that at all?
No, there's no reason to.
Just solely to, I mean, if you look at NASA spacecraft, that's actually exactly how it's designed as well. Actual radiators on spacecraft with those kind of jutting fins out to essentially spread that heat out as widely as possible.
And capture as much air as it possibly can to kind of push through and run through the engine. Yeah, absolutely. I've had engines that my fins have broke, and it really didn't cause an effect with the engine at all. We don't run them that hard, but it's important to keep it within that operation range that we like to run them in.
Someone watching our mobile camera, one of my friends watching the stream yesterday picked up the mobile camera shots of some of the VLRs in the pits and was like, so is that for downforce? Is that for drag reduction? And I was like, I actually have no idea. But Paul Elefante, we check back in with on track as Gabe DeLuca has indeed arrived on the scene in what has become a 3-kart battle. Sal Ditta leading the two of them, 2 Masters, 1 Supermaster further back. Would appreciate maybe a little bit of insurance here by clearing Elefante. Elefante won't make that a possibility, though. We'll jam it up the inside to clear Ditta.
And DeLuca came with him through Junkyard Turner going into 9. That's a great run for Elefante. Like, absolutely floored right now on whatever changes they make, because he is going to be a reckoning in the pre-final and the final. And he was dominant last year here.
Oh, yeah.
You weren't here. Me and DJ here. Like, he ran really, really well here. So I think he's a Miami native. Is that where he's from? Boca Raton?
Once again, things I should know. Roughly this area.
Yeah. Florida native, we can say. Safely say Florida native.
Certified Florida man, Paul Elefante.
But he's working his way and got around Ditta. I think Ditta was holding him up a little bit because now he's gapped him. But DeLuca's also trying to keep for position, not realizing it's no gain, no loss for him, no matter if Ditta gets around him or not get around him. So
Elefante certainly appreciating the clean air that nose of that Rocket Racing OTK has given him. Gabe DeLuca wishing he had that right now. You can see him try and activate the DRS to get a little bit of a gap to Sal Ditta, but that is to indeed no avail. And you look a little bit further back, Colorado kid Scott Falcone is right there with him, trying to work into the picture as well.
Closing in fast, and Ditta's got to be worried here. I mean, it doesn't change his overall finishing position, but as a psyche and morale, you never want to be passed, especially by an old guy.
Potentially 6 weeks of racing on deck for Scott Falcone. I'm not sure if he'll go back to Texas for the other Winter Series. They're back-to-back weekends in speed sports as well. But potentially 6 weekends straight of racing across 3 different engine packages for him.
Oh, yeah. Down here. Who is that? Just looks like a little mechanical failure. Not sure what it is.
I think Daniel Canales. I see Peter Cook also ducking out, but he went far before Laurentiu Mardon. I think that's the Praga. I think of the 29. Yep, 29 Praga of Alexander Dalbon. Dalbon, yeah.
Not a bad run. 3rd in class right there. So that's going to give him a DNF. But, we were talking about Falcone running, I'd be shocked if he doesn't run it. He's an Iron Man, and he's in shape now. So I'm sure he's going to race as much as he possibly can race, and I would be shocked if he didn't make all 6 weekends.
It's always too early for us to call, and you get a feeling that we run the big events in Las Vegas, both ROK and SCUSA's, at the end of each year. It's always hard to tell who could potentially win those events, but you already see the pace that Scott Falcone is coming out with, and for the 100 cc's, it's definitely looking like it could. I mean, Scott for sure coming in as a contender here.
Oh, absolutely. It's good to see. I know he's had some struggles there. Let's see who's purple here. So Romalo's still at a 57.811. Falcone a 57.91.
So 2 laps to go here. Still local yellow to deal with Dalbon. But Danilo Romalo out in front with no competition. You look a little bit further back. Gabriel DeLuca in the middle with Saldita working there. White flag for Danilo Romalo, 57.75. Still to the time to beat. You look for reference there in our Supermasters. Believe it was Gabe DeLuca quickest last time around. Yes, it was. 57.90. Scott Falcone, 57, just 100th back, 57.91. So still a very close battle right now. If it wasn't for the Goodwood Kartways machine of Saldita in between them, that is absolutely going to be a heavyweight bout to look for come Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely. And the pre-final is going to be interesting as well. But yeah, Falcone may make the stick going into the junkyard turn. Not sure what happened there. Again, good run for Elefante here, but I need to see if Falcone made that happen or not. No, he was not able to make that stick going in. Do we have a lapped? No,
it might be. No, but out of turn 13 for the final time, and the message has been delivered from the home team, D2 Motors, and you race the Brazilian Danilo Romalo taking the victory in heat number 3. Paul Elefante in Ironman charge up into P2. Gabriel DeLuca, 3rd overall, 1st in the Supermasters. Saldita, Scott Falcone, 5th overall, 2nd in the Supermasters with Dan Devereaux. Great start from Lucas Barnabo. We'll see if he'll be able to carry that momentum with with LFB, with Alexavier, Tony Ballo, Daniel Canellis, and Alexander Dalbon in 11th. One more before we go to the pre-finals. It's the VLR Juniors when we return from Orlando.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
One more to go before the pre-finals as it's heat number 3 for ROK VLR Junior. Isaac Melquit will be alongside Nico Katowski on the pole. Darren Kidd was so strong in heat number 2. We'll see what he can do from P3. He's alongside the Paralympic kid Maxwell Macha, Nico Orbeza, Cam Johnson for Nash Motorsports, the Midwesterner in 6th. Tristan Murphy for RPM in P7. Eli Steinberg, Franco Escato Lechuga with Emilio Bolanos, the Costa Rican for RPG, rounding out your top 10. And the question, Jason, what's Katowski got?
What do they have for Katowski? That's the
really,
question.
yeah.
I mean, did he learn some stuff from the GP junior class, what he can translate over to the VLR? We'll soon see. I took a little break in between, went down and actually bumped into Papa Katowski and talked to him a little bit about it. And this is the anniversary of their 3rd year in karting. So
really?
pretty impressive for them to be able to make the leaps that they've had in the 3 years that they've only been doing this. But that just hats off to Trinity Karting Group on their program that they have, to be able to take someone who's never raced before and in 3 years put them on a national level and dominate.
We'll take this time also to give a shout to Christian Damianidis and the Damianidis family. Nearly a 60-hour car drive from Toronto, Canada to haul that entire CD3 Motorsports team down here. Textbook definition of a mom-and-pop shop, but we also give thanks to Nash Motorsports, your sponsor for VLR Junior, and their star driver, Cam Johnson, in the middle in P6. What are they going to do with that OTK machine? Does anyone have anything for Nico Katowski? Let's find out. Let's go racing in VLR Junior.
Good clean start so far through 1 and 2 as we go into 4. Nico, no defensive move there at all.
Oh, big trouble.
Issue right
Major
in front
hit
of us.
I think that might have been Steinberg. It was certainly one of the OTKs. That was one of the Lando Norris karts for Brandon Jarsorak Racing. That's the 803.
That's Santiago Orioli, which I was going to bring that up. We usually talk about Orioli. He's been solid and up front almost every single time, and this week's struggled a little bit. That's definitely not going to help right there. That's the 867.
867. Lawrence Perriman, the basketball helmet, going
the
flying.
Lando. Yep, absolutely. But as we see, Nico ended up 2nd right now with Malika up top, but there is a freight train of karts right there as they're working their way through 12, coming down to the start-finish line. But Katowski just gets off of 12 and through those S's so well. Got that kart perfectly freed up to maximize the amount of grip they need without over-gripping it.
Huge sigh of relief here to see the basketball helmet of Lawrence Perriman over at the timing stand. Okay.
We got a replay, I believe, of the incident. Give a little more detail of what actually happens here.
So watch a little bit further back, probably from about 8th on. You see nearly 3 wide coming out, and nearly the Sodi over. Big ride, though, for Lawrence Perriman. Orioli clean hit from the side there. Nearly rolled it, though.
Yeah, that was just, I think it was a combination. A couple karts went super wide there and came back on track because they're running out of real estate and just happened to push into some karts that were coming down. So, again, another racing incident there in my mind. Just bad luck for Orioli.
Katowski, Malquit, Macha, then the plane markings of the Iron Rock OTK of Nico Orbezo. That's our top 10. This is a look to the inside from Maxwell Macha for P2. Will clear the Paralympic and get himself into the runner-up spot. But immediately, you see how big that gap has grown between P2 and P1.
Absolutely, and that's what happens, and that's what Katowski wants to continue to see. Those guys battle each other throughout this 6:30 left to go. And then also sitting back there, Tristan Murphy's wanting them to battle as well to be able to come up and join that fight.
Here's another look to the inside. Orbezo tried selling a dummy, but Isaac Malquit not purchasing it. A little bit further back, you got Tristan Murphy on an island of his own. Then Cameron Johnson leading Franco Escato. Here's a look to the inside finally from Orbezo. Easily slots in, and Mosey's in for P3.
Yeah, absolutely, and that just allowed, we saw it right there on that Malcut to go, or Macha to kind of gap themselves a little bit there, and Katowski as well. So we'll see what happens as we click the laps down who's got their carts set up for mid-race to the end of the race, and who had them set up early to be able to come in and take advantage of track position as fast as you can.
And you got to get the feeling that this is probably about the highest temperatures are going to be all day. Again, running into the afternoon here, and it has gotten really, really chilly here, primarily in the mornings. But again, temperature's going to start to drop down. What's the adjustments we're going to see made in terms of engine tuning, in terms of tire pressures? How do you have cars set up in colder conditions? It's going to be a big factor as we get into some of the latest on-track running we've had this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, as the air thins out, you usually thin your motor out a little bit.
Right.
Because the air just gets, you got to deliver way more fuel. So there's going to be some jockeying on some needles. Tire pressures are going to change as the track temperature cools down. But then you also have more grip coming into the track. As you can see, the Levanto rubber being laid down almost on every corner here, and it just keeps getting darker and darker every class that goes out there. So a lot of strategy to go, sharing some information. We'll see what happens as that Katowski lead has gone down to about nothing right now with Macha right in tow.
Tip of the cap for Dominic Moskalenko, the 888 privateer, the Canadian. He might be flying the CD3 colors as well. I'm not entirely sure if he's with Chris's camp, but he is up 10 positions, or excuse me, 12 positions, 22nd to 10th at the start there, and just behind João Pereira. A little bit further back, we saw, unfortunately, Darren Kidd, one of the big on-track victims of that early carnage, and fell back from P4 to, I believe, P7. But we are now at the halfway point before the Twin Sticks coming out. Little bit of a two-kart breakaway right now. Purple lap from Maxwell Macho last time by 56.67. He's trying to track down Nico Katowski. A little bit of a wider line here into turn number 4. No flinch, though, from Katowski just yet. Now he knows he's there. Covers down low. Will there be an over-under for Macha? Not quite yet, but definitely Katowski knows that there is a hungry lion of a Paralyn behind him.
Yeah, Macha definitely has a faster car. Oh, we've got the Goodwood cart of the 803?
883, Alex Savage, I believe, or no.
Roy Chang, 863. That was Roy Chang out. We've got some, what happened here? Oh, that was from the earlier carnage that we had, okay. Yeah, good run so far. Good run for Cam Johnson as well, staying solid in that 5th place, just picking off points. Lined up well in the pre-final, but Macha's definitely got a missile for a chassis right now.
Yep. Nash Motorsports, one of the Southern California-based team for Seth Nash, based out of Riverside originally. Ooh, big battle here for P3. Nico Orbezo with a big send to the inside of turn number 4, and will continue to try and make it stick. Almost exactly what we saw in VLR Senior with a couple guys running the outside of turn number 4, but using it to go long enough until that actually becomes the inside of turn 5.
Yeah, very smart move. Be able to keep that momentum going. That's the 8-12 of
Diego Barros.
But you're right. I haven't seen those moves last year. So this is new to watch these guys realize, hey, I'm going to wind this car up through this corner to take advantage of the momentum to get into the next corner.
Right. Orbezo still trying to make that stick, and will finally fully clear Maxwell Macha for P3 with 2 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. He throws it in a little bit too deep into turn number 1 and 2. That'll keep Macha and Malkut into the conversation. Macha immediately trying to swing back. Malkut trying to go with him, feeds the side pod to Nico Orbezo, and fangs out driving here for the bottom step of the podium.
Yeah. Smart racing by Malkut. Saw the door open, knowing it's not going to close because you have Macha there, and just kind of riding on the coattails of Macha.
And you saw it right there. Bumper-to-bumper contact. A little bit of a bump and run there for Macha, pretty much driving him the exact way that Orbezo raced him. Now we'll tuck back in line, and back and forth now, a battle for this bottom step of the podium with 90 seconds on the clock. A little bit of a bump and run attempted there for Nico Orbezo, and immediately gets his way back to the point. Does anybody have anything, though, for Nico Katowski?
Not when they're battling back there. Katowski's just on cruise control right now, loving what's going on behind him. Even if he knows what's going on behind him. I haven't seen him look one time over his shoulder, but I'm sure as he goes through these 180s, he's looking over to see the gap differences between him and his competitors behind him, kind of just keeping himself aware of where everybody's at.
Isaac Malkut still your fastest man on track 57.60. Not last time by, best 156.57 as Orbezo try and fends off in what has very quickly become a 4-cart breakaway here. A quartet that you very much can expect to be in the final here, or excuse me, in contention for the final. 3 laps to go here with Macha taking the lead for a little bit. Katowski did not let him run away with it though.
No, not at all. Responded quite well as we got about 3 laps to go. But it looks like Macha is just a little, 56.46 there, so he was quite a bit faster than Katowski. So we'll see what happens as we have 3 laps to go, going through 5. You can just see on the camera view the distance between those two are closing.
Yep.
See what happens as they go through the tight section up here of 6, 7, and 8.
Purple lap last time by the way, for Maxwell Macha. Again, we're playing a game of, I was going to say we're playing a game of like hundreds and thousands here. That was nearly 3/10 up than from what anybody else had done at this point. So his kart's starting to come to life. Darren Kids continues to hemorrhage speed here. The guy that started P3, the 842 MDR, now down to P10. Those guys will have to take a serious look at that in the tent before the pre-final. But with the twin sticks coming out, it very quickly has become a duel for Heat 3 here. Macha, another quickest lap, 56.46, 56.53 now for Katowski, but these guys still in lockstep for the lead.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the fast lap times. I mean, Kid isn't far off of pace, just a couple tenths. So either just getting caught up with some on-track incidences there, just kind of pushing yourself back, making sure you don't get that DNF. That's the worst thing. That's the nail in the coffin. That's the worst case scenario that you could possibly have, especially going in that pre-final. That's just going to set the stage for the final tomorrow.
To finish first you must finish. One of the many proverbs of racing. But coming to the run to the white flag here, and Macha is indeed right there. And it has been a nearly 10-minute long study session for the kid to try and put a move on Nico Katowski. No double duty for Macha in the parallel. He's been focusing on VLR. He takes a look to the inside, now tries the long way around. Is there enough to potentially work it into 5? He'll try the switchback once again, exactly what we saw in 4. Is there enough on the exit? We'll try the long way around in the sweeper. Doesn't back out of it, but the inside goes to Katowski.
Yeah, I have never seen that move work, and if it does, I'm just going to stand up and applaud, because that is a long way around that corner. So as we see right here, though, looks nice little drag race going into 9. Katowski got through pretty well. Looks like Macha had to get on the binders. Got the inside for Katowski. A little bit of chrome bumper right there, I think, by Macha. Better be careful not to get a pushback at this point in time. That would definitely push you back. We'll see what happens here as they go across the line. Katowski
and TKG taking it in heat number 3. Maxwell Macha with the fastest lap, not able to put that pace to use. Still definitely someone to look out for come the pre-final. And the final, Nico Orbezo, Isaac Malcutt, Tristan Murphy, almost Roblox it and said Twistin Murphy. Cameron Johnson, Joe Pereira, Cole Anderson, Darren Kidd, and Eli Steinberg rounding out your top 10. Not entirely sure if we're supposed to have a break here. I think the mantra has been ready racing, but that'll be all she wrote for our 3rd round of heats. We go pre-final racing after some kart pickup and maybe a little bit of a break. But back to racing here in just a bit from OKC.
Welcome back to the Orlando Kart Center, and it's time for pre-finals here for the Florida Winter Tour presented by ROK Cup. DJ Clark and Jackson Lambros joining you here in the booth as we get ready for the ROK Shifter Masters and Super Masters pre-final. A little bit more time on the clock, going to be a 12-minute plus 2-lap race here, so more time to get sorted out. Jackson, it's a good way to get going in this afternoon.
Been the Sketchy Barnes show to get things started. Cole Matthewson really flexing that muscle, though, for Rocket Racing in their home race. That 533 starting on the outside of row number 1. Matthew Sanford for VTM, that TB Kart lime green behind him in row number 2. That's alongside Ryan Corbally. Looking a little bit further back, Morn Vontac, Corey Aberhart, and Brad Dunnoff ready to go racing in pre-finals for the first time.
Gets the signal to put the visors down as the lights start to come on. Shifters put into gear, and the lights are out. We are racing here, and it's a brilliant getaway from Matthewson, who's going to be able to put the pressure immediately to Sketchy Barnes as they get going down through turn 3. Matthewson, Barnes, Sanford, your top 3. Morn Vontac already with a little bit of work to do to try to climb through the field, but we know he has certainly got the ability to do it. But off the downbeat here, we've got to be talking about Cole Matthewson, who gets a brilliant start to put the pressure on Sketchy Barnes in this pre-final.
Just talking to Jason Ewers about how phenomenal of a job it's been for Rocket Racing, the Central Florida-based team, in what is essentially their home race. A lot of laps for them at this complex and showing it. Here comes Vontac, a late lunge. Eberhart trying to do the same on Danoff. 2 moves in the same corner. And oh my gosh, further back still, Vontac and Sanford side by side into turn 12. Who's there first? Who's going to come out in P3? It'll be Matthewson, who gets to the stripe to complete lap 1 for the first time, and a Supermaster on the bottom of the overall podium.
And it's Morn Vontac able to get the moves done on Matthew Sanford as they start to pull ahead here. But the big break up at the front of the field, Cole Matthewson and Sketchy Barnes, that gap holding at a pretty healthy clip here as Matthewson was able to be about 0.2 of a second faster than Sketchy Barnes on the last lap. Now, granted, we know Sketchy's got the long run pace to be able to try to close on in. Again, 12 minutes plus 2 laps. That's what we're looking at for these times. So he's going to continue on here, and we are going to have to wait to see exactly how this will all play out. Matthewson eyeing into the corner. Vontac not pulling away from Sanford nearly as much as I would have expected him to. Let's see those gaps on the side of the screen so we can be able to tell you exactly what it's looking like as they're going to come to the stripe here. There it is. That's showing you the gap to the car in front. It has come down ever so slightly for Sketchy Barnes, but it has grown for Morn Vontac.
So fights on between Matthewson and Barnes in a duel evolving further back between Morn Vontac and Matthew Sanford. Again, Morn Vontac was looking like a contender for the podium in heat number 3, but what we thought was potential contact with Cole Matthewson was actually a self-induced spin from bogging down the motor in turn 12. Was able to get that rock shifter power plant refired and going again, but essentially came last in the running. So again, for MVT, there's been a handful of different stuff that's bogged him down, whether it's been his work both building and maintaining pretty much half of this master shifter field in terms of engines, but in some cases just genuinely the motor going out. Sometimes it's just bad luck.
Well, and for Vontac here, you know, he's showing his strength right now, being able to push his way ahead. Gap coming down just a little bit. It's only about 2.5 seconds between himself and Barnes. Barnes starting to put pressure now to the back of Cole Matthewson. That gap coming down to about just under 0.3 of a second. And you can definitely start to feel it if you are Cole Matthewson. Sketchy Barnes going to start to poke and prod here. Under 9 minutes left to run.
Ryan Corbally further back, I think losing a position there to Corey Aberhart. We'll have to see, but man, Sketchy Barnes right on the rear bumper. Is this the move we've been waiting for? You bet. Down to the inside, still an opportunity for a switchback for Cole Matthewson. 50-meter dash here to turn 10, 11, and 12. Sketchy Barnes fully clearing to take the point.
An impressive run down into turn 9. Full opposite lock there for Sketchy Barnes. Now that he is up into the lead, it is got to be thinking good night Gracie as he is going to try to pull ahead and put a stranglehold on this pre-final. Sketchy Barnes moving his way forward. You called that right. Eberhard able to get by Ryan Coberly, not by a little, but by a lot. The gap already 1.46 seconds.
8 minutes on the clock in our first pre-final
of the day. We move over to KZ Shifter, and then one of our main events here in the form of SV Senior. Big slide there from Cole Mathewson. Again, eager to even stay in contention right now. But as we've seen a couple of times here so far, the clean nose very much paying dividends to that Maranello kart of Sketchy Barnes has very consistently been able to build that gap when he's out in front. We'll see if Cole Mathewson is able to stay in chase.
I want to give credit here to Mathewson. He's keeping that gap to maybe 3 kart lengths at most. Gap's only 0.17, and look at this, Moin Vontac cutting that down to under 1.5 seconds. He is starting to pull him on in here. Could these longer races maybe start to favor the South African?
We'll have to wait and see. Currently 1.6 the gap from Vontac to Mathewson, and still with 7 minutes on the clock. Definitely able to potentially close that gap. You just saw him there coming into the picture of turn number 6. That long sweeping right-hander, then taking as much curb as humanly possible, as much as your body kind of dares, over turn 7 and into the junkyard corner, as we've dubbed it. Turn 8 before the longest part of the racetrack, and the run into the hairpin of turn number 9. In the shifters, this has actually become a little bit of an overtaking zone, or definitely an area where you could set it up, this 10, 11, 12 complex, before you roll on the power again and come across the stripe. And it's actually looking like Sketchy Barnes using that to build the gap a little bit. I say that, DJ, still almost dead even from what we saw last time.
Yeah, I mean, it's just under 0.4 seconds. To me, the bigger story here is Moin Vontac closing that gap down under a full second right now. Vontac coming on like a train with a full head of steam here. He is really pushing his way forward. There's that turn 6 that you talked about. Really tricky. You've got to let the kart kind of hang out, and Vontac is there. Vontac is officially on the back of this group, and he is going to be putting pressure to the back of Cole Mathewson. He is hunting for an overall victory.
We'll have to see if fourth time is the charm here, as the Supermaster driver tries to put the pressure here on 2 of the Masters. Big slide there from Sketchy coming out of turn number 12. And let's see a little bit of a peek to the inside from Vontac. Not quite yet. You saw Mathewson go a little bit narrower there, seeing if Sketchy was going to maybe give it wide and, you know, see if the door was open, but immediately on the binders into turn number 4, we've got a battle on our hands.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a braking duel there. Vontac has to check his momentum coming out of turn 5, make sure he doesn't overcommit to the corner. That costs him just a little bit of time, as now they start to work their way into 6, down into turn 7, and round into the junkyard turn. Here they go. Vontac on full attack. Look from behind from Mathewson, trying to check his rear to see if he needs to worry about an attack from the South African. Here they go. Now onto the little mini back straightaway, setting into 10, 11, and 12. Like you said earlier, Jackson, not just in the shifters, but I'd argue in anything. That turn 12 has turned into a little bit of a sneak attack central, kind of like what we saw turn 8 be last year. Back across the stripe, Sketchy Barnes leads. It's Vontac, though, with the pressure onto the back of Cole Mathewson.
That final complex of corners, less because it's actually an overtaking opportunity outright, but because it's caught so many drivers making mistakes, whether it's using too much curb, going a little bit too late on the binders, upsetting the kart. A lot of guys have kind of used that not just as an opportunity to throw it up the inside, but again, a setup to a great double right-hander of turns 1 and 2. So very much becoming a hot spot, especially as this track has developed over the weekend, laying down this Levanto rubber. We'll see if it'll potentially be a key player here, because it's more looking like Mathewson trying to put a move on Barnes than anything.
You read my mind on that. Mathewson starting to fight back here a little bit. I think this is the ebb and flow we're going to see over the course of this race, and indeed race's future here, as Mathewson now tries to gain back in on the back, cut that gap down by about 0.04 of a second. In the braking zones, obviously, it gets a little bit shorter. Let's see. I don't think he's quite close enough to send a big dive down into turn number 4, but he still is going to be close enough. Actually did kind of send it. Now looks to the inside of 5. Not quite close enough, but Mathewson sure letting Sketchy Barnes knows that he's there.
That's brave from Barnes, not flinching from the dive from Mathewson, kind of having faith that the guy behind him is going to stand on the binders enough. And immediately, though, with that move, Moin Vontac is right there. This could be a prime opportunity for the South African, but one of the tallest guys on the grid. We talked about this as well, with so many of our shifter drivers having to tuck down into the seat to try and keep up with these guys on the straightaways. But despite that, Moin Vontac is turning and burning with them.
Yeah, he is definitely putting the pressure on as much as possible. Here it starts to come back. Mathewson looking very, very close to the back of Skitchy Barnes. Well, he tried to send a little bit of a move now down into turn 4. We saw him think about it last time. Loses momentum. Now momentum comes back to Morn Vontac. Checks his momentum coming into 4. He's going to have to wait a little bit longer to try to get that second place away from Cole Mathewson.
Middle of the track from Mathewson on entry into 4. Just trying to make that OTK as thick as possible and as difficult to overtake. Kind of give Vontac that commitment issue. I could go on the inside, but I don't know if that gap is going to close by the time I'm getting there. I'm certainly not going the long way around into that corner. I talked about that with Jason during VLR Senior, and it's been able to work in some cases. We haven't seen it just yet in the shifters. We'll see if the S's, kind of our new switchback city, if you will, in 4 and 5 will potentially develop. 2 minutes on the clock. Still Skitchy Barnes your leader, but Cole Mathewson and Morn Vontac is right there. The real question we got to ask ourselves here, DJ, it would be a second overall, maybe a win overall for Vontac if he was to make a move here. But this is still in front in his class. How badly does Vontac really want this?
You fight tooth and nails. You absolutely fight tooth and nails. You're a driver. There's a driver in front of you. It doesn't matter what class they're in. If they're in the same kind of machinery, you're going to be fighting for it. Vontac looking down to the inside of the junkyard turn. Not quite able to get it there, but Vontac is going to keep pushing ahead. Don't get me wrong. There is going to be a little bit of that counterbalance in his head. He is going to be thinking about all of that. But if an opportunity presents itself, Vontac's going to go for it.
I think if anything as well, you don't really know how far behind Brad Danoff is at this point if you're Morn Vontac. You've probably been so busy having your eyes glued to the rear bumper of Cole Mathewson, you really don't know where the 17 is at this point. But he's probably treating it as if it's 2 or 3 kart lengths, so we'll do anything to potentially have that human shield, if you will, that little extra bit of insurance to not have a guy in class behind you be a threat. Very quickly here, as it's just about 50 seconds on the clock. Mathewson starting to struggle a little bit here through turn number 6. A little bit of a breakaway for Barnes, and immediately we accordion together into Junkyard. Another great opportunity here, but it's looking good for Barnes here.
It's looking good for the moment, but I will say Cole Mathewson is seeming always able to close back up through the second half of this lap and into the first little bit of the next lap as well. So I'm not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater and say Skitchy's got this in the bag. Let's see here, though. They cross over the stripe. 3 laps to go with about 20 seconds on the clock as they crossed over. Oh, a little bit of a mistake there from Mathewson. Here comes Vontac. Is he going to look down to the inside? No, backs out of it.
It looked like it. I saw some eyebrows raised from Jason Ewers. That was some good rotation into 1 and 2 from Morn Vontac, and was able to launch that RS kart coming out of turn number 2. But again, great defense from Cole Mathewson.
He's going to hold the line here. Mathewson not looking behind him. I like that. He's keeping his eyes forward, keeping focused ahead. He's not worried about what Vontac is doing. A little bit of a slip and slide, though. Those Levantos starting to feel the pain of a day and a half worth of racing. Again, they will switch over to the sticker Levantos for tomorrow's final, but right now you are running on very, very used rubber. 2 laps to go at the stripe. Vontac is hunting. Here they go into turn 1.
Oldest time in the weekend. You'll be on the oldest tires at this point. Another bit of a look to the inside from Vontac. Covering down low is Mathewson. Vontac not able to get there. And again, all this is doing is building that gap for Skitchy Barnes. But again, oldest tires these guys are going to be on all weekend. And for the go-karts that are making essentially 50 horsepower in the exact same power band, it is a tightrope of footwork to try and maintain all 4 tires, keeping it on the ground, keeping traction.
Keeping traction, keeping pushing as much as possible. Vontac coming around the backside there. Skitchy Barnes holding on to, let's call it a 0.7 of a second advantage up at the front of the field. He'll be coming to the white flag this time by. Vontac knows it's now or never if he wants to try to put himself up into P2 overall. White flag flies for Skitchy Barnes. Vontac looks like he's lost a little bit of ground. Does he have anything? Coming into turn 4, gets a good run out of 3. He's not as close as we've seen him, and he's not going to send the move there on Mathewson.
Vontac, one of the guys we've really seen take advantage of that turn 3 added runoff, using it a little bit more to kind of leave that door open and take a look down low into turn 4. But regardless, Mathewson continuing to defend. Last prime opportunity is going to be right here, coming out of turn number 8, out of Junkyard, and into 9. And you can see that gap immediately from Barnes. A big look to the inside. Now Vontac thought about potentially setting up a crossover, diamonding the corner, not able to get there.
Not able to get it done, and that is just going to give more room for Skitchy Barnes out front. Skitchy comes out of turn 12 through the kink of 13. Checkered flag in the air. Skitchy Barnes wins your pre-final. Mathewson P2, Vontac P3, and we have got to wait what seems like an eternity here for Matthew Sanford to come back across the line.
It'll be Brad Danoff on schedule to be further behind. Corey Aberhart retiring in the 77, so it'll be Ryan Corberly, one of the podium finishers at Vegas, rounding out your field of 6 when they get to the line.
Yep, there it is. Corey Eberhardt, your last driver to cross over. About 10.9 seconds behind the rest of the field. There's Corey. He's going to come across the line right now, and that's going to wrap up coverage here for our first pre-final of the afternoon. Again, your ROK Shifter Masters and Super Masters. We'll take a quick break away. Stay with us. We'll be back with KZ Shifters right after this. Welcome back to the Orlando Kart Center as we get back ready racing once again for the KZ Florida Winter Tour pre-final. And the question here has to be, Jackson, can anybody catch Mateus Morgado?
I don't think so, and I think they know it. That's why there's been a pretty much unanimous agreement to cut 3 minutes off of the final and the pre-final. Our producer saying essentially just, but I don't think there's some maneuvers being
as we continue going here at this point, working our way back around to the starting grid. Sorry, we're just messing with the young kid here. As Morgado lines in, his teammate Karai going to be to his outside as they continue to get ready. And again, you see that kind of roll back, getting these carts in position, ready to roll off. Jackson's reaching for a plastic knife.
Well, I'm trying to describe
scared.
it for you. That's to tension the chain, so it's fully ready to go. Oh, immediately start is worn off. I think that's Joe Alves back in the 421.
They're going to push him back in. We're ready to go, though. Lights come on. Here we go, and big, almost wheelie there from Morgado as he puts the power down. Karai tries to fight back with him. A little bit of side-by-side through the rest of the field, but they're going to sort themselves out. Karai trying to hold on to the back of Morgado. Not going to play out all that well. Paulie Hart, James Andres, Jal Alves, and Christopher Guerin, the rest of your field as they fly down into turn 5.
When you've got Formula One levels of power to weight in something about the size of that, you shouldn't be too surprised when we're seeing wheelies. But again, the stablemate for Sodi Kart USA, Morgado and Dominic Karai leading them here, coming out of Junkyard for the first time. Been really good running for James Andres and Paulie Hart. Again, James Andres having Morn Vontac in his corner, working on his TM motor this weekend. The Charles Leclerc machine with a little bit further back Paulie Hart in that relatively new-looking Maranello trying to give chase. So essentially, this very quickly is looking into a battle for the best of the rest. First lap in, Morgado a second up over Dominic Karai with Andres, Hart, Alves, and Christopher Grem. Alves able to pick up a spot at the start there.
Yeah, and Andres trying to push ahead, put pressure to the back of Dominic Karai, who really has been the second fiddle for the majority of the race. But the battle we've seen previously that's been quite good has been between Andres and Hart. So I wonder here if after a bad start, Paulie Hart's going to be able to fight back a little bit more and close in that 0.7 of a second gap. Right now, the closest battle on track is for P2. Morgado already off into his own zip code.
Yeah, pretty much. In looking back, James Andres has been giving chase pretty much this entire time. You've seen Paulie Hart in the conversation as well, but it's been a pretty solid lockout for Sodi 1 and for Sodi 1-2. Dominic Karai also doing a really good job there of just holding on to that P2 spot, but very much a battle we've had on our hands here for that bottom spot on the podium between Andres and Hart.
Yeah, they're going to be duking it out, but the gap's starting to separate out a little bit more, up to 0.9 of a second. Alves actually the closest one now to Paulie Hart. As we watch right now, I believe that's Hart on your screen. Alves starting to close on in that cart behind him. The Maranello obviously driven by Paulie Hart as they continue to go now down through the junkyard turn. There is your leader, 1.8 seconds in front. Excuse me, no, that's Karai. Morgado already way off into the distance there. That is Andres as he comes down into 10 and 11 in that 486. And that cart down through the corner, a little bit of a slip and slide there, but he's going to keep things together. They cross over the line. Gap has already grown to over 2.5 seconds between Morgado and Karai. Gap between Karai and Andres is 1.2. Gap between Hart and Andres, that's closer. That's 0.9.
So potentially a battle brewing further back in the field. We'll have to wait and see. Paulie Hart trying to chase down the tracks of James Andres. And again, you think about this from a tactical perspective for Karai and Andres. It's trying to save, I don't want to say too much mechanically here, but definitely giving yourself the best opportunity tomorrow if we do see any reservation, maybe a little bit earlier on the brakes, a little bit later on the throttle. A lot of these guys kind of know what the picture is going to look like come tomorrow, and they're just trying to preserve whatever they have at this point.
Yeah, you don't want to throw everything away here early on. You want to keep things together as much as possible. And you certainly don't want to put yourself into a position where that cart would be in the wall and having a problem early on, as that would obviously lead for you and your team having a very late night. And then, of course, the worst thing in the world for a racing driver, which is going out into a machine and not knowing how it's going to handle in that morning warm-up.
And again, hopefully by rounds 2 and 3, by the time we come back to Orlando and move on to Palmetto, with guys like Morgado and Karai up at the front, you bring the motivation for a lot of guys to potentially come back and run. Marcus Kayak, an FIA champion we've seen here a couple years ago. AJ Myers in Magic we've seen a handful of times as well. 4 championships in Pro Shifter for him, tied with the man on your screen right here, Mateus Morgado. But again, Morgado the only one to do so in both classes. 1 championship in ROK Micro, 2 in 125cc, or what was just then ROK GP, and then 2023 champion of Pro Shifter. And a 5th one would indeed put him on top. Looking like he's starting on the right foot for that campaign.
Yeah, certainly is. I mean, holding this gap at nearly 4 seconds after just a handful of laps after 5 minutes is an impressive thing to be able to put down. Morgado continues to power his way out of the corner. Nobody else in shot. Karai barely coming into the background of that as now Morgado works his way through turn number 12. Now powers onto the main straightaway. Comes across the stripe. We'll wait for an update on exactly what that time is. It's got to be over 4.8. He is putting nearly a second a lap on this field.
Best laps so far, 51.325 from Morgado. Karai 52.303, as we mentioned just a little bit further back. James Andres 52.6. Paulie Hart 52.7. So again, looking like a runaway from Morgado, but it is genuinely anyone's game here in our battle for the podium come the final on Sunday. But again, seeing a little bit of reservation from a lot of your guys we'll have to wait and see. And again, could still see Polyhart potentially close that gap. A little bit further back, battle for P5 as the AKT of Chris Graham has found João Alves.
Yeah, Graham holding on to a nice little fight here with Alves. That's into turn 10 and 11. Big jump there over the curbs for Graham. He's going to try to just close on in here, maybe put some pressure to the back of Alves, see if he can force a mistake before I think he goes for broke here in the final couple of laps and tries to get a move done. Right now, they come out of turn 3, look for behind from Alves, making sure there's nothing crazy coming up on his 6, but a great exit out of the corner there for Graham. He's now going to look maybe down to the inside, not quite enough, but carrying good momentum out of 5 and into 6.
A little bit of contact. This could be an attempt maybe at a bump and run into turn 7. No flinch, though, from Alves as we work our way into Junkyard. Late entry there, late on the throttle is Alves, but that slipstream still doing a great effect to keep him in contention. You can see Alves, a little bit of a peek over the shoulder, goes middle to defend. He knows he's there. Just under 3 minutes on the clock before the twin sticks come out, and the battle for the best of the rest is indeed on.
All right, there we go. Green taking a wider line. I almost want to call that a diamond line through 1 and 2, but not quite, as he was a little bit off the apex, or at least more than I thought he would be. Looking for a later apex there. He's going to get the outside run, but that is the unfavorable line through 5 and holds up behind. Credit there to João Alves, just kind of recognized where that problem was, held the brakes a little bit, held him at the apex, and prevented any sort of attack.
Parking the bus, dude, was talking about that so much in VLR to kind of cover off the switchbacks. And you see it at every level of karting when you're so dependent on switchbacks, on carrying that momentum. If you're out in front and you're trying to defend, close the door if it's open, even if it's on exit. Now at a macro scale, very, very risky, especially if you've got 6 carts behind you. That will immediately pack everybody up. But when you're in a duel like this where you've got no one else to worry about, absolutely a tactic you can rely on.
Green very aggressive coming out at 2 and into 3. He's going to try it again. Later apex into turn 4. Now he's going to pull along the outside. Holds the line there. And again, it looks like Alves is going to be able to prevent that from going on him. Oh, a big twitch there out of both carts, frankly, coming into turn 6.
Great. Love that mobile cam that we've got there in turn number 6. Just gives you a fantastic sense of speed of how much momentum is being carried, almost throwing the car into turn 6 like you tie a string on the front bumper.
Mistake,
and this is
there
the move.
Alves.
Yeah. Alves going a little bit late on the brakes, and Greer through for P5.
Guram able to get that done, really nicely held. I mean, that was just a mistake from Alves. Overcooked it, got sideways coming down into turn 9. Guram doesn't need a second chance to be told.
How many times do we see that in any form of motorsport, though? Forcing a guy into a mistake just by being there in the rearview mirrors. This fight is not over, though. Greer covering down low into turn number 4. How's it looking through 5 middle? Trying to keep it, giving that commitment issue for João Alves. Can't go outside, can't go inside easily. And through turn number 6, now Greer starting to hit the burner.
Yeah, starting to pull away here a little bit. The gap was about 0.3 of a second at the line. I got to think when they come back by this time around to get 3 to go, it's going to be a lot closer. I can look out of our commentary window and tell you that it is officially 3 laps to go as the leaders have crossed over the line with enough time. It is still Mateus Morgado absolutely dominant. Here comes Alves on the attack, almost side by side coming through the kink of the final corner. Now defensive line here for Guram, trying to hold him off as much as he can, but Alves smells some blood in the water. He's going to be pushing ahead.
Good exit there in turn 12, but Alves had the momentum, and oh, trouble! What's happened to Alves? Oh my goodness! A mistake, and Alves is out.
We're going to have to see if we can get a replay of exactly what that was. We saw him side by side. Alves is back on track. I wonder if that was just a dipped tire off into the outside, ran a little bit wide.
Rare mistake from João Alves in the D2 Motors machine, and the battle very much has been claimed for the time being. AKT and Chris Greer locked into that P5 spot, but both of these guys walking the tightrope on the outside of turn number 9. You saw how close they were to the grass.
Let's jump up to the battle here for third and fourth place. James Andres and Paulie Hart. That's now come down to our closest battle on screen. Got to wait a minute for them to come on by, but that's down to about 9/10 of a second. Morgado just absolutely dominant at the front of the field. He'll take that 2 to go. There is Andres on your screen. You saw Paulie Hart shrink on by.
So Karayan Morgado in a league of their own, and Andres trying to build that gap on Paulie Hart in 80-mile-an-hour study session between these two, with last time by 52.723 for Andres, 52.318.
All right, we are going to go back and take a look at the replay here of exactly what happened to João Alves. Let's take a look at this, Jackson. I mean, this happened so quickly, we kind of missed it here. Let's look and see. Alves, just missed the corner. Missed the corner and went wide. Did he keep it off the wall? Yes, he did. But enough time onto the outside grass, and that'll slow you down.
He's going to be very thankful that those were the just painted bumpers and not the actual elevated one, because that would have been some spinal realignment for sure. So carried a little bit too much speed, and unfortunately that'll be battle done. But the white flag here for Mateus Morgado.
All right, Morgado comes to the line right now, and as he has done checkered flag for every heat, and he takes victory in the heats. He takes victory in the pre-finals by 10.5 seconds over stablemate Dominic Karai.
James Andres going to win this duel, it looks like, with Paulie Hart, but that was getting close to the end, just under 7/10. The gap between them, something to look out for Sunday. And then in our ultimate duel, Christopher Greer will indeed be the one taking the victory. João Alves trying to do a little bit better there behind that D2 Burrell.
All right, fantastic stuff here in your KZ Florida Winter Tour pre-final. Stick with us, though, folks. We'll be back at you with one of the bigger groups, and that's going to be ROK SV, coming up right after this. Back in action here for ROK SV as we get ready to go racing a big contingent of karts out on the track. This one interesting as always to see who is going to be able to take the top crown going into the final on tomorrow. This pre-final, of course, will be 12 minutes plus 2 laps. It will be the longer event here for all of these drivers. And that means a little bit more endurance, a little bit more of a test of stamina, and maybe a little bit more of an opportunity to take advantage of others' mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to see if Venegas can just continue that role that he had coming off of that heat number 3 win that he has, and see if anybody has anything really for him. You know, we saw Blake Nash had some pace there, as well as Roberts, and then Forsaker is a name that we've talked about before, and see if they can all make those changes for the pre-final, because the way that you finish the pre-final is how you're going to start the final tomorrow.
Exactly, and these races, these pre-finals, gridded based on the position you finished in those heat races. As we get going immediately, there we go, trying to be able to see what is going down into this opening corner.
No go.
Yellow flag in the air. Yellow flag in the air.
That was, not a good start.
No, it was too fast. It really came up very, very quickly. But Venegas and Nash, I think, are really the two contenders here. We've got to keep our eye on at the front of the field. But we cannot count out a dark horse who has been charging up through the field, and that is Chase Gassie-Lee.
My money's on Chase,
to
be honest with you. And the same thing as my money's going to be on Morin on the shifter. Morin's going to win shifter.
I think he might. If he's able to keep in close, he very well may be able to. But for Gasly, he's one of those ones that did not qualify all that well. To be able to be in this position now where he's starting third, put pressure on the leaders from the green flag, that's going to be huge. Another driver to talk about, Caden McQueen.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's, Caden had that incident in Heat 3 that kind of put him back, but he's actually starting higher up now than he started in any of the Heat races. So, And that's another big thing. Chase Gasly did not qualify well, so he started back in the pack on the starts, and now he's up there to third in that preferable inside lane. So we'll see where they can go when we get a legit start here. Hopefully they can get them lined up and slowed down. Another fast approach to the line as I'm watching them out there.
This
Obviously,
is pretty quick.
Venegas likes the speed to the line. So
He does. Little bit of movement there. Nash immediately tries to cut over on him. Looks like we're going to stay clean in green. Well, at least green, as we do get through the first two corners cleanly. It is going to be Venegas that holds out. I think that's Gasly that was able to get the move on Blake Nash. Not altogether unsurprising. Down into turn 4. Looks like everybody's been able to get through cleanly, and we come back into the switchback at turn 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I could see that setup where Gasly just kind of rode the bumper of Venegas there to be able to close that door on Nash to not let him get down.
Yeah, and that's exactly the trick you've got to do is just hold that in. Nash now looks like he's still in third. A lot of action there behind. No, Gasly's up into the point, I think. He may have been able to get by Venegas.
That is Gasly on that Bennick. Excellent job for Gasly running that chassis. Bennick is really known for more of a cadet chassis, not necessarily for these adult chassis. So really making a stamp with that chassis out there in this SV class.
Oh, it was a bad start there for your leader, falling down through the order big time to 7th place. Not sure what happened to him there, but we focus back in on the lead side by side. That's Caden McQueen trying to make a move there on Sangera, and I think he's got it. Yes, he does. So that is Caden McQueen up into third. Levi Sangera moved down into 4th place. It's Gasly still leading from Blake Nash. They push their way now down into the junkyard turn. Nash taking a little bit of a look to the inside, and he's got the position.
I did not see that coming. I thought he was too far behind, but way to go, Blake. A little late on the binders, made the move, but that closed McQueen up right there in that third trailing spot with, is that right, or is that?
That's Caden. That's Caden.
That is Caden. That's right. I didn't see him get around Levi at some point in time. But yeah,
I didn't see it either, but I did notice it when he came down into 6th that he was in that position. We'll get the update here as they cross over timing and scoring. There you can see it. Your top 5, Nash, Gasly, McQueen, Sangera, and Vitamontine. Is now a little bit of a slide there for Nash. That opens up the door for Gasly. He's going to look down to the inside. McQueen gets to pick his opportunity. Goes down to the inside as well. Nash down 2 spots.
Yeah, that's smart move by McQueen there. The door was open. Take it. He can't get closed because you had Gasly right there. So very nice racecraft by all those drivers, realizing that there's still 9:30 to go plus the 2 laps. Plenty of racing to get done. At this point in time, Blake could have his chassis set up for the longer run for the back half of the race. We'll see what happens. As we got McQueen's wants to go to the point right there. Nice move going to 9. Late braking move for him to take over that point.
Yeah, that's about as pretty as you can get coming down into turn 9. I mean, pretty simple there as now Gasly tries to fight him back through turn 12. Jackson and I were talking a little bit earlier that that's a place to overtake in the shifters, and more it's becoming apparent in the single speed as well. Top 3 trying to break away. It's really about a top 5, top 6 breakaway. Let's call it back to Vitamontine. Now we'll look down to the inside. That's Sangera getting a pass on Vitamontine. And we've got a car heavy into the barriers there.
That's a Kart Republic of, can't get the number. The
looks like 396.
Which I did not see.
I will pull it up here on my master list as McQueen continues to lead from Gasly.
Brian Garcia. That was Brian Garcia. He was back in the 13th spot, so that's a shame. But good thing for him, though, there's another race tomorrow.
There's another race tomorrow.
Today, race tomorrow. So as we can see this, McQueen definitely stepping out a little bit there. Got that kart really working well midway through this race, the early portion of this. Let's see if Gasly and Nash have anything for him as this race progresses along. and their tires get heated up and they come up to temperatures officially.
I'm getting a little bit worried about Blake Nash here. Vito Montine and Halpern both just sent a move on him, and now Andre Nicastro trying to send a move on Blake Nash as well. We said he may be waiting for this kart to come in a little bit more, may have set it up for the long term. It needs to start coming in now.
You're exactly right. He was going to find himself way behind there. So yeah, that's Levi Sangera that's sitting there in third. I thought that was Blake, but I was mistaken there. So yeah, Blake has either made some decisions to make that kart come in last, or has just been caught in some bad track position right now and just can't get his kart down to be able to block.
I think it's a situation where the kart's just slow. I mean, I'm not seeing him really trying to make anything. Davin Roberts, by the way, holds on to your fastest lap of the race. We jump down to Jackson Lambros, our man on the ground.
Our cameraman's currently trying to find a RPG kart. Not entirely sure who it is. I believe Charlie Fonseca. That fairing is fully skyrocketed, completely unlodged. We saw the same thing with another kart earlier on for getting into the barriers, coming into Junkyard. And in a very dramatic style, it's found someone else.
All right, so some incidents taking place on track. Thank you, Jackson, for keeping us up to date on those. Right now, down into the Junkyard turn they go. Caden McQueen continues to separate from Chase Gassiet-Lee. Levi Sangera, Enzo Vitomontine, and Jose Alejandro Halpern, your top five, starting to just get a little equidistant from each other. We're starting to see a little bit of, I don't want to call it breakaway, but breathing room, I think is the better phrase for these drivers up front.
Yeah, I think we've seen this quite a bit where they get anxious at the beginning of the race, a lot dicey, and then in the middle of the race, everyone kind of settles in, lets their karts kind of come in, figures out who they're racing with, how they're racing with them, and then we'll see another charge here probably in a couple minutes by all the guys in the back trying to charge to the front.
Well, we may have just seen a jump start on that. Oh, big contact there. That was Nicastro into Halpern. Vitomontine was able to get behind Levi Sangara and start to stretch his legs up into the front. Hope everything's okay in those two karts between Halpern and Nicastro, as that could have been a little bit of a hard hit.
Yeah, it was a little jarring.
Yeah.
When you see your helmet jar like that, it's kind of a decent hit there. So, but McQueen's still in command right now. We'll see if he can do anything with who's running second now?
It's still Gassiet-Lee, and now it's Vitomontine over Sangara. That's that white bumpered machine for Vitomontine. He's starting to pull away a little bit here from Levi Sangara. I think Sangara has actually fallen down through the order. Yeah, he's all the way down into 7th. Halpern into 4th. Nicastro in 5th. Nash 6th, and Sangara 7th. Something may be going on with these Nash Motorsport machines.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. I mean, they've been so good and fast, and I don't want to say dominant because McQueen won one, Blake won one, and then, now you got Gassiet-Lee's fighting McQueen right now, but it is interesting to see what kind of decisions they decided to go out on here.
Yeah. I mean, I'm suspecting that it may be a team decision, seeing Nash and Sangara both falling down. Now, with Sangara, that may have been a situation where he just got kind of pushed offline and got a little bit of a train going on by him, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, the one thing, if you look right now, you can really see the marbles picking up on the track. So he could get off, pick up some rubber on your tires, causes your tires to be off balance, and allows that kart to not really roll great down the straightaway, reducing your speeds as well as reducing that grip.
All right, this is the battle for 4th place right now. This is Jose Alejandro Halpern and Nicastro down to the inside in the 311. Nice little move there. That's going to be able to pull him forward. The 311 takes over that 4th place position. Blake Nash licking his lips behind, trying to see if there's something to be able to go. That's Nash in the blue and yellow kart with the green helmet. He's going to try that move again down into the Junkyard turn of turn 8. He gets it done. He likes that spot.
Maybe the kart's just starting to come in right now. We'll see as he progresses, and we'll just keep an eye on Sangara as well to see if maybe his will start kind of coming in and start gaining back those positions that they originally lost.
Yeah, I think it very well could be. Different line there for Nash coming through turn 12, just a little bit tighter. I think that tells me that kart's handling a little bit better. It feels like he doesn't have to roll as much speed. It's got a better launch off of the line potential.
Yeah, he's definitely making some different lines. And that's the true testament of a veteran driver. It's like, my kart's not handling correctly, so I need to change how I'm driving it to make it faster.
Yep, and that's, I think, what you're seeing here. Nash down into 6. Through turn 7 he goes. Not quite close enough to be able to send that attack on Nicastro. There you see the duck in front from Vito Montine as he's just trying to will that Kart a little bit better. I think for Blake Nash here, if you're able to get fourth, maybe even third ahead of Vito Montine, that's a good day at the office. I know you started second. That's going to be a little bit of a disappointment. But frankly, with the struggles we've seen from these Nash Motorsports cars, it may be okay to be in that position.
Yeah, and again, you know, I bring it up all the time. Where are you starting at that point in time? Blake started second and got pushed pretty far back right off the bat. So if he finishes third here, gets in front, you know, of Enzo, then that'll put him in that third spot, which will put him right behind if McQueen wins.
And here's another good battle. This is Alan Isambard and Davin Roberts. Roberts held a fast lap early on in this race. Isambard was one that was really scrapping for victories up in the heat races, but a couple of incidents of bad luck sent him farther back in the order. Good to see him climbing back through the field here. He could be a contender tomorrow if that Kart comes in the way he wants it to.
Oh, yeah, we absolutely know that he can run with the top dog. So just be able to get that Kart up as far as he possibly can in this pre-final to take advantage of where he can start at in that final tomorrow.
And for those who are joining us here from Rock Vegas and wondering, well, this is a great driver. We didn't see him. Unfortunately, injury plagued that driver, and he was not able to join us at Rock Vegas. Replaced by Alessandro Duttulio, who it now is official is going to be driving in Indy next year. So congratulations to Alessandro. Very happy to see him, and very happy to see Alan back in the paddock.
No, absolutely. Everyone loves to see you coming back from an injury. You know, it's not easy. These karts beat you up. I mean, ribs and just shoulders and arms. So anytime you can come back from an injury like that and be able to compete at this level again and attacking right there, making that pass look very easy.
Down to the inside of Halpern, very heads up. Again, if you're able to make a good pass down into that corner, it looks easy, but it takes laps of preparation to make it work.
Oh, absolutely. And he's probably studying them the whole entire time. Just got enough distance between him and be able to make that move, outbrake him without losing any momentum. As you can see right there, just another position was lost.
I was Roberts with a really nice move. We normally don't see that pass into turn two, but just kind of caught Halpern napping a little bit, took it too wide on the exit of one. We'll head down to Jackson Lambros, who's got another update for us.
Getting back to Alan Isambard, was actually hit with a pushback penalty earlier on after heat number 3. Who else did he talk to but Alessandro Duttulio, who is indeed here this weekend helping out the Rocket tent and will most likely be with them throughout the remainder of Florida Winter Tour. Still a little bit of time, DJ, before we see him in an Indy next car.
Yeah, he's got a couple of fair weeks until we'll see him at St. Petersburg, just a couple hours to the east of here, I guess northeast of here. Up front, it still continues to be Caden McQueen. 3 laps to go. Chase Gassiet-Lee holding in behind him. Battles are better through the rest of the field, but we'll take a little bit of a gander there at that 342. Gassiet-Lee definitely trying to close on in the best he can, but that gap resolutely staying at about 0.5 of a second.
Yeah, complete command of this race right now. Just struggled a little bit at the beginning, worked his way through it, got that Kart, got settled in, has just been clicking off fast lap after fast lap after fast lap. But hats off to Gassiet-Lee, too. You called it earlier, someone to look out for, and he's definitely showing that right now.
And I like what I'm seeing here. I think he recognizes I don't need to push the envelope too hard. I'm relatively okay. You do see a little bit of a duck down there, a little bit of a, if I can get the speed, I'm going to. But I'm not getting a sense of over-eagerness. I'm not getting a sense of over-driving the car here out of Chase. I think he's got this together. And despite starting on that outside line that we talk about sometimes being a death knell, he's going to let his chances come to him.
Yeah, but he's definitely closing the gap here.
Yeah.
And it may be a battle for the win as we have about a lap and a half to go. It looks like Gassiet-Lee is a lot faster on the back half of the track than what McQueen is. And this is why you never give up. This is why you continually push and push and push. All it takes is one little mistake by McQueen, and you're within 0.3 of a second, probably less than that right now. You can see it on the track right now that Gassiet-Lee can actually taste it and smell it. Like, I can actually get this win and start from that preferred starting spot.
Well, and it could be a situation where Caden may have used up his stuff a little bit. We've got to remember he started farther back in the field and really had to push early on. Gaps down to about 1/4 of a second. Call it about 2 kart lengths in between Gassiot-Lee and McQueen. They come out of turn 3 right now. Here comes the move for Gassiot-Lee down to the inside with the cutback is going to be Caden McQueen. Shuts the door on him. Nice little defense there from the 342.
Gassiot-Lee just went in a little too hot and had to get on the binders too hard and could not keep that momentum up as he's going through 4. But I think that's more of a statement than anything else. Is like, I'm here.
That's a shot across the bow.
Yep, absolutely.
That is a acknowledgement for tomorrow. You are not going to run away with this, I think, from Chase Gassiot-Lee, and you kind of love to see those mental games being played. We always talk about the mental side of racing, and trying to just put those little thoughts in the head of your competitors is always huge. But Caden McQueen today will not have anything to worry about. He's going to cross over the line to take victory over Chase Gassiot-Lee as the checkered flag flies. Enzo Vitamontin will round out your podium. Nicastro and Blake Nash. I say Nash probably a little bit disappointed with that result. Alan Isambard with a good fight back from, as Jackson reported earlier, that pushback bumper penalty. Davin Roberts, Edgar Rodriguez, Jose Alejandro Halpern, and Levi Sangara round out your top 10.
Yeah, Sangara's got to be disheartened on that, running second for not even half the race, but for the first half of the race, and then ends up back there. Still in the top 10 position, but now you're starting 10th in a very competitive field.
You're starting 10th, and you're in an even number position. You're on that outside line. That can't necessarily be great. There's Gassiot-Lee getting out of the cart right now. You can see him in that white, neon, and blue helmet. Heads up and a high five there to Caden McQueen. Love this, just talking to each other. Good heads up, talking about it. Little bit of a smile there from Gassiot-Lee. I think we're going to go down to Jackson here momentarily. As indeed we are. There he is. Jackson is down with Caden McQueen.
Caden McQueen again on top here for the final. How much of a confidence boost, first of all, is this for Sunday?
Yeah, it's good. Obviously, the last heat wasn't amazing, so to come back from that is good. I think we have a really good package underneath us. You know, he went for a crazy lunge. I knew he was going to do it. I also wasn't going to defend it because there was loads of dirt on the inside. And how far back he would have had to go in too hard, so I knew he wasn't going to make the corner.
It's going to be hard for you to hold this lead. You've got 20-something guys behind you hungry. What's the strat going to be tomorrow to try and keep this lead?
Look, you know, I can't really give you that. It just all depends on how the race turns out. I'm sure it'll be a good battle all the way through. I think there's quite a few of us that are fast. Probably looks a little bit more spread out because of the amount of racing that's been going on. But we're all similar speed, so yeah, it'll be interesting.
Thank you, Cade.
Thank you.
Still got some time for kart pickup, and I messed up this earlier, but indeed your Heat 3 winner, Chase Gassiot-Lee. A win for you today, not in the pre-final, but in the heats. What's it going to take for the big one tomorrow?
Maybe just a little bit. We're going to go kart a little bit, get everything better. Honestly, not much. Just try to get the engine good. Yeah, try to get better start maybe. Queen was fast at the start. Maybe we got to work on being better at the start of the race. And yeah.
Flying the flag for Bennett here at the top level. Talk to me about what it's been like working for this team and kind of coming in as the guy for senior.
It's been good. It's just learning a lot, new go-kart, new everything. Trying to learn what everything does, what changes does. And yeah, it's been amazing coaching little kids, and it's been nice.
Thank you, Chase.
Thank you.
And again, guys, for SV, our guess is as good as yours.
Got to agree with that, Jackson. It's going to be a wide open race tomorrow. But as Jackson did say, we've got a few more minutes here for kart cleanup, so we're going to give ourselves a quick little break. We will be back at you shortly as ROK Jr. takes to the track.
When it comes to innovating products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Welcome back to ROK Cup Florida Winter Tour here at the Orlando Kart Center as we get ready to go for ROK GP Junior, presented by Rocket Racing Company. Always a good one to see here. Very fun. 15 karts out on the circuit. DJ Clark up here in the booth with Jason Ewers. Jackson Lambros is down in pit lane. Josh Bergman, Tristan Murphy, this has really been their battle up at the front of the field, but Nico Katowski has recently said, I'm here too, gents.
Puts his stamp on the GP class. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Nico can continue rolling with what he's done. Not the best qualifying. You know, he talked about that earlier, what happened with him on that. We'll see what happens here as we go. I believe our starting lineup is, yeah, so Katowski's starting inside, which is not a bad spot for him to be. Pretty dominant finish in the third heat for him. So we'll see where we're at. Yeah, because he had about a 1.6 second gap and was purple on that third heat for him. So he's got the Burrell Art TKG machine pretty dialed in.
Yeah, he looked particularly good and was really able to get things together. But again, this battle with Murphy and Bergman up front, it's going to be a big question mark. I think between these three, we're going to see a breakaway. My question is, we're going to work together early on and then fight? Or are they going to fight from the beginning and let everybody else come through? We're going to find out.
Absolutely.
All right, here they come into the two columns. A little bit of weaving there from Josh Bergman as they get the green, and we go racing, and it's a great getaway there for Tristan Murphy, but Bergman's going to be able to fight back on the inside. Murphy's going to lose 2 positions, slot into line, and move Katowski, or is that Cordero potentially, up into P3?
Did Katowski make that move stick? No, it looked like he was going on the inside, but it allowed Murphy to kind of stay there. But Freight Train all the way through, a little battling back there with a Sodi and a Burrell as we all get settled in here. Looks like Katowski's trying to make that move in the junkyard and made it stick as he's going into 9. It's so funny to watch that move on video because it looks like they're just missing a corner.
Right, it really truly does. But if you actually go down there, and sometimes when we get that roving camera, you can really see how that corner opens up a little bit more and sees it to go. That is Katowski up into the lead, holding on very well over the 222 of Josh Bergman. Now they're dropping the rest of this field. And Arthur Cordero, Eli Steinbrook, Clayton Stiles, Tristan Murphy, I was right, got caught napping, got caught out to dry on that opening lap. He's got to fight his way back through.
Yeah, and Cordero just overshot that turn 1 and got caught outside and dropped 3 positions. So we'll see where he ends up when they cross the line here. But he's going to probably still be in the top 5, but he's got to fight his way back through Steinbrook and Stiles.
Yeah, he's going to have to try to do that. But right now it is Josh Bergman leading this field, holding the pace. Katowski not able to send the move back to the inside. A little bit of a breakaway there with Arthur Cordero, and that's pretty good for him. He's going to be able to hold that out and maybe just kind of hold on a little bit as he knows Murphy and Stiles are going to try to fight to get the rights to be able to come up and try to challenge him. Wow, Josh Bergman, so aggressive over the curbs. That was all 4 tires into the air.
Yeah, Bergman likes the lead, looks like here. He doesn't, trying to tell Katowski that, hey, you're not the only one that can lead this race. And he just went purple by a half a second, a 56.24 for Bergman on that MPG Mom and Pop's Garage Kart Republic.
Yeah, I really love to see that, and love to see that name. It reminds me a little bit of over in the GT world, there's a team called Ski Autosports, which stands for Spending the Kids' Inheritance, which is another great acronym that we love to see. This is about a little farther back in the field right now. That was, I believe, Clayton Stiles and Nico Orbezo that we were watching, as they are fighting out for a little bit farther back in the field. Steinbrook also trying to get his way forward. Big lunges up into the middle there. That was the 219. And I think that was Escoto that was able to get that move.
Yeah, as I'm looking here, it looks like Murphy's starting to dig his way back into this. Up to 4th place right now, just right behind Cordero. They're all so close to each other. See if he can make a move as they go into 4 here. But right now, Bergman's got complete control of this race. And let's see if Katowski can reel him in. But as of right now, we're watching some blistering laps by Bergman be put down.
Well, and I wonder here if you're Nico Katowski, if you're maybe running at 9/10 at this point, if you're seeing that aggressive jump over the curbs from Josh Bergman, if that's maybe a situation where you go, he may spend his stuff early on. He may be a little bit over aggressive. If I hold back and wait a little bit, I'm going to have an opportunity late in the race.
Maybe. We'll see here in about 8 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yep. Plus 2 laps.
Plus 2 laps. So basically 10 minutes.
Right. And behind, it does look like Tristan Murphy's been able to catch up to the back of Arthur Cordero, so that's going to be a good battle for P3. There you see him coming onto your screen right now. Little bit ragged running that cart is Arthur Cordero. I'd be a little bit worried if I was Tristan Murphy.
Yeah, I would be too. Got to make sure that if you're going to make that pass, make it where it's going to be a clean, safe pass. And last thing these guys need is a DNF in this race. That would just kill you.
Well, and we have to remember,
we've got a move going in right here to turn 8, and I believe that was Murphy on Cordero. So
it was. I wonder if that also played into it a little bit, that if he says he's running this cart ragged, I got to get by as soon as possible.
Yeah, and then also we mentioned this before, if you're faster, and you just need to get around them because the top 2 guys are constantly checking out a little bit more every single lap.
Yeah, and we know, no slight on Arthur Cordero, we know Murphy is faster. We have seen him run and pace this field all weekend long. And so I think if you are Tristan, there very much is that get up and go mentality.
Yeah, Nico just went purple on that one with a 55.3. Murphy was a 55.48. So they're all pretty close to each other on fast lap times. It's just who's going to maximize and get the most out of their cart right now.
Exactly, and that's really part of the opportunity here. Up in front, Bergman does continue to lead over Katowski. It's about 0.5 of a second there or thereabouts the gap. Katowski just holding on to it. Let's watch Bergman here as he comes over the curbs. Let's see if he's just as aggressive as he has been. Didn't get a chance to see it there. Murphy coming back through. He's fighting some opposite lock there. He's still wringing the neck of that number 222.
Katowski's definitely reeling them in. Now it's down to 0.3, so 0.2 off that. His last lap was a 54.98 to a 55.14. So, and you can see it close in right there as well.
And it looks like here Jackson Lambros has got an update for us from pit lane.
More of a comment on the curbs from Bergman. Let's see if he does it this time by, because it's right here where we're seeing these guys really, really take a big chunk of curbing through turn 7, and something that I've not really noticed until now, take a look at that temporary soft barrier on the inside of a lot of these chicanes to try and kind of keep these guys from cutting the track. But the past couple of times I've seen Bergman come through here, I've heard Vegas has taught me this, the neuron activation of hearing a soft barrier move, and I'm like, oh, crash. And then nothing happens. Josh Bergman is slowly, so many of these guys are, pushing the barriers just ever so slightly, running over these curbs. So these guys doing everything they can on track right now to maximize their lap time, DJ.
All right, great insight as always from Jackson. We'll have to keep our eyes open on that, to them just kind of pushing those curbs out a little bit more.
Yeah, when I did like a little bit of a track walk yesterday after everything was done, I noticed that they had the Tech Pro barriers out, jettisoned a little bit more than they normally do on those curbing to keep you from basically cutting the corner off.
Yeah.
But as all racers do, we push it, and then every time you hit it, you just push it back a little bit more, a little bit more. Next thing you know, it's going to be a straight shot for these guys with complete curb hopping. Something looks a little weird with Nico's nose there. I'm trying to see if it's bouncing around or if it's just the graphics, but get a read on that for me there, DJ. It looks like it's pointed down quite a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Now, I will also say the upper nose piece on a couple of carts I've seen really flapping around today, but that's a bigger gap than usual. And to your point, it is closer down onto the ground, and it looks like the gap between the steering rod and that actual wing is larger than normal.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. It's not flopping around, but there are partial pushdowns. So it could be partially pushed down. If that's the case, there is no penalty for that. But again, I'm just subjectively looking here on the track and not making that call whatsoever. But we will see what happens post-race, if that is or if that is not. But if that's the case, and it is both pushed back, that's a 5-second penalty. Does Nico realize this? Don't know. As he makes a move right there, I did not see that coming. He came from so far back. Great move.
Nor did I. Let's see if he goes for another one. Yes, he does. Down to the inside of turn 1. Nico Katowski gets the move done. Bergman looked like a sitting duck there as Katowski just stormed on by him.
Yeah, just really kind of surprised him.
All right, we're going to go down to Jackson, who I think's got another update for us.
Standing by here in turn 6, just kind of by the barrier here on the outside. And it's hard to tell from this point, guys. I'll say this, viewers. It's hard for me to tell because I feel like when we see bumpers pushed down, there's a little bit more movement, especially because this is a pretty bumpy part of the racetrack here in turn 6. So not entirely sure from where I'm at. It's possible, but especially with the pump fake we got earlier from one of the other Kart Republic guys, I think he's fine.
All right, thank you, Jackson, for that update. As, yeah, it looks like here at this point, Katowski put the move on Bergman and is just storming off into the distance. 2 minutes and 36 seconds left on the clock. Bergman's now got to be worried about behind him as compared to in front of him. I think Katowski is gone like a jackrabbit, and he's got to worry about Murphy coming up and making a pass for P2.
Yeah, as we're looking at here, I mean, good run for Obezo right now, sitting in 4th, up 2 spots, as well as Styles. Good run for both of those guys from the Iron Rock camp, representing themselves very well right now and setting themselves up to be as successful as they can tomorrow in the final.
Yeah, I mean, Jason, talk to that kind of mentality a little bit. When you come into a weekend, and there's a big gaggle here coming down the track, but you come into a weekend, you sort of recognize, okay, I don't have this here for Katowski, for Bergman, for Murphy. I got to kind of take best of the rest. How do you handle that as a driver?
At that point in time, it's more just learning. What do I do to the cart? You know, this could be the first race of the season for some of these kids. You know, if they didn't make it out to Texas to run, this could be new equipment, learning it. You know, you heard Gassioli talk about the Bennett, you know, new chassis, learning what the changes are doing. That's what all these guys are doing right now. They're going to figure it out. And if I know I don't have anything for the top 3 guys, I'm probably going to take a pretty big swing for the final to see if it makes a difference.
All right. So we could see a little bit of a surprise tomorrow if somebody is in that position.
Absolutely. And some of these guys' carts may not work well on used rubber. And then, put some brand new tires on tomorrow and the cart will come alive.
Yeah, very well could. We keep watching on these battles a little bit farther back in the field as Katowski starts to stretch his advantage up at the front. This is a little bit farther back here, as we said, trying to get a lock on those numbers. I think that's about Cordero on back, if I'm reading this right. Yeah, it's Cordero, Styles, Salazar, Sapirko, Steinbrook, that whole gaggle.
Yeah, they're short right there on that Ryan Norberg chassis out of their home track right here. So we'll see what they can continually do. I think that he's been pretty decent with that cart all weekend long, but just not enough for those top 3.
No, and that's, again, one of those things that you just kind of have to recognize, not necessarily to throw in the towel, but like you said, okay, take this as a learning opportunity to take everything you can. It's a 268 right there. That's Andres Salazar and Achilles Sapirko. Starting to fight, a little bit of a battle down to the inside. Here they go, trying to send a big move down to the inside, and it looks like it's going to stick, but a 2-for-1 comes on through. We now check in on the battle for P2. Briefly, momentarily, that was Bergman and Murphy up in front. They've officially come back together and gotten very, very close. There it is, the 222 and the 211 battling it out as we've seen all day. Murphy down to the inside, Bergman falling back to 3rd.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Bergman right now. It's chassis going away a little bit because I was sitting there watching lap times, and he was significantly slower than what Katowski was running. Consistent, but just slower. And actually, that time, Murphy's car has come in, and Tristan set the fastest lap of the race with a 54.81 into the late part of the race.
I mean, that would tell me for Tristan that he's got a good late race setup to be able to run. And I wonder a little bit about what we speculated on earlier for Josh Bergman. If he maybe just overused that Kart, pushed the Levanto rubber over the line a little bit early on with as aggressive as he was running.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's quite possible. You know, they've had to push pretty hard because, you know, Murphy and Bergman's been fighting.
Yeah.
Almost tooth and nail through the whole entire 3 heats that we had, with Nico kind of joining late to the party on heat 3. But obviously they've got that Burrell ARC TKG Motorsports vehicle rolling really, really well as he's basically on a victory lap right here.
Yeah, it really is. And this is the last lap of the race. White flag has been shown to Nico Katowski. Tristan Murphy, now that he's been able to get by Bergman, looks like he's in a pretty good position as well. We do have a Kart that is stranded off in the middle of turn 5. We'll see if we can get an ID on that in short order, but that's not really going to concern any of our leaders here as they are going to come to the line. Nico Katowski will take victory. Murphy and Bergman following him on home. Katowski with an absolutely stellar drive. And I also want to shout out Nico Orbezo, driving a very solitary race, but a good one nonetheless. That's the 219 machine that we see.
Lucas
Bertana. Yeah. So unfortunate there for Lucas.
He doesn't look real happy. He looks like he's trying to find a driver to give him a little bit of his business. There it is.
There. A little bit of the Al Unser Jr. treatment.
Yeah. Kill him with kindness.
Exactly. Win or lose like an Unser. Bertana there is going to be the last scored Kart. Diego Barrios, unfortunately, looks like he's about 5 laps down with an issue. So,
couple pickups, it looks like.
Yep, we'll go down to Jackson Lambros here in short order, who will, I assume, get us some interviews from down in pit lane and give us that update. Meanwhile, for us, we'll be coming at you with ROK Micro in short order. And so that will be good. As Jackson is ready to go, we throw it down to the man on the ground.
Back in the scale line here with Nico Katowski. We've been having this conversation a lot, my friend. What is feeling right? And talk to me about how difficult it's been to hold this lead for you.
It was pretty hard, but then I saw I was opening, and then I kind of started to ease off a bit. And it's been a tough weekend, so happy to start on pole tomorrow.
You've got 2 really hungry guys behind you in the form of Tristan and Josh. What's the strat for Sunday?
Just to hold the lead, stay smart, and come out on top.
Thank you, Nico.
Thank you.
Guys?
All right, thank you, Jackson. As it does look like we've got a little bit of Kart pickup to do, so we'll take a quick break and hold our breath as we will come back at you with ROK Micro in a few minutes.
Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Welcome back to ROK Cup ROK Micro for the Florida Winter Tour. 10 minutes plus 2 laps as the younger drivers, we give them a little bit of a break out on the circuit. And this one, of course, brought to you by Orsilon Racing. Very, very thankful for them being a part of this, one of the stalwarts in karting.
Absolutely, and we went from one Katowski to another Katowski here.
Exactly.
Brother Katowski, younger brother Katowski, Jack, in this micro class, reeling that Burrell TKG machine around this. What, do we have a distance on this track? I'm not quite sure what it is.
I don't know off the top of my head, but I'll see if I can do some research on that. Maybe get it by tomorrow, or he's going to
do a little chat GPT.
Oh, there it is. Boo. Boo.
Everything's 7/10 of a mile in racing. Okay.
Okay. Well,
I'll trust him.
We trust Jackson. And save us from using ChatGPT. But that's just my own biases. As we do get back ready to go, it's going to be Katowski and Santana, Schiavo and Ferrante. Ferrante's been running pretty well early on, so we're going to have to keep an eye on him as they try to go. Long track is 0.8 of a mile. Jackson was wrong.
And it's called Silverstone.
Oh, and the short track is called Monaco.
Yeah,
All
nice.
right.
Interesting.
There we go.
As we go, Jack's going to lead them off. I wonder if it's going to be as slow as it was the last time, which is awesome.
Right.
But also mind-boggling, I guess, because all these kids are doing is just bumping and hitting each other. You can see their heads snapping back, and that has a potential to get a pushback immediately.
Yeah, Schiavo already getting into the back of Katowski there. Waved off already, it looks like. Yeah. All right, waved off start.
It's waved off.
It's waved off. It is definitely waved off. All right, is they're going to come back around, do another lap here. Clock will not start. We just got to wait for timing scoring to kick back on that.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see here. I mean, Jack was pretty dominant with over a second lead or win over Max Santana. And then they kind of had a nice little gap between them and Ferrante. And then Ferrante had Schiavo all over his bumper. So we're going to see what these guys did in the interim between 3 and this pre-final to make the changes they need to be able to catch, Jack up there. It's going to be interesting to see. I'm sure that TKG made a little bit of adjustments based off the track changing conditions, probably dialing a little grip out of that cart just to free it up. But maybe they didn't touch a thing because that cart was about as perfect as it can get.
Yeah, well, and I mean, if I think back to when we were in Vegas for ROK Vegas or even, back here last year, we talked to multiple drivers and they said, going from session to session, you do very rarely keep that cart the same. You're going to make those changes because you want to stay ahead of the ball. To use the Kevin Smith analogy, you want to be where the puck is going, not where the puck is.
Yeah, that makes sense. Absolutely. You want to stay ahead of the game, like you just said, and don't want to play this chasing game.
Yep.
You want to be ahead of it. So it makes perfectly good sense. Well, we'll see here. I mean, he had him crawling down the backstretch there, then sped it up a little bit now crawling again. So I don't know if he's playing some mind games here with the rest of the field or not, but as he's working it through, he's got everybody lined up. Let's see what happens as we go through turn 13. Actually, no, we're still on the
We're in turn 12 right now.
All right, well.
He's making him crawl. But,
I'm telling you right now, Santana needs to get back on line or they're going to wave this thing back off again.
To the victor belongs the spoils. He is under no obligation to go super fast.
No, this is his game. He gets to do it however he wants. That's the benefit of being on pole position.
Starting to speed up a little bit here. Again, those mind games coming into play. As there they cross over the stripe, and immediately Katowski shuts the door on Santana. Ferrante able to come into V2. That was a little bit of Michael Schumacher-esque from Jack Katowski.
Yeah, it was very, very well done. Obviously realizing there may be a threat there on Ferrante, so just kind of sitting there on Santana, trying to get as much speed scrub from his kart as you possibly can. We have a kart spun here in 5. Not sure what happened there.
That's the number 14 machine.
That is Enzo Ramos. Started 5th. Unfortunate finish for him. Is he going to be able to get back in that and start it?
No, he's out. He is out of the kart, unfortunately.
Unfortunate for him. As we see that, Nico or Jack already has a substantial gap back there.
Yeah, but we got a nice little one. Yeah, Max is in P2 right now. Ferrante P3. And Franco Schiavo holding on to P4 right now. A little bit of a gap back to Braxton Schiffler. No, excuse me, it's Leo Yanklowitz. So he's going to hold on to that. Let's keep our eyes here on Romeo Ferrante. I think we may see a move coming on. No, he's not going to be quite close enough going down into turn 4. They're going to keep in single file order while Jack Katowski does what he pleases at the front of his field.
Yeah, and the worst thing that these guys can do right now, back to 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, is start battling. Like, they need to just work together, push each other, work that arrow, and get up to Jack as fast as they can. As I say that, I think there's a pass right there that just happened. I believe that was Schiavo on Ferrante for 3rd, right?
It was. Schiavo with a nice little move down to the junkyard turn to get that done. That's not going to send him over too hard, and it's still going to allow for Santana to hold on to that similar gap up in front of him. Granted, that gap is expanding. It's about 2 seconds here, and there's a fight back from Ferrante as he's able to get the move into turn 12.
Yeah, and this is just making Max smile. Right. Maybe he can focus in and try to get as much gap close that he can on Katowski as they're working into turn 4 here. But right now, this is Katowski's demanding lead.
1.63 seconds the gap. Not quite the 2 that I predicted, but still pretty impressive nonetheless. Santana not really able to close it in nearly as much as he would like. They come past that parked car there of Enzo Ramos. Now they come down into turn number 6. See, struggling with the wheel a little bit there. Battle behind. Skrimkow and Shiflett and Trey Sanders there. A little hop of the cart, trying to wheel it forward. All right, we're going to keep our eyes focused on the battle for P5. That's Leo Yanklowitz, Skrimkow, and Shiflett right there on your screen.
Yeah, I'm going to default to you on that last name.
I practiced that one a few times before, and I'm still getting it wrong.
Skripskowski?
Skripskowski, I think is how it is. Skripskowski, as he's able to get a nice little move there.
Yeah, because you don't get to see the whole entire name on that board. So
no.
Yeah. Interesting. So, yeah, absolutely. Good run so far.
Skripskowski down to the inside of Braxton Shiflett, making it work. Shiflett gives him a little bit of how you doing coming down into turn 5. The Skripskowski holding on to that position now gives the signal to Braxton Shiflett, says, hey, give me the bump, push me ahead, and that's exactly what Braxton's doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And he says he runs for GFC, but he's got the Norberg Flyer colors flying on that kart, so obviously running out of Norberg's tent here on the East Coast. But as we say that, Katowski still just in a demanding lead, 1.8 seconds, couple tenths every single lap, just clicking off a little bit faster every single time. Purple does go to Ferrante, though, with a 1:02.23 fast lap, just about 3 tenths faster than what Katowski's fast lap is. But nope, now I say that, Jack makes me a big fat liar with a 1:02.18 fast lap, all out there by himself. So impressive run for him.
I think Schiavo just stole it away.
Just did, yeah, with a 1:01.87. So,
well, what's interesting here is I'm getting the sense Ferrante and Schiavo were held up a little bit behind Max Santana. They caught up to him very, very quickly. And that, I believe, is the battle that we're watching right now. Yeah, it is.
I mean, it was a 1:02.44 for Santana last lap to a 1:01.87 for Schiavo. So significant pace difference right there. And that gap will close pretty quick when you have that much of a differential.
Schiavo down to the inside there of Ferrante, and then a defensive move down the back straightaway. He's going to keep Ferrante behind him for the moment. Now as they power their way into turns 10, 11, and 12. Here they go. Now back into that little kink of turn 13 there. You can visually see the gap of Katowski. I've got to think if I'm Ferrante or Schiavo, I've got to stop battling, focus my eye on Max Santana. I think they may have the pace to be able to close down Katowski if these two running in third and fourth stop fighting. That's the 21 Kart there, and that is going to be Enzo Botero.
Don't know if he had a little help there or just cooked his brakes going into that corner. So we don't know. I don't see any of the universal karting language of I'm upset with you. So we'll see what happens as the race progresses through. But as we've talked, Katowski's just on an island on his own out there in complete dominance right now on that Burrell TKG kart. And then he also has second sitting there with Max Santana just as well on an island by himself.
Yeah.
And then you have that duo battling for that third and final podium spot. But they look like they've kind of got their wits together and is like, stop battling, and now let's check out and see if we can catch Santana.
Well, let's see what that gap is. Schiavo's still leading that two-car train right now. It was up at about 9/10 of a second. It's been able to cut down to about 8/10 here, so they are closing that in a little bit. I think they got that memo, and they're definitely pushing their way ahead. Yeah, 0.83 of a second. Santana, meanwhile, 2.21 behind Jack Katowski. All right, here comes a little bit of a move, though, is Ferrante down to the inside of turn 6. They're not done battling. Ferrante gets the move on that Orsilon chassis. Nice little move, but it's certainly going to cost them a little bit more time to Max Santana.
Yeah, you can just see the gap kind of expand right there on Santana as those two are sitting there battling. I'm going to stop talking about these guys because every time we say something, they do the exact opposite of what we're saying.
To us.
That's exactly it.
They've got the phone in, they've got the AirPods, they're listening to the broadcast just trying to prove us wrong.
Absolutely. So, but, you know, racers will be racers, and you always want to pass somebody.
Yep.
So it's hard to determine who you want to work with or not work with because you always think you're faster than the guy that's in front of you.
No, exactly. Skrapowski, Shiflett, and Yankelwitz in that little trio behind them, but we'll keep our eyes focused here. Ferrante and Schiavo. Ferrante now looks like he's got something resembling a gap. It's about a kart length to 2 kart lengths in between those two.
Yeah, that lead for Katowski was up to almost 2.5. Now it's down to 2.1. So is Jack just content up there and just not really pushing? Why make a mistake? There's no reason to. Because there's nobody even close to him right now and just kind of on cruise control.
Well, can you gain knowledge, even though you're going to be changing tires over to the fresh Levantos tomorrow, if you're pushing 10/10 as if you're in the final, are you able to gain more knowledge than if you're backing off a little bit?
Sometimes, to be honest with you, though, like, harder you push, the slower you can actually go because you're overcooking corners and you're missing your apex and stuff. Sometimes slow is good. Slow is fast. I know that doesn't make sense, but it really is in times of karting. Like, you can slow everything down and it pick up speed. So, I mean, I think what Jack's probably doing is just feeling everything out, making sure the kart's going to stay together. I'm sure it will for the next 5 laps that we have left or 4 laps that we have left. Not much to learn. They've turned a ton of laps right now. Go back, look at some data, see what the kart's kind of doing in corners, but it's so difficult to gain information through this not being pushed. Yeah. But as you can see, the gap right there with Santana looks like it's closing a little bit there. It's 1 second. Let's see what it is at the line.
Well, and I think what's interesting about this is the gap to Ferrante to Santana is also coming down.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here as they cross the stripes.
So it was 1.93. Santana crosses now. All right, it's gone up by 300, whereas the gap with Ferrante's come down ever so slightly. To your point about over-pushing, by the way, I remember back reading Jackie Stewart's biography talking about a day when he was racing with Tyrrell way back in the day, and a similar thing happened. They told him to slow down. I think it was in Spa or one of the great old tracks. They told him to, slow down, you've got the lead, and he backed off and went faster.
Yeah,
and his team was furious with him.
We
And
told
he's
you
like,
to slow
I'm
down.
back in.
Yeah, I am slowing down. It's like, yeah, there is a true thing. There's that flow state that you get into, and that's in any type of racing or sports, and any football, same thing. Like, you get in this flow state. Nothing like that feeling. And And racing is the same way. And like even, I race with local cars as well. And you get into this zoned out flow state and it just, everything just happens naturally. Yep. And I think that's kind of what Jack's in that position right now. Just
went back up.
Yeah, just letting the natural abilities of yourself and the kart do itself. And it is amazing when you're comfortable and relaxed in the kart and kind of let your body just flow and be part of that chassis as it rotates and as it flexes. You feel it, and it just makes everything just work a lot faster.
Well, I mean, two things with that. One, that is scientific improvement. There is when you get in the zone, that is a scientific thing. You get the chemicals in your brain hit a certain way. As there goes Schiavo very defensive on Ferrante. And now Ferrante comes down to the inside. Oh, spins out!
That's exactly what he did not need.
Oh, heartbreak there for Romeo Ferrante. Just overcooked it down into the corner. Looked like a rear axle lockup.
Yeah, and just took him around, and now he was going to go from a great starting spot to all the way down, probably out of the top 10 right now, on the very last lap.
Oh, hate to hear that. The second point I was going to make was if you try to break that flow state, if you're in that flow state and you over push it, Senna and Martin.
Yeah.
Classic story where he had, pretty much the whole field lapped by 2 laps and just over pushed. We've got another driver out.
Oh, that's the 81, which is Ferrante. So he didn't even get restarted. So unfortunate for Ferrante. So he's going to end up starting more likely almost dead last.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun to watch tomorrow for him because he definitely has the pace. He got it restarted, I believe, but we'll see here. But hats off to Katowski. Flag to flag, great victory for him. Starting pole tomorrow, obviously likes to start from that position.
Yeah.
Well done, well done.
Yeah, Jack Katowski absolutely storming the victory here. Really good run. Max Santana, credit to him. Didn't have the flashiest show, didn't have the big headlines there, but brought it home in P2. He'll have a great starting position tomorrow. Franco Schiavo besting in that battle there. Braxton Shiflett, Trey Sanders, Leo Yankowitz, and Dan Dunkelskew, the top 7. Emmett Dalton and Shamir McCrack and Alexander Mendez, will be your top 10.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting final tomorrow. So Schiavo and Santana have to figure out something for Katowski.
Yeah, they've got to go dial it in, and whether that's, as you said earlier, taking a big swing at the setup or doing something similar, we'll have to wait to find
I
out.
tell you what, man, hats off to Trey Sanders on that Nash Motorsport, up 10 spots.
He'll be one to watch tomorrow if he's able to get that position.
And same thing for Laseric right there in the 9th spot, up 10 spots. Good run for Shamir. Those guys definitely got their karts working well, so we'll see what happens tomorrow. I'm excited.
No, I think it's going to be a good final. I mean, there's a potential that Jack Katowski walks away with this, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, the battle's through the rest of the field. I think we've got a couple of drivers that proved their worth here today and are able to fly their way up ahead. We also got a couple of drivers that are very fast starting back in the field. But as of right now, we go down to Jackson Lambros.
Hey, Katowski, back-to-back here. Jack, your big brother got it done in GP Junior. You're getting it done in Micro. How you feeling, my friend?
I'm feeling great. I just go, and in the weekend, I focus corner by corner. And it was a bit sliding through the race, but I make sure I got through it.
You got some tough competition out there. How much has the kart evolved for you over the weekend? What feels like needs to be changed, if anything, for tomorrow?
I feel like the kart itself is fine. It's sliding just a bit, but yeah, that's all.
Thank you, Jack.
You're welcome.
And just like that, guys, Saturday is for the Katowskis.
Love that there for them. We've got a couple of kart pickups to take care of here, so we are going to pop on off to a quick break. We'll be back with you shortly here at the Orlando Kart Center for the Florida Winter Tour. Welcome back to the Orlando Kart Center for ROK Cup's Florida Winter Tour. DJ Clark and Jason Ewers up in the commentary booth alongside Jackson Lambros down in pit lane. We get ready for ROK Mini. Put another 10 minutes up on the clock. Get ready to go racing once more.
Yeah, this was a great Heat 3 battle. So now we're in the pre-final. So you're running with some different guys that you haven't really necessarily ran with in the previous heats. But that last Heat 3, great battle between, Aiden Go, Aguilera, and Bruck. I mean, very close battle between those guys. So we'll see where they're all going to start here. I'm not sure. Colton finished 3rd and 3. Where is he starting?
I think he's down in about 13th. Somewhere around there. He's 12th, starting 12th.
Okay, so he's going to be one to watch. Definitely has the pace. So we'll see what happens with him as he comes through here as we go there. Yeah, I can actually look right here where we're at.
All right, well, while you check that out, Aiden Go and Vicente Aguilar are going to come to the line here. 10 minutes.
Oh, we got a Kart slow on the backstretch.
And we're going to get a wave
to 12.
off.
Maybe not. We'll see what
No,
happens.
they're going to keep it there.
Oh, heartbreaking.
Oh, no, somebody out there. We're going to see if we go green.
I couldn't see the number on that one, sorry.
And we are going to go green. Go gets a good jump over Salazar. Aguilar is going to come on through as well as they push their way on forward and dive down into turn 4 for the first time.
Yeah, the other thing that we didn't mention earlier is these are longer races. So that 1-3-3 was the
Dutch Westbrook.
Oh, that was Dutch. Dutch is having a horrible weekend. Oh, poor Dutch. But anyway, so like we said, longer races. These guys haven't raced 10-minute races yet.
Yeah.
So good opportunity for them to feel their carts out for that longer race for the mains tomorrow. But also, you're not sure what you're going to do. You know, we're running 3 minutes longer than we've ever ran. So what is that doing for my cart? So we'll see who makes those proper adjustments and able to get going. But right now, your top two, the 128 and Aiden Go, that's the Salazar and Go, have just kind of checked themselves out onto an island of their own. But in tow is sitting there in that 164 or that 104 of Cooper Lorenzo Lopez.
Yeah, and I saw Dominic Vera-Roa actually signaling in the back of the field saying, we got to go, we got to go, we got to go. I think there's this sense that the likes of Go and Salazar could gap this field. Plenty of scuffling going on farther back, however, as they all try to sort themselves out for position. Slicing and dicing and slicing. That's the 127 trying to make moves. That's Leonardo Tavares trying to see what he is able to do.
Yeah, if I was Tavares, I would find that back bumper of that 120 of Colton Bruck and just ride my way to the front like he did that last race.
Yeah, I would do the same thing as well. Let's see if they're going to be able to get anything to play here, though. Starting to catch back up is Lorenzo Lopez. Good stuff there as they now push their way ahead down into turn 12. They go. Little bit of hop, skips, and jumps on the curb, but still that 3-cart breakaway up the front of the field, starting to be closed down by the likes of Isco Alonso and Vicente Aguilar.
Yeah, 7:52, little less than 8 minutes plus the 2 laps, so they still have 10 more minutes on this track. As we have a pass here on Go, that's going to put Go back to 5th, maybe 4th if he can hold on. Nice over-under right there.
I think that was Aguilar.
Yeah, it's going to push, but Aiden still has the preferred line as we go through 6 into 7 and to that junkyard turn.
Very good defense there from Aiden Go. The 128 of Nico Salazar now takes over the lead of the race, followed by Cooper Lorenzo Lopez and Isco Alonso. They try to close on in, seeing who's going to be able to take victory here in ROK Mini. A little bit of a gap between the top 3, Alonso, Lorenzo Lopez, and Salazar, just getting a little bit of breathing room between themselves, Aiden Go and Vicente Aguilar.
Yeah, that Aiden Go just got literally hung out to dry on that last one. And we'll see what happens here as they work their way back through. But Salazar, well, at the line, though, Lopez takes the lead going into 1, putting Salazar back to 2. We have Alonso, who we talked about quite a bit. He's been up, back and forth, up and down in this class. He's got a really good run running right now into that third spot with some good pace. But the fast lap right now is Aguilar with a 1:7.7. But look at the times. You got a 1:7.8 for Lopez, a 1:7.8 for Alonso, and a 1:7.7 for Aguilar. So 2 through 4 are very quick.
Yeah, very quick and very close here. But Salazar or Lorenzo Lopez rather, up in front, starting to stretch his legs a little bit. Alonso closing in on the back of Salazar in that, or Alonso now running second in that 1:44. He's been able to get past Salazar. Excuse me, Blink, and you'll miss some of the action
yes,
here.
Absolutely. And I think Salazar's probably didn't get dropped a couple positions here because I really do think that Alonso's got a faster kart. And we'll see. He's got that Orsolon chassis just running really, really well. See if he can make it stick into 4, which is really, truly one of the most favorite spots to pass on this track.
Yeah, it's really where we're seeing most of the passing taking place. Aguilar in behind, but losing a little bit of ground. Now a pass back around 5th or 6th. I think that's Virarola and Aiden Go potentially.
Yeah, Aiden's back to 6th right now, so let's see if he can gather himself. And we kind of talk about that flow state. Like Aiden he's not used to being back in the pack. He's been leading this or in the top pack. So new position for him, new place to be on the track as he's got to dig his way through and not pass 1 kart for the lead. He's got to pass 5 karts for the lead right now.
Yeah, exactly. He's got to try to fight his way back forward, and that's a whole different kettle of fish. I mean, we talked about it earlier. When you're running in your own class up at the front of the field, you've got clean air coming over. We talked about the downforce that actually does exist, the dirty air in these karts. Yes, at these lower speeds in the micro and the mini class, it is a lot less, but it's still there.
Yep, and right now, Colton Bruck is up 4 spots to 8th with Aiden Go in his sights. We will see if Bruck can put Go back down another spot as Aiden struggled a little bit in this pre-final.
Yeah, I think Aiden probably just lost a little bit of the rhythm. I mean, that's one of the things about this Orlando Kart Center circuit. It really is kind of a rhythm place. You've got to feel it out. There's a lot of flow to it. There's a lot of technicality to it. You walk into that zone, you're going to nail off these corners, but you lose it there for a second and you can lose momentum. I mean, look, for example, 3 going into 4, and then you can lose it again, 6, 7, and 8.
Yep.
You've got those multitudes of corners that can have that happen.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's interesting to see as I'm watching they've about ready to cross the stripes again here, so we'll get an update on timing and scoring. But, you know, Lopez is just looking really strong right now.
Yeah. Yeah, Cooper Lorenzo Lopez almost a full second the gap. Aguilar moving back. Colton Bruck up into 6th place, not only passing Aiden Go, but Dominic Virarola as well. So that's good running there for him. That's the 120 on your screen. That's Colton Bruck getting clear by everybody. Hudson Hidalgo also in front of him. Hidalgo had a great run in the races earlier. I think it was in Heat 2 that had an incident come back to bite him.
Yeah, he's up 5 spots right now, so a great run from Hidalgo. And I tell you what, those 2 guys are some of the fastest karts on the track. If those 2 can work together, there's a good chance that they can work their way all the way to the front of this pack and maybe give Lorenzo Lopez a battle. But,
maybe, yeah.
I mean, I'm just looking at fast lap as a 1:17 by Cheveri back in 12th. He's up 1 spot. Then you also have, he's up 8 spots. So whatever changes PSL did on his chassis, probably grab some information from TKG and the Katalskis, put that setup on his car, and it's definitely working for him.
Aguilar past Alonso, trying to keep his eyes up on Lorenzo Lopez, but unfortunately that battle with Alonso has meant that he's fallen back a little bit. Nico Salazar sitting in the popcorn position to that battle, just waiting to pick up the pieces if he can. Problem here for the 140.
40 of
Grayson Kennefic.
Yes, but he was back in 19th. Unfortunate for Grayson.
Yeah, not sure what happened to Grayson. We'll see if we can get a report on that maybe in a little bit from Jackson. But right now, we keep our eyes focused on this battle for P3 as it is one of the best on the track. Alonso holding off Salazar. Salazar just looking for an opportunity and loved that there from the helmet. You could see Nico looking all the way through the corner as he went in.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking for that apex, looking to where he needs to go with that kart, just to maximize the amount of roll speed that you can get. But the 128 of Salazar is about ready to make some pain for Alonso as we're going through here.
And I've got to give credit here to Salazar. He's not overly aggressive with it. He's being, frankly, very patient with this attack. He's just holding off to where he can find it. But with under a minute and 35 seconds left to go in this race, plus 2 laps, obviously, he's got to get a move on.
Yeah, absolutely. But you've got to be happy with that so far as you're working your way through. So Salazar started third. I mean, great run for Alonso, up 4 positions right now. I mean, Lopez is up 3, but, you know, Bruck and Hidalgo are the 2 that are really impressing me the most back there in 5th and 6th.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised we haven't seen Hidalgo close in a little bit more. I think part of it is the fact that Salazar hasn't really gone to make a maneuver here on Alonso. And I think the minute that those 2 go side by side, we will see Hidalgo close in.
Yeah, Hidalgo and Bruck right there. I mean, they are, what's the gap between those 2 guys? We're, what, half a second between them.
Yep.
So that 128 of Salazar. All right, we're going to go to Jackson in the pits. Jackson, what you got for us?
Not in the greatest news. It starts bad, but it gets good. Charlie Serpowski, unfortunately, sidelined just in the final lap, or just coming across the stripe. One of our first guys really to be checked out by EMS right after the drop of the checkered. This was last round in micro, but just talking to him and his dad, the Paralyn driver, looking like maybe at worst a hairline fracture. I think that's already like a worst case scenario right now. He's already putting weight on his legs. Arm, which was also potentially a concern, is feeling at worst maybe bruised. But definitely talking to Charlie, he certainly wants to race tomorrow, guys.
All right, good to hear that Charlie is at least manageable, and it sounds like he's getting better in a place where if he's saying he wants to race, that's always a good sign from drivers. 2 to go at the stripe here for Cooper Lorenzo Lopez. Vicente Aguilar behind Alonso, still holding off Salazar, and the gap back to Hudson Hidalgo doesn't look like it's going anywhere.
No, not at all. And just, I mean, Lopez just commanding here. A little battle there at the beginning with Aiden Go. Aiden's moved all the way back. He's back up a little bit, still in the top 10, but down to 9th. That's got to be just a disappointing run for Aiden right now. Started pole, been pretty dominant in this class, and it's going to start yourself back in the field a little bit in a very competitive field as it is. Just look at the lap times. Everyone is within a couple tenths of each other.
Yeah, and it looked like there Salazar tried to send a move on Alonso into turn 5, but it didn't necessarily play out, so he'll have to keep himself ahead right now. Now looks like he's going to try to send it down into turn 9. Not able to get it there as well, but that is allowing for Hudson Hidalgo to close back in on this final lap. That we come to the white flag here. Cooper Lorenzo Lopez coming around, and Nico Salazar wheeling that Orsilon number 128.
See what happens if we cross the line here. Lopez in complete domination of the race. Good run for him. Probably not many changes to that chassis tomorrow. Let it roll as they roll those things out tomorrow morning, afternoon.
And Alonso getting swarmed here. It looks like that's the 144 of Alonso. Is not only Nico Salazar has been able to get by him, but it looks like Hudson Hidalgo as well.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. Bruck just went right around him right there as well, I believe.
No, I think Bruck's still held behind.
I just saw.
Yeah. That's Hidalgo right there. Bruck's right there.
Okay. He got back around Bruck. Bruck did get around him going into 6. I think he dive bombed him in 8 and got around him. So
patience proving a virtue there for Nico Salazar as he's finally able to get that move. That'll be a podium finish and a 3rd place start for the young Orsilon driver. But now as Cooper Lorenzo Lopez comes to the line, checkered flag displayed, Lorenzo Lopez takes victory. Aguilar, and then it will be Nico Salazar. Big fist pump from the driver of the 128. Hudson Hidalgo with a great drive through the field. Alonso finishes 5th. Viraroa actually picked Bruck at the line. Cheveri, Go, and Arteta round out your top 10.
Absolutely. I lost it. I tell you what, that was a great run for Cheveri.
Yeah, it really was, wasn't
it? Up 12 spots, all the way up to 8th. Great run. And he did have the fastest lap until the last lap, which Lopez ran his fastest lap on the very last lap.
Right. Of course he did. Because he's just able to put in those kind of times. And that's great to see there for them. That is your top 10 from this round. We'll go down to the pit lane here in a little bit to talk to Jackson Lambros to see what he's able to talk to our victors. Coming up next, though, it will be ROK VLR Senior category, followed by VLR Masters and Super Masters, and then we round out the day, of course, with VLR Junior. Good running all the way around. 3 more races, and then, of course, tomorrow we will be back at you at about 10 o'clock, there or thereabouts, and we'll be running all the way to about 2:15, 2:30, as Jackson Lambros is ready for us down in pit lane.
Pre-final winner in ROK Micro Cooper, Lorenzo Lopez. Buddy, tell me about that race, because you were looking dialed in the CRG.
I'm very happy. Thank you to all my team and my family. Very happy with the result and trying to win tomorrow.
Thank you, Cooper.
Thank you.
And in a world of Goliaths out here, we've got a pretty cool David.
Certainly do, and love to hear that from them. We got a couple of kart pickups to make, so we'll take a quick break, rest our voices for a second, and then we'll be back at you for ROK VLR Senior.
Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Karts making their way out onto the circuit for ROK VLR Senior, one of the premier events here for this competition. We have got about 29 karts ready to go, some of the best and the brightest in the country, ready to do battle out on the circuit.
Absolutely, and on the top of that has been Colin Lloyd. He's been one of the top karts through all 3 of those heats, 1 Heat 3, but not by much. You've got Halpin, you got Hernandez, you got Rosso, all together right there. I mean, you could have put a blanket over them as they finished that third heat a little bit earlier in the day. So we'll see what happens here. It's nice to see that Norberg Karting Academy out there with Rosso is going to be starting here. I'm not sure exactly where. Going to be starting in that 5th spot, all surrounded by guys they've been running against all day. So we'll see what can go on as this race continues, as they're going to line them up on the backstretch.
They'll line them up on the backstretch, and to note, it will be 12 minutes plus 2 laps. We get into the more senior categories, and that is what we run. Again, the micro, the mini, both run at a reduced time, and then as well for the KZ shifters earlier on in the day. So through the rest of the day, it will be 12 minutes plus 2 laps for all of these drivers, which is great for us because that just means more racing action.
Absolutely.
All right, Colin Lloyd going to bring this field around to green. Mauricio Hernandez to his outside. Halpern and Garzon behind them. Rosso and Rivera behind them. There you can see Lloyd to your left. Hernandez ready to get going from the outside. A little bit of movement early, potentially. We'll have to see if anybody says anything about that, but Lloyd gets a good run there. Halpern going to try to keep it going. One kart spun around, somehow miraculously got right at the right way, and there's one that everybody avoids. My goodness, that's the 922 of Samuel Castro.
RPG, that was a sandwich right there. Barely escaped any damage, but he's got his kart moving. Unfortunate, back of the pack. Let's see if he can work his way up and check some karts off that list to get a higher starting spot tomorrow for that final.
Yeah, and at this point, I think if you are Castro, you're just kind of hoping for maybe some attrition in front of you. You never want to wish ill of your competitors, but this is the one time that you're really has a bad time.
Yeah, and also one of those deals is that these guys are battling. You've got a fresh track in front of you, so you can push it. You're going to catch them at some point in time, but, you know, it's still still unfortunate for that to happen at the start.
Yeah, it certainly is. Lloyd does lead here in the early days of the race. As they come across the line right now, we get that updated timing. It is Halpern followed by Garzon, Hernandez, Rivera, your top 5. Tiziano Rosso is in P6. Then it is the 937 of Gorleo Pizarro holding it behind. Nice little battle here. That's the 979 of Rosso holding off an attack from Gorleo and Kaufman.
Yeah, the 931 took a really wide line right there as they're going through. Try to maximize that potential of speed going into to hopefully maybe get on the inside of that next corner and make that pass stick. But as we can see right here, 2-cart breakaway with Lloyd and Halpern as they go down to 9 into this impressive little 10, 11, 12 back and forth where we're starting to see a little bit more passing going on there than we've seen in past times.
Well, and I think it's partially because we're seeing more rubber laid down and there's more grip to be had on the circuit. 961 rather of Lloyd leads Halpern. Halpern closing in, just stalking that 961 as best as possible. Garzon maybe a little bit of a cork in the bottle there. Hernandez certainly thought so as he sent a big move down to the inside. Not sure if that played out yet. We haven't fully seen it, but up in the front too, it's still Lloyd and Halpern. It does look like Rosso has been able to move his way up ahead of Garzon. So that was a 2-for-1 there for the Norberg Academy driver. Well done.
No, he's still back.
He's still back there. Excuse me. It was Hernandez that got by Garzon.
Yeah, that was a single pick-off.
A single pick-off.
Yeah. Anyway, Garzon went down a spot.
Exactly.
All right, as we're working our way through that 10, 11, and 12, that little hairpin of 12, working its way through what we call turn 13 to that start-finish line. Let's see where we got some gaps at here. Fast lap that time went to Hernandez with a 56.8. Only driver, nope, Rosso's also in a 56.8. So 2 drivers are in the 56s and not the lead.
I'd be very concerned that if I'm Sebastian Garzon, is that could mean that the driver ahead of me and behind me is way faster than me. So I'm going to have to keep an eye out for that. As there we actually watch that battle, Tiziano Rosso really starting to close in a little bit. Maybe takes a peek to the inside of Garzon. Did he make it work? Yes, he did.
Now he has, who's that? Hernandez in his sights. And Hernandez has closed down that gap between Halpern and Lloyd. So now we've got a little bit of a battle going to be able to brew here for first, second, and third.
And there comes Halpern down to the inside, pushes Lloyd wide. Hernandez tries to go through. He's going to at least partially go through on Lloyd. It's going to be side by side. I think smartly there, Hernandez backed off coming into turn 1.
Yeah, absolutely, because he knows turn 4 is coming up here. And in us, Lloyd's going to sit there and block. You've got a good opportunity to take that pass just like that into that corner. And guess who's joined the party right now? That Norberg Racing Academy's own Rosso.
Tiziano Rosso, really impressing me here. A name we weren't really all that familiar with, but he is doing a fantastic job. Not altogether unsurprising, driving for someone like Norberg to be able to get a good result here. He just got by Colin Lloyd. He's up into a podium spot.
Absolutely. Good run for him right now. I'm just looking here.
Oh, big 2-for-1 for Sebastian Garzon.
Looking at the race field right now, so your biggest mover right now is the Allen car back there in 14th, up from 24th, up 10 spots. Good run for the Allen car in the middle of the pack there. Again, every spot you can get is a spot closer to the front in that final tomorrow. So if you're going to battle, this is the time to do it.
Well, I think that battling has put the likes of Garzon, Lloyd, and Rosso on the back foot. Halpern and Hernandez are breaking away to the tune of about 1.22 seconds. We'll have to see if anybody is able to cut their way back up into that gap.
Yeah, Halpern and Hernandez are definitely on an island of their own right now. Not battling with each other, which is very smart on their part. Just kind of sitting there in each other's tracks, clicking off fast laps.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what they need to do. We'll see if that gap has expanded a little bit now that Garzon has really been able to run a lap by himself. That's going to be the big question here for me, is if he's able to, in semi-clean air, start to catch up. If not, if you're Halpern or if you're Hernandez, you got to be sitting pretty and feeling happy.
Oh, absolutely. Good place to be right now. is those front two carts as we were working their way through the stripe, get an updated timing and scoring here.
It grew by about a tenth and a half.
Yeah, when you have your first two carts set in purples,
yep, that tends to help.
No one's going to catch you. So that's a good strategy right there. So as we're looking back, let's see where the Allen car is at. Up to 13th, picked up another spot for him. Good run so far. He's got that BJR chassis rolling really well right now. Good opportunity for them to gain some more knowledge. Longer race. What's this kart going to do at that 10-minute mark, at that 12-minute mark? Take that information and pass that on to your engineer for tomorrow when the race is even longer.
Exactly, and that's some of those overnight changes that you're going to see these teams make. Is now it looks like Colin Lloyd may be starting to fight back a little bit in that 961. Maybe a little bit of a situation where Lloyd had lower tire pressures, looking for a long-term race run here in that number 961. We'll have to see if he does indeed fight back. Garzon very defensive down to the inside, but there's a picking of the pocket and a fight back from Garzon. Now looking to the inside goes Rosso. Who's going to be able to come out on top? It looks like it's Lloyd for the moment. Rosso's not able to get it. Now Rosso gets an attack from Gorleo, and they're side by side into 6.
Wow. A lot of action just happened there in that last 30 seconds, so that is fantastic. Great racing, great clean racing, great respectful racing is what we like to see right here. But all that's doing is just letting those top two just check out.
Exactly, but that's okay with me at this point if this racing keeps continuing as good as it is. Like we said, Colin Lloyd able to get by Garzon. Rosso, I think, passed there by Gorleo Pizarro. Let me double check that as they come across the line right now. It is Gorleo Pizarro. Then it was able to get that move past Tiziano Rosso. And so that is going to be your top 5. Halpern and Hernandez up front, then Lloyd, Garzon, Gorleo Pizarro, Rosso, and Kaufman, your top 7.
Yeah, and that last lap, Lloyd went purple with a 56.33, a couple tenths faster than anybody else on the track. See if he can continue rolling that kart as fast as he can. I believe he's on a Sodi, isn't he? Lloyd? Is he on a velocity?
I know he's got Sodi lettering on it. I'm not sure if it's velocity by Sodi, but
he's on a Sodi.
He's on a Sodi. Okay.
So yeah, so he's definitely got that kart set up for the middle of the race right now, clicking off some very quick laps.
Yeah, just doing a great job. Let's see what the gap is, though, as they cross back across the stripe. Under 3.5 minutes left to go. If Lloyd maybe has anything to close down on him. No, the gap's grown by about 0.3 of a second. Sun's starting to streak into our booth here a little bit. And I think Hernandez is tired of waiting around. I just saw him move a little bit to the inside on Halpin. Let's see if he decides to take an attack. Great camera work down on the low side there from our mobile cameraman. I think that's Jason Loria. Running that camera, so massive credit to him. That's a beautiful shot.
Going down to 9. I thought we would maybe see a look on the inside there by Hernandez, but just being patient. Plenty of time left.
I think if I'm Hernandez, just keep studying. We talked a little bit earlier about how you're able to kind of pick up the lessons from the driver in front of you. Just memorize where they're weak, where they're strong, especially at this rate where you continue to hold that gap. It was 2.54 the last time. It was 2.54 this time. So might as well just continue to learn, continue to go, as they're going to keep moving and grooving. Looking back a little bit farther on the field, Garzon trying to close in on the back of Colin Lloyd, but he's got to worry a little bit more about Joaquin Gorleo Pizarro behind him.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to be worried about that. But those two guys up front really aren't worried about much.
Nope. Not at all. Behind them, everybody's starting to fan out a little bit more. This is the part of the race where you would expect to see that. Again, on the exit there at turn 9, one of those added sort of rumble areas where they paved over a little bit more to prevent these karts from really digging into the outside. Well, there's a little bit of a half-hearted move from Mauricio Hernandez, starting to maybe think about it here. 4 laps more than likely to go at the line when they just crossed, so if you're Hernandez and you want to try to pick up a win, now is the time to start poking and prodding.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know that he wants to start from that pole position.
Yeah, you don't want to start in that P2.
Do whatever he can to be able to start from that spot. So with, like you said, about 4 laps left, we'll see what he has for helping.
Right down the back straightaway, there's that sort of duck down, as Jackson likes to say, the DRS engaging there for those drivers, trying to minimize the drag on the car. And now you see it from Halpin up in front. A little bit of back and forth. They'll come to the line right now. Lap times are about 56 or so, so this will be 3 to go for your leaders.
Gallon car picked off another one, so he's up to 12. Up 12 spots. A good run for him. Takes some momentum into that final tomorrow, but still he has got some time left to still pick off some others. All right, all over the back of Valinez as well. So,
all right, as they come down into turn 6, not seeing a move yet from Hernandez, but again, we do have 2 laps to go at the line. But this is that risk versus reward that we so often talk about. Yes, you want to be in pole position for the final tomorrow. You want to put yourself in the best spot possible, but you also don't want to throw away the race here today. You don't want to put yourself in a bad position by losing spots late on.
absolutely, that's a great way to put it. Like, how conservative do you want to be? How important is starting that first spot, or have the potential to take both of you guys out?
Right. And in that situation, not only ruin your race, but get somebody else mad at you.
Yeah, right now I just really think Hernandez is gonna make some moves, but not really push anything.
Yeah.
And just maybe hope that Halpin makes a little bit of a mistake and opens the door and takes advantage of it. But only a couple more passing spots here, so we'll see what happens.
I wouldn't be surprised, for example, if we see Hernandez maybe just kind of poke his nose to the inside on a couple of corners, see if he can get Halpin to bite on it, to go super defensive and maybe draw him into a suboptimal line. That may be the position he wants to get in, but we'll have to wait and see. Oh, a little bit of a wide run there for Halpin coming through turn 12. This could be the opportunity Hernandez has been waiting for. Halpin looking at his rear view. White flag flies. Halpin down to the inside. Hernandez looking for the crossover. Oh, that was
beautiful.
Pretty. Oh.
Well done.
But Halpin not done yet. He's looking a little
Left
aggressive.
the door open.
Oh, he left the door open. Halpin giving him a little bit of how you doing, and welcome to the party, Colin Lloyd.
Absolutely. Halpin was just not giving in. I think it was shocked that Halpin went in, and Hernandez was shocked that Halpin went that deep and in that corner like that, up on that curve. But you're right. Lloyd is right there.
Defensive line here from Hernandez. Holds it through. He's got it together. Better line off the corner there for Halpin. There's the push saying, hey, give me a little bit of help here. And there goes Colin Lloyd up into P2.
Second spot.
Halpin loses 2 spots in 1 lap. And it looks like coming to the stripe, it will be Mauricio Hernandez wheeling the cart forward, followed by Colin Lloyd, followed by Jose Alejandro Halpin.
Lloyd had that pass set up 2 corners before it even happened.
Yep.
You saw him hang out high, going into 9 to carry the momentum through, and just pick the leader in that time and just left Halpin out to dry.
I mean, absolutely.
Or not Halpin, but Hernandez out to dry.
Brilliant way to do it. And great response there from Hernandez to be able to fight it back.
Yep, that was great.
Yeah. We said that was going to be a little bit of a pressure cooker, kind of waiting on it there, and it certainly did fire off. As we will have Jackson Lambros down in pit lane, ready to give us a quick heads up. Something tells me there may be a little bit of flared tempers.
Maybe.
But we will have to wait to see. We'll let Jackson do that. There we see our drivers coming back down into the pits after what was a fantastic run. Next up, by the way, will be VLR Masters and Supermasters, followed by VLR Junior. We're ready to head down to Jackson Lambros.
D2 Motors, first established in Brazil in 2009, have been racing here in the States for a couple of years, and their wheelman, Mauricio Hernandez, setting things up for him to be on pole tomorrow. Tell me about that race.
Yeah, no, to be honest, really thankful with the engine. It was amazing. The chassis setup was amazing. This reveals all the hard work for so many time with him. And yeah, I know we have the pace in the pre-final with Alphen. I just stay calm behind him, and when they show 2 laps to go, I attack a little bit. He attacked, I think, too aggressive then in the back, and they catch us, but it was good. Now we start first for tomorrow. With new tires, everything can change, so let's see how it goes.
It was a duel with Mauricio, or excuse me, it was a duel with Halfin. You had a hard-charging Colin Lloyd. What's it going to take for it to be a victory for you tomorrow?
Yeah, no, I think everyone is being really fast in the top 5. Also, Tatan, Colin, and Halfen. So I think tomorrow is going to be a hard fight, but let's hope we do it again in the start. We can make a gap to the other guys, and then let's fight.
Thank you, Mauricio. And there you go. Really, really over here in VLR, guys.
No better words to the ears of a race fan than "let's fight." Have to agree with that. We're going to take one more quick break away from you. We'll be back with Supermasters and Masters coming at you soon.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper... When it comes to Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
You're watching a Jason Larea creative.
Welcome back
Rock
to the
Cup
Orlando
USA
Kart
production.
Center, round 1 of the Florida Winter Tour, and it is the Masters and Supermasters headed out onto the track. Saldita with a surprising run over Laurent Martin. That's going to be a big storyline to see if Martin's going to be able to fight back on him. Gabriel De Luca starting off in the Supermasters category. This has been some pretty interesting racing. Also, Danilo Romalo, who has been pretty quick, starting down in 9th place. I think we're going to have some drivers moving up and down in the order.
Well, Romalo is dominant one by far. He just had that DNF on the very first race, so that's kind of put him back in a non-opportune position, but he's got the pace. We know that he's going to work his way up to the front. The question is how much of a gap can Martin and Dida have before he catches him?
Exactly.
So that's going to be the final question that we see there. But right now, I think, coming off of Heat 3, the biggest talk is Paul Elefante kind of coming out of nowhere, showing that pace that he had. He was right there, equal, trading blows to blows with Romalo on that Heat 3. So good run for Paul. Ended up 2nd there. So we'll see what happens as we get the as we get the white. It's been a long day, folks. As we get the white flag, as we get the green flag shortly, but as we see a Kart kind of behind, just making it through 9, we should be able to see it. And there it comes through 10, 11, and 12. I mean, ROK doesn't really wait for much, so.
As green flag does fly, we are racing. Ditto with a good getaway there, and it looks like Gabriel De Luca able to get ahead of Laurent Martin. Martin maybe shuffled down to 4th.
Yeah, he did not get a great start there. Really got pushed out. So we'll see what happens.
A couple of drivers going wide on the exit there at turn 4. Everything very shuffled, but all good here if you are Dida up in the front. De Luca holds on to 2nd place, and everybody's scrambling to pick up the pieces. They come down into the junkyard turn. And They're bringing their way on through. We'll wait to give you that official running order. And to your point about Paul Elefante, kind of what he did last year as well. Surprised us a little bit. Didn't run great in, if I remember correctly, the first round of the Florida Winter Tour. But when we came back here in February, he ran particularly well.
Yeah, it was really a dominant fashion. But it's great to see it. A little bit more people in the class together now. This is one of those classes where we have two classes running together as one, like we've talked about. So we got Super Masters and Masters running. Doesn't mean they're equally slow, as you can see on the timing and scoring. You know, the orange is one, and the what happened to Mardan all the way down.
He got shuffled out. I thought that may have been him that got shuffled out on the outside.
Yeah. Oh, that's Elefante. And that was Falcone right there.
And you can just tell by the body language of Scott Falcone, he was very upset about that.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get a replay on that and make our own judgment call.
Yeah, that looked a little scruffy.
Yeah, never a racer's fault. Never your fault as a racer.
No.
Always someone else's.
Always somebody else's fault.
Yep. As we can see, as we went to the timing scoring right there, Dida, DeLuca, Devereaux, and it was Falcone who was up 4 spots. Romalo was already up 5 spots.
Incredible from Romalo, and now he's up 4 already. We watched the battle right here. This is the 769 of Devereaux trying to close back on the back of Gabriel DeLuca. And if DeLuca and Devereaux get into a little bit of a battle here, Romalo is going to be in prime position to pick up the pieces sitting in 4th.
Yeah, let's see what happens. I don't think my timing and scoring on my laptop's updated yet. It's where did Falcone all the way down to 13th?
Rough break for Scott Falcone. Luck has not been on his side this weekend. It has not been good for him. You check back in. That is Gabriel DeLuca, again, 2nd place, trying to hold on to the back of Saldita. Right now, Devereaux trying to close in behind. Nice little battle here farther back in the field. That's Elefante holding off Bernabu, Ale Javier, and Alexander Delbon.
Yeah, I'm a little shocked on Elefante. He had such a good race in Heat 3. Looks like he's struggling a little bit right now early on in this pre-final. See if maybe he can get himself settled down and dialed in a little bit. And I'm not 100% sure if it wasn't him that was in that little scruffle with Falcone. I'm guessing, knowing where they started at together, they probably were.
Yeah, it may have been. It also looked like it was a little bit of a domino-style incident that one driver kind of nicked another one, nicked another one, nicked another one, and it just cascaded down farther and farther.
Yeah, there's Falcone right there, making his way already up, knocked off some of the carts.
Yep, I think he's into about 10th or so, if my eyesight is proving me right there. Meanwhile, back up front, want to give credit here. Gabriel DeLuca, one of our Supermasters drivers, putting a gap between himself and Devereaux, pulling away from the 769 and closing in on Saldita for the overall lead of this race. He's trying to see if he can do anything. Devereaux not looking like he's closing. True 3-cart breakaway up at the front of this field with 8 minutes left to go. And we are ready to check out that replay. Let's see what this looks like. Jason, give us an idea. Oh, Falcone gets run into
the
there.
718 of who's the 718?
That's Romalo.
That's Romalo making his way through.
And then this is going to be another look at it. Yeah, very aggressive to the inside for Romalo. And that front to rear contact just spins Falcone around.
Yeah. And Romalo's giving that an Italian signal.
That's the Andretti salute right there, is what that is.
So very interesting there. But the way I looked, it looked like Romalo put a cart in where it shouldn't have been. He got up on the curb a little too much. So
tend to agree with that. All right, Saldita holding off Gabriel DeLuca. DeLuca, again, we were talking about how he was under pressure from Devereaux. Now it looks like that has shifted around, and Dida's the one under pressure, with DeLuca setting the fastest lap of the race in tow.
Yeah, definitely good time to have that cart peaking. As we dial ourselves in, kind of keep an eye out on some of the carts that got in some carnage, also started in the back, working their way up, like Romalo. Romalo's sitting in 5th right now. Eyes all focused on Paul Elefante.
Yep, that's where we are looking to see if that. I was going to say Elefante was proven to be a little bit of a cork in the bottle, but it looks like he has gotten into a little bit of a groove, got a gap of about 0.6 of a second between himself and Romalo. So that's good running for Elefante. Meanwhile, up front, DeLuca keeping that gap nice and close. It's under 0.3 of a second.
Again, I really think they can hear us because then they always react.
Yeah.
We talked about how Paul was looking like something was off, and then now he's kind of.
Yeah, the gap's grown up to 1 second.
Yeah, good run for Paul. And he's run to 58.3, best lap for him, which is barely off the fast lap of DeLuca's 58.22. So definitely has the pace. Good to see Paul running well. We know he can run well. We've seen him do it in the past as he's coming through turn 8 here shortly as we watch the leaders go into 9. Kind of a breakaway, not a lot of activity going on that top 3.
Yeah, they're just holding in line, and I think for DeLuca here, he's just waiting to see. I mean, trying to reel in a little bit more, waiting to see if he can get anything to go. It was 0.29 seconds. It's now 0.33. Let's keep a look here on Elefante's gap with Romalo. Romalo, in turn, is under pressure here from Ale Javier. That gap is 0.12 of a second. And Lorenzo Martin, after that disastrous opening lap, still mired back down in 7th. He's behind this battle right now, behind Romalo and Javier. We would expect Martin to really put the pressure on, but it just looks like that Kart is not coming in the way he wants it to. He's keeping pace with Javier, don't get me wrong. Just not looking like he's got the speed to overtake.
No, it's and that could be lack of grip right now. Like we talked about how much time that these tires have on them, and also they're running a longer race than they're used to run right now. So what their cart's doing is something new that they're just not familiar with.
Could be, and we did see a big slide as he put power down out of turn number 9 for Martin. Delbon and Peter Cook, or excuse me, that's Bernabu and Delbon with Peter Cook looking on. Nice little battle from behind. Felt the need to go defensive, did Alea Javier. Now as they accelerate away, here comes Martin down to the inside of turn 5, gets it done, but Javier with the fight back. He's going to be able to get the run and keep Martin back down in 7th place.
Yeah, Martin's got to be so frustrated right now. It's such a dominant win on race 1. Had the voice of confidence when Jackson interviewed him. It's like, yeah, we just got to keep it clean and keep it going. Well, that didn't happen for him through 2 and 3, and obviously not for this pre-final.
No, I mean, he just got shuffled to the outside. I mean, that is the worst case of that curse of the outside lane that we've seen all day long. We've been harping on it really since, 2025.
Yeah.
Now battle up for the lead, Saldita and Gabriel DeLuca. DeLuca is officially there, goes to look to the inside. Supermasters versus Masters. Dita shuts the door. DeLuca very slow off the corner.
Yeah, loaded that engine up or something. Did he get off the corner at all?
Yeah, he did, but not before Dan Devereaux was able to get by him.
Yeah, that's interesting happened there. I don't know if maybe his foot slipped off the gas, got up on that curb a little bit, or the motor just loaded up on him and did not clear himself out. Be interesting to see, but right now it's really I'm shocked that Romalo, who's been so dominant, hasn't worked his way up to the front pack yet. But I'm looking at the lap times, and the parity is so close. I mean, look at everybody's within 0.2 of a second of each other from first all the way down to 11th to Scott Falcone. 0.2 on their last laps.
Really remarkable, and just goes to show you the experience level and the talent here in the Masters and Super Masters. Yes, these drivers may be a little bit older in age, but they have lost none of their racing edge.
No, all the racecraft is there. Actually, probably better racecraft because they just have a lot more experience and knowledge. Yes.
Exactly. All right, this is now the battle for P2. Dan Devereaux, Gabriel DeLuca. We know DeLuca's got more speed here. It's just a matter of trying to get by.
Yeah, I'm still curious what happened there. Hopefully maybe Jackson can get some information for us on the post-race interview here. But definitely lost a little bit coming off of 4, which the beneficiary of that was Dita.
Yeah, I mean, he was able to just kind of scamper off into the distance. The gap now 1.63, so he's feeling pretty good. DeLuca not giving up. I mean, he's still fighting tooth and claw here. Tooth and nail, rather.
I'll go claw. Tooth, claw. You know,
nail.
Potato, potato.
Yeah, potato.
Yeah.
One of them just has an E on it.
All right, here we go. And no move made there. Expecting something to happen, but not really. As they're going, well, then he decided to go through on 5 to make the move. Kept that momentum to 4. And I don't know what is the... That was a clean move. Like
that was Devereaux saying, let's go work together.
I thought he was giving him like he hit him in the back.
No. That was Devereaux saying, let's work together. And I think if you're DeLuca, you go, I'm way faster than you. Now DeLuca's saying, hit me in the back.
His hands are getting tired. He's going down the backstretch doing this.
Is he really?
Yeah.
I didn't catch
hand
that.
off the wheel, hand off the other wheel. So these Masters guys, man, 12 minutes plus 2. Yeah, that's a long time to be out there. Oh!
No! Muscling on through. So much for working together as Dan Devereaux, and as he passes him.
And this is just allowing Elefante to join that party.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. Elefante officially back into this mix. Let's see if he's able to get anything.
And he just went purple with the 57.76.
That's the carrot. I mean, that is 100% the carrot in front of you.
Absolutely.
You know where you got
that
it,
rabbit.
you can go. And Elefante with a great now DeLuca giving him the same motion, saying, hey, let's work together.
I think Elefante's like, I'm faster than you. I'm just going to get around you and pick up this position.
Yep.
And it might happen right here.
Nope, not quite yet.
You still have 2 to go when they cross the stripe, so plenty of racing to go here. We'll see what happens as they make it through 9, 10, 11, and 12.
Yeah, and DeLuca there, I noticed DeLuca and Elefante both taking a look behind them as they came out of turn 8. I think for Elefante, that's particularly important because he recognizes there's nobody behind him, so he can afford to fight a little bit more.
Yeah, but what is it going to do for him to pass DeLuca? It's not an in-class point, so you do get a better starting spot on the grid, but it is what it is. So no reason to try to put yourself out to gain 1 spot.
Well, it's that risk versus reward that we've talked about so many times. It's just kind of balancing that of if it presents itself and it's a good move, I'm going to go for it. If not, I'll hold back, be fine.
Yeah, something happened. I wonder if Romalo bent an axle when he got up.
Yeah, it could have been.
Because he just got passed by Martin, and I'm just looking at his lap times, and they are not impressive.
No. All right, well, the battle here is impressive as they try to go. Now, white flag in the air for Saldita. Devereaux trying to hold off a charging Gabriel DeLuca. DeLuca down to the inside of turn 2. He's got the move done. Does Devereaux have anything to fight back with him? Does Paul Elefante have anything? Here he comes down to the inside. Crossover in here. Goes DeLuca back by big contact.
Elefante, rear bumper off. That is going to be reviewed by race control. I can guarantee that. That was a little aggressive move right there. We'll see what they say, but the penalty is what happened on the track.
I would agree with that. If you're able to continue on and keep going and you've been penalized like that, it's sort of a self-penalizing issue. But that is of absolutely no concern here to Saldita, who in dominant fashion controlled this pre-final.
I really thought it was a Romalo race.
I did too.
I thought he would work his way to the front, but that just tells you how close these guys are to fighting. And, Didda didn't have to have any battles, and he was able just to kind of keep a clean track in front of him. So it's going to be interesting to see. I'm curious what happened to Romalo, and I want to be curious what the words are going to be between him and Falcone.
All right, let's go back and take a look at the replay here of what happened, that big incident.
Over, under, which I was shocked that he went and just not given any room at all. No room at all. I don't know what he was thinking. Yeah. Interesting, very interesting. It shocked me how wide he went going into 4, knowing that that's the #1 passing zone on this track. Why didn't he just stay down low and protect that line? Instead, he went wide and tried to carry his momentum around and then tried to squeeze off the track. So, yeah, very interesting there. So we'll see what happens if we got any fireworks here.
Yeah, we'll have to see as well. And there we can see a live look at that bumper. Yeah, that is not in good stead. Oh, there he goes. All right, we are down ready with Jackson Lambros. Jackson, you got us, buddy?
Let's try that again. Your ROK Masters winner here for the pre-final. Sal Detta. Sal, it was getting a little bit chippy out there, but talk to me about it behind the wheel of your Goodwood Kartways machine.
Yeah, big thanks to the Goodwood Kartways team. My mechanic, Brian. We've just been getting everything we can. And made a few changes going into this race. We wanted to make more into the final. I don't know if we're going to do that, but you know, we just kind of took the advice from Marco and Brian, and yeah, they were right on all their decisions. And the go-kart was amazing. The engine was awesome, and yeah, hats off to them for sure.
Out in front for the first time today, but you've got a lot of really stiff competition behind you. What's it going to take to turn this into a win tomorrow?
I didn't even hear you. What did you say?
What's it going to take to turn this into a win tomorrow?
You know what? These guys are amazing. I just started meeting a few of them this weekend, and Brian's been filling me in on how pro these guys are, and it's a privilege racing against them and knowing them, and it's going to be a big battle for sure. And I know everyone here, there's a lot of respect for everybody, so I think it's going to be a good race, and yeah, looking forward to it for sure.
Thank you, Sal.
All right, man, thanks.
Getting a little bit chipped as we predicted here, guys.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you, Jackson.
Thank you very much. There you can see a little bit of the tempers flaring down in the scales as folks not exactly happy with the way that ended. But we are happy because we get to come back for ROK VLR Junior. Getting ready to come at you here. This is going to be fantastic. Can we get that up onto the side? Nico Katowski going to be leading us to the grid. Maxwell Macha bringing up the next line, and then Malkut and Orbezo behind him, Darren Kidd and Tristan Murphy into the acceleration zone. Green flag in the air, we're racing, and there's an aggressive move from Nico Katowski right off the downbeat, trying to cut off.
Oh,
Maxwell
some massive carnage going through right there in the back of the pack. A lot of Sodi carts collected there.
Yeah, that was a lot of Sodis.
I just saw a bunch of the same livery. I'm like, ouch.
That's a good bad day for Sodi.
Yeah. Good day to sell some parts, I guess.
Yeah, there you go.
Anyway, they're working to try to get that cleared up for the leaders come back through. But yeah, Katowski, clean start for him with Macha right behind him. Seems like that's kind of the two combos we've talked about all weekend long is Macha and Katowski. Let's see if anybody else, you know, if Malkut can get up there, and Orbezo as well. We saw him in Heat 3 with a massive jump in places that he started from Heat, from the qualifying position. So good run for him. Cam Johnson's been there as well.
All right, looks like we're able to take a look back at the replay. Jason, talk me through what you see in this absolute carnage at the start.
That's about what all I see is carnage. Trying to see where it even gets backed up at. Right there, just gets turned around. It's so, I mean, you've got so many people wanting to get to the same spot, you know, so it's like who can get there first. Not uncommon to see in karting events like that, especially when you're coming down the way that the starting is here. Coming from the straightaway into that corner doesn't really allow people to get filed in very well.
No, with that little kink to the left, it kind of throws things off. All right, we get you back and reset here. It is Nico Katowski, Isaac Malkut, followed by Darren Kidd, Maxwell Macha, and Tristan Murphy, your top five. Nico Orbezo has been shuffled down into sixth place position, but the top four are starting to break away a little bit. Katowski, Malkut, Kidd, and Macha. We keep our eyes on those top three right now. Malkut and Kidd looking like a good battle.
Yeah, they are blanketed by each other.
All right, as they come out of turn three right now, a little bit of a wiggle there for Isaac Malkut. He's going to keep things together. Darren Kidd starting to apply a little bit of pressure from behind. Malkut in that Lando Norris kart.
Yeah, and he got Macha right there. Didn't get the best start, but still in the hunt right here as those top four have really kind of gapped themselves significantly over the remainder of the field. And then there's a little group of karts together, and then you had that massive gaggle of karts at the beginning, and that just created a huge other gap. So we'll see how this works out. The karts are pretty well spread out currently as we are approaching 9 minutes to go plus the 2 laps. See some of the track workers moving. That's the 8:31.
Yep, and that's going to be brought back in here. Taking a look to see who that is. Jackson has an update for us down from pit lane.
Yeah, guys, it's Christian Damianidis, the CD3 driver we were talking to earlier on this week, but talking about some of these drivers potentially just carrying a little bit too much speed and getting knocked off of the curbing. I think that was the case. I honestly, I was late to the party, but unfortunately, big-time frustration here from the Canadian.
I can imagine we had a chance to talk to them a little bit earlier in the weekend. His dad kind of telling us the sort of bomb and pop setup that they have, and definitely want to see them forward. By the way, Maxwell Macha able to get a move done on Darren Kidd in this corner on the last lap. So good run there for Maxwell. He's going to try to keep his eyes ahead and push his way to try to close in on Malkit and Katowski up in front of him. All right, here they go. Down now across the start-finish line. And it looks like they are dropping Darren Kidd a little bit here. That gap is up to 0.7 of a second, call it 7.5 of a second with 8 minutes left to go. Jackson, I hear you got another update for us.
Yep, just chatted briefly with Christian Damianidis. What we missed was brief contact, was trying the outside with one other kart, not entirely sure who, but got clipped. Kind of went veering to the outside of turn number 6, up into the marbles. And at that point, with the hard K1 style barrier on the outside, he was just a passenger. DJ?
Well, hate to hear that for Christian, but thanks for the update there, Jackson. We keep our eyes focused on this battle for the top 4. They're starting to separate themselves out just a little bit. Closest battle is Macha versus Malkit.
Yeah, it's about a half a second between each other. But they're closing in slightly on Katowski. Not as big as a gap as Katowski has had throughout the early beginnings of this race. So we'll see what they can continue to do. But your purple lap goes to Macha, who's moved up to second place with a 56.93, couple tenths faster than Nico, who's leading this group as they are winding their way through 4 into 5. And you can see that closure right there significantly, as Macha was just a little bit deeper on the brakes than Katowski.
Yeah, he's definitely starting to close this in. Also, nice little battle here. That's Nico Arbezo and Tristan Murphy. That's the battle back for P5 right now. They'll keep themselves together. But that's the first time we've really seen all day Nico Katowski have to look behind him. And look behind him, he has to, because Maxwell Macha is coming on.
Yeah, as you look through, though, just kind of look through the back of the pack a little bit. I mean, big run, big mover right there is that Maddox Ruiz, who's up 7th spots. I believe he is all the way up to 11th now from the 18th spot. Let's see what happens here. There's Jackson Elefante, Paul's son. See how he's doing in the 8.53. Running, what is that? Right in front of Cam Johnson. But as we see here, looks like a little pass for Macha on Katowski. Katowski in unfamiliar territory, staring at the rear bumper, but made that a quick.
It's not done yet. Macha starts to try to fight back into turn 6. That brings Isaac Malkit into the equation. Macha has to fall back into line. Top 3 in a little bit of a breakaway. Malkit takes a look down to the inside.
Got it.
Yes, he does, but it's not done yet. And that's going to be Macha continuing to fight back. He's going to have the preferred line coming into turn 9. Who's going to be able to take this away? Macha throwing the car into the corner. Gets it done.
Woo! That was great, but the thing that's the best was Katowski going, because I think Katowski knows he doesn't have the pace that Macha has right now. Those two battling, not that far off of his pace, but just enough. But now they gave himself about a second gap right there, so that's going to allow Katowski to have a little bit more breathing room.
A little bit more breathing room is certainly going to help him out. Here comes a look from Malkit down into turn number 4. Fight back from Macha. They're going to be side by side into 5. Covered off well was the Lando Norris kart of Malkit. And now it's going to be side by side yet again. And it looks like Malkit's able to hold on to it.
Yeah, and you've got Kidd right in that party as well, waiting to just pounce on anybody who make a mistake, because he is just as quick, if not a little bit quicker, than Macha.
Yeah, he is. I'm a little surprised that we haven't seen Orbezzo and Tristan Murphy start to close this in. I maybe have a sneaking suspicion that if Murphy was by himself, he could be able to do it. I think he's being held up ever so slightly by Nico Orbezzo. Right now, battle for P2 continues to rage on. Malkit holds on to it. Macha closing in. Are we going to see him poke his nose to the inside? Thought about it there for a second. Stays in line right now. The advantage coming back here to Darren Kidd. No defense down to the inside. Half-hearted defense from Malkit in the final closing moments going into turn 4, but they stay single file into 5.
Yeah, working their way through. I mean, that's the battle on the track right now as Kortaski's just enjoying that lead. Had a little challenge there by Macha, but then got back to the front, and then all of a sudden Macha was under attack by Malka, and those guys have just been battling ever since.
Yeah, they've just been kind of in their own little battle, and a testament here to the speed of Malkit and Macha that they haven't lost touch with Nico Katowski. It's only 9/10 of a second, that gap, despite all the haymakers we've seen thrown.
Yeah, but I just saw Malka and Macha talk to each other, and they both kind of pointed. So I think you're going to see that lead by Katowski start to dwindle, as you do right there at 6/10 now.
Yeah, 2.5 of a second down.
Yeah, I think they both realize this is silly that we're fighting each other.
Yeah,
we're
we
both
gotta
the
get
same
Katowski.
pace. Let's go. So, and as you can see, they're not even defending right now that position where they normally would.
Yep. They're definitely starting to push themselves a little bit, quite literally. If you are Maxwell Macha, just a little bit of a shove to the rear there. You can see the cart kind of buckle a little bit as it makes contact. Now, the rule here in ROK Cup competition is you are able to make that shot to the back. Obviously, you don't want to do it too hard. You get that pushback bumper, but you are able to make a shot. You can't physically lock bumpers. You can't go NASCAR style in the way you do a bump drive.
As we're working our way through, I'm just kind of curious what's going to be at the line as they're going through 10, 11, and 12, working their way back to the line. Probably 5 laps left, 4 laps left to go. Where are we at on that? Down to 4/10 now, so they're definitely reeling in Katowski right now. See if they're going to be able to get enough time, a couple tenths per lap. If my math is correct, they're going to be on his bumper here in a couple laps.
I think you're right about that. It could be just about the time we get to the end of this lap, frankly, if they keep going the way they are. Again, that draft comes into play. Have to talk about that a little bit. It is a thing. Yes, we're not talking about massive speeds here, but the draft does play out, and so I think now that Malkit is definitely closed in.
I mean, that's pretty significant. Like at Newcastle on lower horsepower, it's 1.5 miles to 2 miles an hour different being in the draft. Yeah.
Wow.
Which translates to time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, as you can see now, that's going to be probably a tenth, 2/10 of a gap right now as they cross the line.
You're talking about 2 or 3 cart lengths here. I mean, it's not much.
I mean, I'm impressed with the communication between Malka and Macha.
Yeah,
just
there
like,
you
hey,
go.
listen, yeah.
1-5.
Yeah, let's go. Like, let's stop. This is silly for us to battle. Let's catch up, and then we'll fight it out with last 2 laps to go type of a deal.
Well, I believe that was 4 to go at the line.
Yeah, and Kidd's back there just being very patient. Super wide move there by the 8.74
That's
of
Macha.
Not sure what he was thinking, but it didn't lose him anything. Didn't gain anything either.
I think he was just trying to maybe maximize corner exit and see if he could get a slingshot into 6.
Trying some stuff different, yeah.
I mean, you know you're right there. You know you've got the speed. Defensive move from Katowski. A little bit unwarranted there. I don't think Malkit had any plans to make that attack, but he did it nonetheless. Katowski feeling the pressure. A little bit of a shot from behind mid-corner. Nice move there from Macha. Moves up into P2. Now it's gloves off. Whoa, a little bit of sideways.
Watch Kidd here. He's got the preferred line. He's going to have the momentum as he's rolling through. Oh, big shove right there on the back of Katowski.
They come down into turn 5 right now. Kidd now the one trying that alternate line. And look at this. Welcome to the party, Nico Orbezzo. Welcome to the party, Tristan Murphy.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Kidd right there. The Kidd's working with Malkut. Those two are working together. We'll see what happens, but you're right. These guys keep battling, and that is going to be a really tight battle.
Oh, contact there, and that's going to be Katowski losing 3 positions, maybe 4.
That may end up being a penalty on that one. Again, I'm not the one to judge on that, but that looked a little aggressive, and that could have been avoidable contact.
Mancha has been very aggressive down into that corner. 2 laps to go at the line. Mancha leads from Malcutt, from Kidd, from Orbezo, from Murphy. Katowski down at 6th. All right, here they come into turn 5. It looks relatively comfortable for Maxwell Mancha. Again, wide, different line there from Darren Kidd. They power their way into turn 6. Is anybody going to be aggressive around the long right-hander? Looked like Katowski thought about it for a minute. He's going to stay in line. Now into turn number 8, the junkyard turn. They fly down the back straightaway. Everybody looking behind him to see if there's anything. Half-hearted defense there from Mancha. Malcutt thought about a move, nothing playing. They stay in line. It's a 3-car breakaway, a little bit of a gap back to Nico Orbezo. Malcutt, Kidd, and Mancha, not in that order.
Yeah, great battling right here going on. I'm going to be curious to see, though, if there's any penalties on that Mancha on Katowski as they were going into 9. But as they're playing defense here, we'll see what happens. But those guys are really kind of checking out from that 4th and 5th spot. Even in the defensive line, they're still super fast.
And very defensive lines run by Mancha, Malcutt, and Kidd. They all kept to that inside line of the track. Widened it out a little bit going into turn 5, but it didn't really play out for anybody. Here comes Orbezo trying to steal a podium away into turn 6. That won't work. They're now single file coming down into the corner. Sneak attack move here for Darren Kidd. Did he pull it off? Yes, he did.
Good run for Darren right now. Kind of we didn't really talk about Darren much. He's kind of been there the whole entire time. See if he can hold this off as they go through and see if he can start P2 tomorrow.
He's looking behind him. Orbezo looking in front of him, trying to get a run here on Isaac Malcutt. There goes Orbezo down to the inside of Malcutt. He's going to try to steal it at the corner. Maxwell Mancha comes to the line to take victory. It's going to be a drag race for 3rd. Is it Orbezo? Yes, it is.
Got Kidd back on the 4th spot. Wow.
My goodness gracious. Tristan Murphy coming home 5th. Nico Katowski, after, dare I say, dominating the race, only able to come home in 6th place.
Yeah, I'm going to be anxious to see what our buddy Jackson has to say about what's going to go on down there at the scale line.
Yeah, that's going to be a little interesting to take a listen to. We'll, of course, go down to him momentarily as everybody makes their way back around the circuit. Jackson Lambros, our man on the spot. We cannot be more thankful for him.
His energy is far superior to mine.
Oh, and mine.
Yes. Does such a great job.
And I have a lot of energy.
Our folks, there's our man on the spot,
yes,
Jackson.
It is. Jackson's got his mic on this time, we hope, as he'll be ready to talk to our victors.
I just wish it was on. I wanted to hear him. He's like, over here, over here, over here.
All right, as we wait to hear if he's ready to go.
It was interesting, though. It's like you could see the racing progressively get more aggressive as we went through Heat 1, Heat 2, Heat 3, pre-final. We called it. And then tomorrow in the final, all gloves are off.
All right, we throw down to Jackson on the spot.
Standing by here with Maxwell Mancha. Max, let's get the dirty stuff out of the way. What was the conversation you just had there with Nico?
I think it was me and his fault because I went like he blocked a little and then I went, when you have to pass, you have to pass. And if you want to get to first, you have to get to it and achieve it, So it was kind of like 50-50 and yeah.
Flying the flag for Parolin here from P1. How does it feel knowing you're rolling off for now from P1 tomorrow?
Pretty confident for tomorrow, and hopefully I could get first for tomorrow.
Thank you, Max.
Thank you.
Guys.
Thank you, Jackson. We appreciate you down there. Folks, that's going to wrap up our coverage here today from the Orlando Kart Center for ROK Cup Florida Winter Tour. We have had an amended schedule tomorrow. As we've kind of hinted at, there is some rumor of rain in the area, so we're bumping everything up by about 45 minutes and condensing our schedule for morning warm-up. That means we'll be coming at you live with national anthems about 8:45 a.m. Eastern. That means we should be wrapped and ready to go by about 12:15. So make sure to join us here on YouTube. If you're at the track, well, you'll be here already, and we're sorry you have to listen to us all day yet again. But on behalf of the entire production team here, Hacker, our amazing producer, Jason Loria, who puts everything together, Bob, who is our amazing replay op, we've got Andrew and the rest of the camera guys out working their tails off. We want to thank all of you. Jason Ewers, Jackson Lambros, and myself, DJ Clark. We will see you tomorrow morning.